earth. For our ladies who were in attendance for the Women in Open Source Breakfast, please feel free to stand up, stretch, say hi to someone. No clusters behind, please. Everyone, please make your way back to earth.
Hi everyone. For the women going to get breakfast, can you hold on a bit because they are trying to set up the booth so you can sit down and when it's all set, would let you know. Thank you.
Make your way back to earth. Kindly sit down. Sit next to someone that you don't know. No click forming, please. Make a new friend today, but please sit down.
You cannot say it's my now. You can.
If you're outside, please make your way in. If you're in Mars, please make your way back to Earth.
has been carefully dialed to an astonishingly precise value, a value that falls within an exceedingly narrow, life-permitting range. If any one of these numbers were altered by even a hair's breadth, no physical, interactive life of any kind could exist anywhere. There'd be no stars, no life, no planets, no chemistry. Consider gravity, for example. The force of gravity is determined by the gravitational constant. If this constant varied by just 1 in 10 to the 60th parts, none of us would exist. To understand how exceedingly narrow this life-permitting range is, imagine a dial divided into 10 to the 60th increments. To get a handle on how many tiny points on the dial this is, compare it to the number of cells in your body, or the number of seconds that have ticked by since time began. If the gravitational constant had been out of tune by just one of these infinitesimally small increments, the universe would either have expanded and thinned out so rapidly that no stars could form and life couldn't exist, or it would have collapsed back on itself with the same result: no stars, no planets, and no life. Or consider the expansion rate of the universe. This is driven by the cosmological constant. A change in its value by a mere 1 part in 10 to the 120th parts would cause the universe to expand too rapidly or too slowly. In either case, the universe would again be life-prohibiting. Or another example of fine-tuning. If the mass and energy of the early universe were not evenly distributed to an incomprehensible precision of 1 part in 10 to the 10 to the 123rd, the universe would be hostile to life of any kind. The fact is, our universe permits physical, interactive life only because these, and many other numbers, have been independently and exquisitely balanced on a razor's edge. Wherever physicists look, they see examples of fine-tuning. The remarkable fact is that the values of these numbers seem to have been very finely adjusted to make possible the development of life. If anyone claims not to be surprised by the special features that the universe has, he's hiding his head in the sand. These special features are surprising and unlikely.
Sustainability. A lot of us think about trees, ecology, climate change, but there are so many forms of sustainability, and that is why we are having this festival today. Our theme is sustainability for growth, and to keep all these things sustainable, the Earth, as we've seen in the video, basically have everything well-defined and properly programmed in the way that it should work. As we've designed the experience for this festival, we've thought about it from the imagination of the stars, the universe, the sustainability of the universe itself as a core, and we've brought that concept into sustaining our ecosystem. And that is why we have called Open Source Festival 23 Sustainability for Growth. As you go from Earth to Mars and to Venus, and every planet that we have designed for you today, we want you to think about the fact that every single one of you play a role in the sustainability of the ecosystem here in Open Source Community Africa, across Africa, and across the world. And as you experience the different designs we've designed for you today, we hope that you also have it in mind that we have to think about it, we have to sustain it, and we have to watch our ecosystem grow. From our community, to our conferences, to our mentorship, to our events, to our contributors, and to our maintainers, we say thank you. And to every speaker who is coming up here today to talk about sustainability and how we can sustain the African ecosystem in open source here in Africa and across the world, we appreciate all of you and we welcome you to Open Source Festival 2023. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. You people are very boring. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. You're not excited to see me this morning. You're not excited to see me this morning. Guy, you're laughing like as if what's his name? Bovi. Please, dear. I'm a lawyer by profession. Thank you. Hello, You see, we're not going to start until you guys give me the energy I'm looking for. Hello, everyone. Come on. Come on. It's Saturday. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Open source. Hey. Please, can we do another security sweep, please? Some people are not meant to be here. Open source. Open source. Open source. Guys, when I say open source, you're going to say Community Africa Festival. Can we do that? Can we do that, guys? You need to work with me. This is teamwork. Come on. Open source. Open source. That's right. We'll work with that. Don't worry. Some of us are still sleeping. Today, we're actually going to kick off with a design workshop, utilizing the open source design and prototyping tool, Penpot. Join me as I welcome on stage Pablo Ruiz Musquiz, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Andy Gonzalez. Guys, come on, are we tired already? Whilst we're waiting for our speakers to come on stage, I need two people, actually. If you were here yesterday, just, you. I saw your hand first. Oh, and the lady behind, the one in glasses. Come. Don't be shy. Morning, boss. You were here yesterday. Did you enjoy the session? Yes. Which was your favorite session yesterday? That of Stephen Kolawole. Nice. Nice. Well, we're glad you're here. Thank you for coming back. Yes, please. Oh, you can stay with me. Do you want to stay with me? Well. Okay, so we're going to do this one more time. So when I say open source, what are you going to say? So open source. That's right. I love it. Okay, so join me as I welcome on stage Pablo Ruiz Musquiz and Andy Gonzalez. Come on, guys, we can do better than this. Or you didn't have breakfast.
Okay, let me see if this works. Can I please check if you can see you cannot see my screen, right? But you will see that in a minute, I guess. Let me just, okay. Mirror, okay, yeah, you can see that. Is it going with a bit of delay? Oh, that's a shame. There's a bit of delay, I think. Okay, well, we'll figure this out. So I'm Pablo, and I came all the way from Spain to say, hello, Lagos! What a wonderful city, what a wonderful country. I love West Africa. Really, really excited to be here. It's an honor. Now, the plan that I had today was to do a hands-on demo, but for that, I really need my laptop to go like completely in sync with the display there. So, yeah, let me see. No, that's old news. Like that is not. So I need some help here. Otherwise, I'll have to revert to slides. You don't want slides. You want the hands-on demo. Yeah, mirror and.
Don't mirror. Anything you're doing, show. Don't mirror anything.
Let me see. But it's not working. Let me see. How are you hijacking this?
Give your laptop to me.
Okay.
So whatever on your screen here shows that.
But is it okay? So mirror. Okay, but it's not showing.
No, don't mirror. Don't mirror.
I'm not mirroring. Okay. Let's do something. Let's just disconnect this for a second. Okay. So what can we're gonna say while we start? Let me see. Who here is a front-end developer? Raise your hands. Front-end developer. I need to know. Okay. Who here is a designer? Okay, roughly same number of hands. Who here is neither a front-end developer nor a designer? Okay, that's kind of equally distributed. Okay. So I think I'll start with like the core idea I want to share with you. You know, in open source, we haven't had the opportunity to enjoy professional-grade design and prototyping tools. Okay? You might be already thinking, oh, I know there are other tools out there that are not open source and are meant to design and prototype and real-time collaboration. So a while ago, we decided at Keynote, the company we founded in Spain, to build the best design and prototyping tool on earth, no pun intended, and that is Penpot. That is P-E-N-P-O-T. That's Penpot, which is something universal. So Penpot is an open source design and prototyping tool that allows both designers and developers working together in designing and prototyping using the power of CSS and SVG. Are you familiar with CSS? Yeah. Are you familiar with SVG, which is yeah. So the good thing about CSS and SVG is that if you use those open standards, okay, I'm going to try again. I really want to give you the hands-on demo because it's so cool, it's so visual, right? There. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Okay, let me see. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, yes. Round of applause. Okay, so I'm going to do something counterintuitive. I'm going to start with a demo, and then I'm going to explain what you just saw. So this is Penpot, and I think, yeah. This is the website. So you get the idea. This is a design and prototyping tool, okay? So I'm going to demo today, very quickly, the recently released Flex layout. Anyone here is familiar with Flexbox CSS? Yeah. So what if you could design visually using the power of Flexbox CSS? This is what I'm going to demo today. So I have this canvas here. So normally, when you design, you have this, okay, moving around objects. But if I select the board and I say Shift A. I activate Flex Layout. The moment you can see now there is some logic here. It's not working. I didn't do anything, I promise. There's some connectivity issues, I think. Okay, I'll try again. This is kind of a rehearsal. I'm doing this, while you wait. So it now. This. Okay. He asked to give him 2 minutes. So I'll go back then to the slides part, so you can forget about the slides later. So why there was no open source design and prototyping tool? And I think probably it was because typically in open source we are developers, we're not designers. And that has been a reality for the past 25 years. But we wanted to change that and wanted to bring the glory of open source to design, but we also wanted to bring the coolness of design into open source. So a few years ago, we embarked ourselves in such a task to build something that would be the best possible offer that open source can give to design and development, and that is Penpot. So I was saying, you're familiar with CSS, you're familiar with SVG, that's cool. And the good thing about Penpot is that it is open standards, so there's no proprietary formats. There's nothing you have to learn that you are concerned about your bets. Should I learn this tool? Perhaps it's going to drive me into a place where I'm not useful for other jobs. Not at all. Every single hour you invest on Penpot, it's going to be profitable because it's all about things that are standard in the industry. So even if you just learn Penpot for an hour, whether you're a designer or a front-end developer or a product manager, it pays off. We're not, dragging you to a very proprietary space where there is kind of doubt of the longer-term investment that you're making. And I think this is very important for people around the world. What are the things I wanted to share? Yeah. The whole backlog, the whole project is public, so I will share a link later. So you can actually see not only what we are building, but what is being built right now. We are so transparent on the features we're building that you can predict what is going to be the surprise by the end of the talk or next week with an exclusive feature that we are announcing. We are extremely transparent, so there are spoilers every single day. So that's great. I think I would like to highlight one aspect of Penpot that is unique, which is that you can go to design.penpot.app and just create an account. That would be the public cloud, that's the SaaS. But you can self-host your own Penpot server. You can even, the demo I'm about to do today, I'm using a local, in my laptop, Penpot instance. I don't need any internet connection. I just can enjoy Penpot myself, or in my local network, in my company, or with my friends, my team. We can set up our own Penpot infrastructure. So that's unique, that you don't find that anywhere else. For the wrong reasons, of course. Okay, we have news. Let's see. Okay, we're switching. So the good part is that now it's just about the demo. There's no more blah blah from me. Okay. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Project. Okay, this is Linux. Display. Displays. Mirror. This should be. Do you want me to do a quick? Oh, it's working. Okay. Okay. So, do you see this relatively smooth? Okay. By the way, that's me. Well, not me. I love archery. Anyone here loves archery? You got the best archery in Africa. You know that, right? It's amazing. You know, it's something global. Okay, so I'm going back to the demo. So I said I had activated the board, and you see here I now have the flex layout options. So the moment I do that, if I try to inject the frog, you see, it reacts exactly as you would expect from CSS. And I have, just with the arrow keys, I can change this. I can say, okay, I want this board to react to content. So I can set this, so it fits the content. So if I, again, move the, like, let's say this thing, you see? It reacts automatically. Okay, so that was basic. Okay, this button, I'm going to do it. Oh, no, not again. Okay. Well, use your imagination, right? This is amazing. This is amazing. You should see this. Why? I mean, it starts working, and then it's like a few seconds, and it's gone, is it? Okay, it's not. I can do super quick demos. Okay, so absolute, yeah, I'll do this. Z-index, yes. So Z-index, this is already have the layout here, and I'm going to use the gap. So I'm going to say, yeah, let's put some more gap. I'm now looking at that, right? Like, is it working? So this is automatic. This is flex layout CSS properties. But what if I say, okay, 1 minus 50, okay? And here, in the layer panel, you see there's a particular order, and I don't want the order of the layers to show up in how they are overlaid. One thing I can do is I can say, okay, this is an element, and I can set up the z-index to 2, okay? Pops up. I can go to this one and say, okay, this is z-index 1. So I'm using existing CSS. No way. Please give me a round of applause, because this is. Okay, you keep applauding. It did some magic there. Okay, so anyone here knows z-index, right? The way the axis works. So if you know about CSS, even if you're not a designer, you can design super easily here. Okay. Next one is absolute. So this is a simple model, perhaps. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to skip to the last bit of the demo. And I'm going to break things. I'm going to go super fast. Okay, right, there is. This one, okay. Quick, this reacts, you see? Oh, no. Too slow, I'm too slow. I should be as fast as you are here in Lagos, right? This city is fast, moves fast, thinks fast. I mean, I'm not, you know, that's the issue, I think. I'm not in sync. Here, okay, you have this. You click on this. You can, of course, do stuff. Is it that I'm interfering somehow with some whatever? Okay, I think up to this point, what I would suggest is that if you are into design, or if you're into front-end development, and you want to have complete freedom for you as an individual or in a team to both design and prototype and code with a tool that respects your ownership, the ownership of your work, whether you want it on SaaS or self-host, you should try Penpot. We're now 400K users and growing. We exited beta back in January. Yeah. I think we're giving up, but if you have any... Okay. We're going to do one last attempt. But I'm super cool, eh? I don't know if you can tell, I'm super cool. You can then reach me out and have the hands-on demo like in person. Yeah, next to that. That's the HDMI? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know it's not a laptop issue because you get some signal, okay, like that, and then it goes away, so. All right? So far, I think we have a world record. We have 7 seconds. No, I'm not going to say anything. Okay. So, so here again, you can do this. Of course, you can say, let's see how this look like with an iPad preset. Then I'll probably just want to, and you see how this automatically adjusts. This is because we're using Flex. You don't need to redesign. I can just select this and change it with an arrow key, and you get instant redesign. You know, all the boring part of redesigning goes away with Penpot. And finally, I want to show you a super cool feature, again, exclusive, thanks to using open standards, which is I think there are some proprietary vendors boycotting this. I think that's the issue. I see some people from Silicon Valley down there. That's that. Well, this is the end. The moment we get back the flashy demo, I'll show the wrap option. Anyone here knowledgeable on CSS? Oh, it's coming back. Will really appreciate the wrap option. And then that will be it. So just waiting for this. Okay, so I'll end with this. This is a grid. It was asking too much. There's the rhythm there, right? There's a bit. I think we can sing along there. Okay, let's see if there is, careful with the epilepsy. Here, this, I'm doing some stuff behind the scenes, so you can just, this. Okay, I selected Flex Layout. I said I want a direction, a row direction. I added gap 20 pixels, and then I can click on this. You cannot see that, but there is the wrap option. The moment I click on the wrap option, you get the wrap. So you get the powerful wrap option coming from Flex. You have one dimension, multi-lines. And the good thing about this is that you get the code for this, okay? So everything you saw is there. Actually, this is going to be risky, but this is, I'm going to actually, do this. And this is the last part of the demo before I ask for a video. So let me just very quickly do this. So I'll do this. This. I copy the code. Okay. So I copy the code. You didn't see that because I didn't collapse. Okay. Copy the code. Can you see that? No, it's lost. Well, anyway, the cool thing, you all recognize how cool is that everything I just designed and changed was automatically being converted into valid CSS code. So developers don't need to figure out how a designer came about something, right? They just copy and paste, and it instant pixel perfect representation because it was already the code, the specs from CSS that were being used as constraints for the design. We use same capacities, same constraints, same vocabulary between designers and developers. So this is really bridging the gap between designers and developers. And this is so cool. And you can see this plus the code. So to finalize this, I'm going to ask the technical team over there to put on a video that shows if you were excited about flex layouts, and you were, right? You were, I mean, I could see that in an open source design and prototyping tool. So please, could we have the 30-second final video from from there? Well, thank you, Lagos. Thank you, Nigeria. Thank you, Oscar. You are great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Pablo.
Oh. I'm doing the hands-on demo now.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, I was saying thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it turns out
Feedback,
I have a
feedback.
co-host on stage then.
This was cool.
Yeah. Do you want to co-host with me today?
Do you want to?
Do you want to co-host with me today? Do you want to co-host with me today?
Well, yes, I'll do that. Yeah, why not? Yeah. That's another privilege here I'm getting.
Okay, so I have a few announcements to make before we proceed. I see that someone has gotten me a room at a hotel, a very nice hotel today. Someone actually dropped this, so if you are missing your card, your room card, thank you for booking me a nice weekend getaway. I really appreciate it, and I will make use of it. Also, someone dropped their phone. It was charging somewhere. If you're, please approach me after this. So, I want to do something, different, right? I love energy, and I like when the hall is bursting with energy. So, we're going to stand up, please. I know that some of us don't want to stand up, but please indulge me. Come on, stand up. If I say that there's giveaway now, people will be on their feet. If I say please stand up, I won't add indulge me. Everybody will be seated. You see the problem we're having in Nigeria? You see it? Okay, good. So, walk up to 3 people, briefly, a minute each. Tell them about yourself and listen to them tell them about themselves as well. 3 people, max. And I'm going to pick some people randomly. Talk to someone. You need to network. Let them know what you do. Because I believe right now your village people are sleeping, so utilize the time. Spend all your minutes on one person. Move, shuffle yourself. I can already see someone jumping. She has probably met her soulmate, who knows? Hi. Worked on someone's project. This would be a nice opportunity to meet with them. Share your findings. Hi. As well. Feel free to take a selfie, but please ask for permission before you do that. All right, guys. Speed dating is over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Okay, so please let's make our way back to our seats. Please make your way back to your seats. Please make your way back to your seats. And I'm picking at random, actually. I definitely want to know who you met with today. Please make your way back to your seats, guys. And you, I need you on stage, please. Who wants to pick them? Let me see. Yeah, you. And the lady beside you. Double up. I need you on stage, yeah. And I need you on stage. Black mask, yes. Yes, so tell me, who did you meet? Yep.
I met Cynthia.
Guys, please can we head back to our seats now? Speed dating is officially over. Thank you.
I met Cynthia.
Okay, what does Cynthia do?
She's a product designer.
Ooh, nice. Where's Cynthia? Oh, nice to meet you, Cynthia. Great. Who did you meet?
I met Ore.
Ore. Where's Ore? Where's Ore? Beside you. Nope.
No, she was behind. She's like,
Oh, she was behind. Then she came. Oh, wow.
I found that there.
Okay, and then you guys started sitting together. Amazing stuff. You see, speed dating actually works. Amazing. Who did you meet?
I met Moshood.
Moshood. Where is Moshood? Where? Oh, hi, Moshood. What does Moshood do?
He's a backend developer.
Oh, nice. What does Ore do? I forgot. Backends. Okay. Oh. Who did you meet?
Okay, I met Sandra.
Sandra.
Yeah.
You really took this thing seriously. Oh. Sandra. Really? Where is Sandra, please? Sandy baby. Please, what does Sandra do?
She's a full stack.
Please, let me just quickly double it for you a little bit. Well, I'm glad that you guys indulged me in this exercise. The goal was to get us to meet new people. Thank you. Meet new people, speak to them, know what they do, and not just come to take selfies and merch and breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Are we excited about the exercise? Did he help someone? Did he help someone? Are we certain? Because I mean, the yes is a little bit, low. Did it really help you guys? Because I met people, actually. I met someone that I didn't even know she had been following my work. Joy Nails, where is she? I think she's found, where is she? Yeah. All right. Okay. So we're just about to start our lightning talks, and as you know, lightning talks are very quick. It's very important for you to obviously grasp, be attentive, listen to what the speaker is trying to pass across to you. That's the message. There will be no question and answer sessions for lightning talks, but feel free to approach the speakers once they get off the stage. At least wait for them to get to their seats anyways. Don't accost them here in front. We have 2 halls today. Rather, we have 3, but 2 will be ours. And we have Breaking the Ice with Users, Humor Meets Design by Ikechi Onu Uche. And this talk is happening here on Earth. And we have an open source by Oluwatobi Oloyede happening in Mars. So please feel free to make your way to Mars if you want to listen to Oluwatobi speak to women's potential in open source. And if you want to break the ice,
let me call this short there. So the first thing we'll be doing is to define what a junior is. Is it by your years of experience you define a junior? Is it by a funny thing you did while working? Maybe you destroyed production database. Or is it by how much money you're already seeing in tech despite the time you started? Or like what's the basis for defining a junior software engineer? Is anybody going to try among these ones I've listed? I think a very, very obvious answer is that it's the years of experience. From 0 to 3 years of experience, you are a junior, and then from 3 to 5, you are mid-level or intermediate. And then above that, you are a senior. So it doesn't really matter like how long. Yeah, it doesn't really matter how long it takes you or how skilled you are, your repertoire of skills, how many languages you know. If you are between 0 to 3 years, you are a junior in your respective field in tech. So now that that's out of the way, what's next? What should you take slowly? The first thing you should take slowly is job applications. Tech is not a get-rich-quick scheme. We keep saying that. You have to go through the procedure that everybody goes through in getting a job. There's no job guarantee anywhere. So to do that, you need to consider like a lot of things. And the first thing you're considering is the job market. Consider how it actually is there, how easy it is to get jobs in that respective field you are looking for. Don't just jump into things. How does it work? I rec- God, I can't do that. Okay. Yeah, we have to use something else. I don't mind actually. So yes, the field you are going into. How does the job market look like there? And then secondly, the role you're applying to, how do you fit? Some roles are US only, some roles are local, some roles require you having 5 years of experience. Don't just do guesswork and start applying. You will most likely fail it. For that, I recommend a book. It's called The Tech Resume by Greg Orose. Maybe I'll send the link later for like download, for free download. And the next thing you should be taking slowly is um, how you learn things. When you're learning things as a junior, you don't just learn everything like trends, jumping on trends. Blockchain comes, you jump. AI comes, you jump on it. Now, it's front end, for example, but not from UI UX to blockchain. So take as adjacent roles and take time, and then master your space. Don't like I think for backend and blockchain related stuff, to master your space, you need to be able to like identify, like comfortably navigate through code bases. That's like a benchmark for knowing if you're actually like good enough. And then finally, uh, one other thing you should be taking slow is how you compete with the people around you. You just got your first paycheck. Don't start trying to compete, trying to do stuff. First, try to keep this income consistent. If it's not coming in consistently, you're setting yourself up for disaster. So take things slow and don't compete. You can seek for comfort, getting a good laptop, getting yourself data, subscriptions, and all of that. It's also nice. So I think with that, I would round up this speech. Thank you. I'm leaving it to you. Yeah. Why is
Thank you, Mark Bobby. I hope we learned a thing or two. I don't want to, bring up some conversations that have happened over the past couple of days. Let's leave it at that. Anyways, please join me as I call on stage Mardia Oduole, who will be speaking to us on boosting productivity with ChatGPT, a practical guide for open source developers. And we have Oluwabami Kemi Kayode speaking on community as a service happening in Mars. All right, so whilst we wait, for our next speaker, let me touch upon, Mark Bobby's
So announce Margaret.
due to changing plans. My Oga at the top has just, words reaching me from the top, from Aso Rock, they have just said to me that I should, on behalf of the team, announce Margaret Buchalam, who will be speaking to us on preventing burnout in your career, strategies for sustaining productivity and well-being. So you guys didn't notice that I was trying to imitate our past presidents. And you could not even clap for me for even trying. At least I tried. To please me, Busha, is work. Oh. Margaret Egbuchalam.
You are not even smiling with me. And I know you. Oh. We are friends.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me? So I'm going to be presenting without my slides, and I hope I can have your attention for the next 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret, and I'm a community manager. And today I'm going to be speaking to you on the topic, preventing burnout in your career, strategies for sustaining productivity and well-being. First of all, what is burnout? Has anyone here experienced burnout, just by show of hands? Yeah, I have, and very recently. Simply put, burnout occurs when your body and your mind can no longer keep up with the tasks you demand of them. And there are so many reasons for burnout, but because of time and we're going to link it to our career, these are some of the reasons you experience burnout. So number one is lack of work-life balance. So many of us, we like to do everything, and we forget that time is transient. So what do you need to do? You need to establish work-life balance. One way to do that is to say no. No is a complete sentence. One thing I tell people is, if you cannot ask me why when I tell you yes, then you have no right to ask me no when I tell you no, or why when I tell you no. So you need to start practicing that to prevent yourself from burning out. The next one is SAPA. Yeah. Many of us, we moonlight, yes, take on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs. And when you now add it up, it gives you this huge amount of money. But one thing you don't do is you don't consider what drag do not accept it. Word of mouth, yes, it flies. But when push comes to shove, people are going to demand so much outside of your work requirements. And then the consequences of burnout, you have decreased productivity. If you are always at your optimal, if you are a happy person, that your happiness level begins to dwindle. The next one is increased absenteeism. When it's time for meetings, you are never excited to go to work, and you keep giving excuses. It might sound like excuses, but because you are mentally stressed and there's a whole lot of pressure on you, you're not able to meet up with that. The second one is physical and mental health problems. We cannot begin to say this much. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, like take a pause, step back, watch your favorite movies, play football, go and touch grass. These things will make you relieve of your stress. Now, these are some of the strategies for preventing burnout. Number one, like I said, you establish work-life balance. You manage your stress effectively. If you love dancing, you can sign up for dancing classes. If you're a gym rat, you can visit the gym. Whatever makes you feel lighter, I encourage you all to take that on. The next one is culture for jobs. Is I ask you about your company culture. If you can't hit me up on Saturday and Sunday and tell me that I'm meant to respond to you, that's unfair. That's not nice. And if you're working in a place like that, due to circumstances beyond your reach, I ask that you try to find a place that is healthy, because it's also going to help you give your best to your boss and your team members at large. And then you seek support and resources. No man is an island. So please, if you don't understand something, if you feel a problem is way beyond you, reach out to your peers, reach out to your idons in the industry that you serve in, and they would guide you through the entire process. And then finally, give up the delusion that burnout is the inevitable cost of success. Whatever happens to you, if you put so much pressure on yourself and peradventure your candlelight dims, I assure you, the next day, a JD is going to be put out, and they're going to replace you in that job. So in as much as you are working, ensure that you give the best to protecting yourself and your mental health. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Margaret. I believe we spoke about burnouts yesterday, and we've touched on it today. And the reason why we keep talking about it is because it's very, very easy to go through a burnout. And like Margaret said, the next day, JD will be out. You will even see the JD. You say, it's not my role, they are feeling like this. and I gave my all. Please, 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 when in doubt, prioritize yourself. That's what I say to myself these days. Please join me as we welcome on stage Maradia Oduole, who will be speaking to us on boosting productivity with ChatGPT, a practical guide for open source developers. And we have Victor Onazi speaking in Mars on designing for the future, how open source design can help shape a sustainable world. Okay, right. Okay, so I know I've joked around a bit, but I'm going to get a little bit more solemn, especially because of the last session we just had. So, for some of you here, you may know, my name is Karen. I run a law firm. I have my partner sitting there, my fight partner. In February this year, I did experience a burnout. So imagine running your own business and you're experiencing a burnout. Now you're not an employee, you're an employer, but you're experiencing a burnout. So February, March, we're going through it. And so Margaret said workouts, rest. I work out. My team knows I'm at the gym as early as 6:30 a.m. to get the day started because I realized that, I'm excited when I go to the gym. And when we have our stand-ups at 10, everybody knows, Karen, you went to the gym today? Yes, because I'm playful, I'm excited. But even working out was not helping with the burnout. And one thing that I couldn't bring myself to do was to speak to my team about it, especially my partners. I didn't know how to tell my partners that, guys, I think I'm experiencing a burnout. Because I'm supposed to motivate the team. Isn't that so, Dima? I'm supposed to motivate the team. I'm supposed to get everyone excited, remind them of the objectives of the team and all of that. So, for the first time in a very long time, I was actually in a very dark place. And what I'm about to say now, some people might subscribe to it and some might not, but it did help me. I realized that I needed to seek external help, which I did. I actually reached out to a therapist. I'm very big on it. I don't hide it. I don't shy away from it to talk about the fact that I've had times when I've seen a therapist. Yes, I have, and I think that you should be proud of it as well. I did reach out to a therapist, and when I did, I was trying to, because I love Catwig and Dale. So trying to explain and understand, trying to explain to myself, not even the therapist, and also understand for myself why I was experiencing that was hard. It was difficult. But we eventually, amidst the election issues, we're still seeing things on Twitter that was even making things worse for us. But I had that conversation, series of conversations with my therapist, and I eventually opened up to one of my partners. Dima, I'm sorry, but I did speak to Lois about it. I spoke to one of my partners, and I was like, yo, this is what I've been going through. I don't know how to come and speak to you guys because I don't want to demotivate you guys. I want to keep trying to get the team excited. And the reason why I'm sharing this is because burnout, to be very honest, will happen during the course of your career. Whether you're an employee, you're an employer, whatever it is, it would happen. Or it may, not would, it may happen. It depends on how you obviously run your life. If you run your life like, oh, this is my life, this is my brand, this is all that I have, you need to prioritize your mental health. It is very, very important. Look at the economic situation of the country. That's alone. Because I was actually somewhere and they said, oh, when you experience a burnout, well, you can resign. And yes, that's all you're probably going to be experiencing that. And it starts, you just slowly slip into a depression that way. And you're not of benefit to anyone anymore. To your family, to your friends, no one. The people that you go out and drink with, the people that you go partying with, all your girls that you'll be doing brunch with, no one. Literally everything that you've built can just, and that's it, in a split second. So, I think my personal story And please, and I'll be very honest, I should have spoken to my partners ahead of time, right? I definitely should have because we're a team and we're supposed to share stuff. But they know, coconut head, this is my big forehead, it's coconut. They know. But one good thing I did was to know that I needed to actually go seek external help, and it's very important. So for employers here, I would definitely say ensure that you have some form of mental health support for your team. It's not easy waking up every day, looking at your screens back to back, doing something. Some people are grinding their teeth, some are stamping their foot. Yes, they are stress balls, but I mean, let's do the best that we can. As an employee, I honestly have great memories with, but when push comes to shove, you can't share those pains with them. I don't believe in that. And if you're in this hall, you have a friend that Friday they'll call you out, Saturday they'll call you out, Sunday they'll call you out. But when you're in your dark moments, you can't reach out to them. You better cut them off, and quote me anyway. You better cut them off. Because life is not as glossy as we may make it to seem or think that it is. There are ups and downs in life. It's inevitable. There are ups and downs. But your support system is that community. Open Source Community Africa, it's a community. There are people here that have experienced things that you've experienced. There are people here that are probably even experiencing similar things. You man, what's wrong with you? Yeah, they all heard that. Thank you. I will. Please, when in doubt, I beg, send your friends flowers, I beg. They need it. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm sweating, and I have to say it. My eyeglass is steaming, and I'm shy now. But please, 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 reach out to your communities, reach out to your friends, right? Sometimes family may not necessarily understand what it is that you're going through. Many of us here come from very traditional families where going through. Many of us here come from very traditional families where when you speak of depression, you'll probably say you need deliverance, this one and that one. Let's be very real. It happens. It really happens. My brother lost a friend because of that. So please, 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 call your friend. Ah, guy, what's up? Ah, I do. Where you did? Come out now with a party. Guy, I'm not feeling all right. I need to speak with you. Tell them. You know, sometimes, obviously, everybody's going through their own stuff, but even you seeking for help, you actually need to know how to seek for help. Because I've seen this thing where people say, oh, my friend is not there for me. Baba, you did not ask for help. Sis, you didn't ask for help. Your friend is going through his or her own battles. So when you reach out, oh, I need to, this was going on. I need to speak with you. When I spoke with my partner, actually, when we spoke about it, we were actually supposed to have a meeting. We had that meeting, very quick, and I was like, Lois, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like it's high time I actually share it. And she's like, what's up? And I shared it. I'm not going to say anything about we'll all be fine, because the truth is, you will not be fine until you seek help. From your friends, from your community, from a therapist, even from your employers, your colleagues at work. It's very important. All those office husbands and wives that some of you have, utilize it. You think I don't know? I know. I'm aware. Yeah, utilize it. It's very important. This feels like... So whilst we're waiting to sort out some issues, whilst we're waiting to... Okay. So we're waiting to sort out some technical issues. And I see some people are anxious. They can't wait. We apologize for the inconvenience. We do. Wow, the other guys are having a good time, clapping and all that. Please, let's clap, please. Clap. That's right. We're also having a good time. Okay, let's do something that I don't know if this has been done at Oscar before, but I need someone to come and pitch themselves. One person. And I need a mic, please. So the good thing about this festival is there are people here that you can collaborate with on a project. There are people here you've probably even built on their own project, etc. And sell yourself to us in 30 seconds.
Okay. Good everyone, I'm Razak Akurede, the co-founder of VirtualX. So, what do we do at VirtualX? What Jumia is trying to achieve, and Konga and many other platforms are trying to achieve, we are doing it in our metaverse. So it's as simple as this. You get stocks, you get goods and everything. You get product, wristwatch, Nike shoes, and so on. But the energy you are seeing in you just previewing the image, many people actually don't like it because there was this trend on Twitter, what I ordered versus what I got, right? So you don't get to see the image in just 2D form. You get to see it in 3D. So what you just need to do is you bring out your phone and then you scan the image, you scan the product you want to get, and then it pops out in 3D view. So you get to see your product live. Thank you.
This is a classic example of
conflict resolution. So we want to solve our problem. So here are things to do in order to create a perfect workflow between these two couples. Be open to communication, inclusion. Next slide. Always be open to communication. Developers and designers approach things differently as a result of way to destruction. Next slide, please. Inclusion in meeting is the next one. From the initial kickstart of discussion to the final client's presentation. But most times you often hear people say they brought designers later after the project have started, we are having issues. So both parties should be included in all meetings. And the next thing is to always be open-minded. Be open-minded to ideas from each other, because while working on something, you might miss out a necessary feature due to the fact that you forgot. But if you're open-minded, it can be easily points, trying to cut corners. Honestly, having sense of how things work in each other's spaces will avoid this communication. And in conclusion, the designer-developer relationship is a very, very important relationship because
Thank you, Mercy Johnson. Did we enjoy that session? She was right on time. I didn't even have to come and stand. Some speakers like me standing. There was a particular speaker that we have been trying to get on stage for the last 10 to 15 minutes. And it's a very important, how many of us know about ChatGPT here? How many? ChatGPT. Those people there, you people don't know about it. You people here, you people don't know about it. Okay, we have another AI tools to take over our jobs. How many of us are worried? You're worried. Thank you for being honest. You're worried. Thank you for being honest. Who else is worried? You're not worried. It's good to be a boss, you know. You're not worried. Love have been to the fact that to the fact that, AI will start to relieve people of their jobs, right? And since you guys said
an explanation. Next slide, please. So style your output. If you want ChatGPT to give you something in a particular format, let it know how it's going to give it to you. Next slide. Yeah, we're asking it to list backend developers in Markdown format, and it did that for us. Even though the developers it listed are not correct, that's one of the limitations. Next slide, please. Then role prompting. This is just like role playing. Just tell ChatGPT, okay, pretend you are somebody. You know this, you know that. Then design an app for tracking people's heartbeats, and it's going to perform really well. So next slide. One shot, few shots prompts. When you talk of one shot, you are talking of one example. When you talk of few shots, you're talking about 2 to 5 examples. So if you want ChatGPT to do something for you and you have an example, find the sentiment of the last one and it gives you negative. Next slide, please. So chain of thought prompting is just asking ChatGPT to explain its thought process to you. This way it's going to spend more time on your task. It's going to spend more time before it just generates a random answer for you. Next slide. Example, I went to the market and bought 10 apples. I gave 2 to the neighbor, 2 to the repairman, and then I went to buy 5 more and I ate 1. How many apples am I left with? Let's think step by step. It's going to give you. So now this one is for, next slide. So this top secret, if you're a recruiter, you're a volunteer, you review forms, you review people's essay, please close your ears. So next slide. It can help you generate personalized cover letters and even responses to essays that could give you the opportunity that has the potential of making your career better than it currently is. So remember, ChatGPT is a powerful tool, but it's not a magic wand. Use it wisely, enhance your skills, and keep growing as a developer. Embrace the fun and simplicity that ChatGPT brings to your open source contributions. Thank you.
All right. Please join me as we welcome on stage Linda Ojo, who will be talking to us on the art of intelligent design, leveraging artificial intelligence to streamline your creative workflow. Guys, we can do better than this. Come on.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Okay, my name is Linda, and I'm a product designer and an icon designer. Some of you might have seen some of my icons on Twitter. Next slide. Today, we're going to be talking about intelligent design. And that's just a fancy way of telling you guys how I use trendy tools to improve my current process. It's not really complex. So first, we're talking about mastering prompts. Then we're moving on to improving your design process, and then we'll speak a bit about image generation. Next slide. So when you have a problem, what's the first thing you do? You think of multiple ideas and how to solve them. I think AI and all of these trendy tools are in themselves just tools. You are the unique part of it. So with AI, you can expand on your ideas and then bend down and select which one you want to move on to, and then repeat the process again. Next slide. So mastering prompts. As you all know, garbage in, garbage out. The quality of your input determines the quality of your output. To first get good use of these tools, you have to master what prompts you give into it. We have popular tools like ChatGPT and BAD, and basically, that's just what you need to get started. So first, understanding how prompts work. You can use things like YouTube mention is it has the principle of first mention. If you give a prompt and say, oh, I want a duck in a pool, you're going to get a very different result if you say you want a pool with a duck in it. Do you guys get that? So if you say you want a duck in a pool, you probably have a really big picture of a duck, and then the pool will be in the background. You could also use double prompts, and in that case, you're just using the tool to refine itself. First, you give an initial prompt. Maybe the response is not so good. You can tell the ChatGPT to, hey, improve this prompt, and then move on with the improved prompt. Next, another phrase that I just used is act as an expert in. I don't know if you've used ChatGPT and then you ask for something and it's like, I don't have real experience, I'm not a human. Has it ever happened? So this is just a cool way to just like skip that and just say, hey, yes, I know you're not real, but just act. And then you could also just move on and play with the AI playground to improve your skills. So next slide. So this is an example of a good prompt and a bad prompt. I think you can easily tell. Let me guess. Which do you think is a better prompt between the two of them? You said? Yes, B is a better prompt because it's more robust and gives more details. Next slide. So improving your design process. Move on. Obviously, like this is a lightning talk, so I'm going to be really fast. So I don't think the text is so clear here, but basically carrying out research. In this situation, I wanted to design some icons, and I was doing research on the early writings of Nigeria. And instead of like Googling and having to like go through all of the sponsored posts and ad, I just asked, hey, tell me more about this Ajami, which is an Arabic-derived language. And it gave me all the information I needed. Next slide. And that really helped me because I was able to derive these African-based icons, and I was able to take inspiration from our early writings and knock arts. Next slide. Another thing I do is just like generate copy, which is like, I think this really is self-explanatory. You can just like generate copy for any project you're working on. You don't have to like assume you're every person. Next slide. Next is like keywords. So, okay, you've worked. So we all know what the bad AI images look like. Yes, there are terrible images out there, but they also generate some good ones. So tools like for image generation. So obviously, like my time is almost up, so we can just skip through the different images being generated. So next slide. So you could use it to generate mock-ups for presentation. You could use it to like create shots. Maybe you want to use it on a website template. And also like a mood board. Maybe you want to decorate your room, or you want to go for a certain vibe. You're not sure what it would look like. You can generate these images to get a feel. So yeah, so that's it. Thank you very much for having me. And that's how you can use the tools to improve your design process. Thank you very much. Please, yeah.
Thank you, Linda. Our next session is actually about, it's someone's story. Someone coming to share with us their story, their journey so far. Please join me as we welcome on stage Divine Odazie, who will be sharing his Oscar story, how reaching out helped him grow. Well, whilst we wait for Divine to get on stage, does anyone in the audience have their Oscar story to share in 30 seconds? Actually, we have Divine. Please put your hands together for Divine Odazie.
You guys, hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Divine Odazie. I'm a technical writer and a developer advocate. And today, I'm going to be sharing my Oscar First story, how reaching out helps me grow. So I don't know if you can pull up these slides. So next slide, please. So this is an outline of how my talk will go. I will start by sharing what happened before Oscar, during Oscar, since Oscar, and the main point of the talk, how to reach out. And at the end, I'll share a little secret. Next slide. So before Oscar, right, I struggled with tutorial hell. So I don't know if you guys have heard of tutorial hell. What tutorial hell means is or reading articles, right? And also, in 3 years, I started writing code, 2018. In 3 years, I switched. I did design, I did development, I had a stint in product management. So next slide, please. So this is an image, my first PHP project in 2018. This is me attempting graphic design. If I chase graphic design, I'm not sure say I go get work by now. So this is me in 2019 as a product management intern. the distance where I trekked that time. Thank God. Next slide, please. Yeah, so, and this is me attempting to learn how to code again with Java in 2020. And in those 3 years, there's something I kept doing, which was writing. I was writing non-fiction content. I had a newsletter because I love to write, even though my English is bad, but I was just trying to write. So that led me to get an opportunity as a technical writer for an organization. I was working remotely in London. So, yeah, next slide. So during Oscar, right, during one of the talks, I wasn't really listening to the talk. I can't really remember the exact talk, but the talk was kind of relating to like mentorship and I think it was an outreachly based talk, right? I saw a slide on how to find mentors, and I found this link called tupu.io. I checked it out, then I found Bill Mulligan, and I reached out to him. At DOK Day, Data on Kubernetes Day in KubeCon, I spoke at Ansible Contributors Summit, and I traveled to the US on a KubeCon scholarship, and also traveled to volunteer at Southern California Linux Expo. And I'm currently building a side project which I love. Its name is Everything DevOps. Yeah, so next slide. These are some pictures of me. This is me speaking at DOK Day in KubeCon, and this is me volunteering at Scale in California. Next slide, please. So how to reach out, right? The product management internship was me reaching out, right? So I'm going to start by message, reaching out on Twitter, how to reach out on LinkedIn, and try emailing. So next slide. So your message, please don't send someone a message, someone you don't know, and just say, hey. That's why I highlighted it red. It's a red flag. So don't just say, hey. So this is my message. Back to the other slide. This is my message I sent to Bill, right? So what I like to do is I like to ask the person how they are doing. They might be having a stressful day, right? So how they are doing, then I like talk, right? Like I said, I've always been a writer, so I like to pour my heart out. So this is me pouring out my heart out, telling him what I've been doing, where I'm out, giving background, right? Where I'm out, what I'm currently doing, and what I want to do. So, yeah, then next slide. So the rest is history. So moving to the next slide. So how to reach out. Aside from like crafting your message, right, and being straight to the point, specific, and letting your heart out, there are ways, there are techniques you can apply. And also get them to open their DM, right, if their DM might be closed. So this is me sending a message to Linda. She gave a talk yesterday about switching careers on how to asking questions to get resources about technical writing. Another technique I also do, right, okay, let's say the person's DM is already open and you've sent the message. So what I do is I kind of like tweet at them, right? Hey, I don't know if you have the time, send you a DM, please check when you can.
No more selfies. Volunteers, please let's get people back to their seats. In less than a minute, we're actually going to be shutting the doors. So if you're outside, the people inside will tell you what they learned. Please let's be seated. I don't know if I should kill cow for some people. What should I do, please? Let's be seated. Let's be respectful of other people's time. Because I'm certain there's some people that have one bed to probably go for today. Some people haven't said yes, so wow. Let's have it, let's have it. Please be seated. So we have 2 sessions happening now. Harnessing open source to build internal apps by Confident Okohenu, happening in Mars. And we have another session, Harnessing the Power of Artificial Intelligence in Open Source Cloud Engineering. But before I say the person that is coming on stage soon, I'm sure some of you know. Adora Nwodo, resident troublemaker, my best friend. That I will not accept she's my best friend. An amazing lady doing amazing things. Please join me as I welcome on stage Adora Nwodo. Please put your hands together for her because she's doing amazing stuff. Her selfless service within the community, not just within open source, but within the tech ecosystem in general is amazing. I'm very proud of this babe, this woman. Let me call her a woman because I'm on stage, but I'm very proud of you, my baby girl.
Hey everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I don't like this energy that I'm getting. I don't really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Oscar Fest 2023 again. Please, before I start, can everyone stand up for like 2 seconds and show your appreciation? Because it's not easy to raise money, to bring top speakers all the way from different parts of the world, to do something as amazing as this for 3 days straight. So can we just appreciate them for like a few seconds? Thank you. Thank you. So, I don't know why I'm nervous. It's so interesting. So, my talk today is not a regular technical talk like I always give. It's more like hope speech. It's more like what I would like to see, that although we have the platform for, doesn't necessarily exist yet. So I'm going to be talking about harnessing the power of AI in open source cloud engineering. How many people were at the Canonical talk yesterday? How many people know about cloud engineering? Not so many hands, I see. Okay. So yeah, so let's get right into it. Minutes ago, let's say 20 minutes ago was when I came in here, and I saw the lightning talk on prompt engineering and ChatGPT, and people have also been talking about AI. I know that there were a couple of AI talks yesterday as well, and it's like, what a time to be alive. Actually, in the past 3 years, I remember in 2021, it was more, everybody was shouting blockchain. Everybody wanted to find a way to infuse blockchain into their businesses. Last year, everybody was shouting metaverse. Everybody wanted to find a way to infuse. Everyone is talking about AI. Problems that we have. I wish there were more people here when we're trying to build, optimize our infra, do automation for our tasks, or even integrate security into our processes. There are a lot of problems that we face to copy and paste redundant code because I'm trying to create infra for a serverless application in the first place. I think I want to spend my brain doing more impactful things than that because I've done that like 400 times in my career, and the 401st time doesn't really seem interesting to me anymore. And if we had a way where we could do this less and which of neural networks as opposed to using the human brain to do a bunch of things, is that apart from the fact that it does it faster, it does not give you headache, right? So in that case, AI also helps improve the efficiency of cloud engineers. You can optimize your resource allocation better. You have intelligent workload optimization, and you can automate performance tuning as well. Another thing it improves for you, there's like improve everywhere in this slide, by the way. Another thing it improves for you is scalability and flexibility of your cloud infrastructure. And that's because, like the name implies, AI is artificial intelligence. So you're leveraging intelligent resource provisioning. You can do, I mean, we have auto-scaling today, but imagine having auto-scaling mechanisms that could be more intelligent and more dynamic based on the demand and based on the current state of your infra. It would be like seamless scale-ups, scale-downs, you know, flexibility among different things. And it could also help with like cost optimization. I know a lot of people struggle with, for example, somebody will pay for AWS, forget why they paid, disappear, and somehow the next month they are getting like $500 debit and they're like, excuse me, why? You know, if there was a way that we could intelligently in some way fix this problem, that would be nice. The next thing as well is improved security. AI gives you advanced threat detection and prevention capabilities. And when you integrate AI, you are able to find out potential vulnerabilities and respond to security threats. It also helps in software maintenance, like because you can monitor system behavior and analyze like a bunch of data, you can identify anomalies and potential failures before they happen and be proactive about them. And this thing too can also drive like data-driven insights because AI feeds on data, right? And when you have like a bunch of data as, you know, whatever it is that you are doing in your cloud environment, the data generated can, you know, have potential for insights and can create analytics that you can extract valuable patterns from trends and just know how you can properly do your systems. So now let's talk about 3 C's to consider when integrating AI. The first one is compliance. It's important. Everybody has been talking about how it's very possible to build unethical things with AI, or rather do unethical things with AI, and people have been doing it a lot recently. So you want to factor that into whatever tool or integration you're going to make. The next thing is customization. You want to tailor your AI models and your hyperparameters to meet the specific project requirements that you need. And you also want to, because we always learn, as the AI learns, we learn, everybody learns, and we get better. So you also want to think about continuous monitoring and improvement when you're thinking about things and trying to consider things for like integrating AI. There are emerging trends as well in cloud engineering, basically. So I'm going to talk about just like 3 of them. One of the first trends is AutoML, which helps people and possibly cloud engineers like me leverage AI and build machine learning models, even if we don't have expertise in machine learning. There's also explainable AI models, which provides transparency and interpretability, enabling cloud engineers to understand the decision-making process of the AI systems. And this can be very useful in the context of troubleshooting and debugging, for example, when you start to integrate AI, because you would want to know why the AI did what they did, if that time ever comes. And there's also federated learning, which allows multiple cloud environments, distributed cloud environments, to collaborate and jointly train models while preserving data privacy. So, like I've said, the future of AI and open source engineering can transform the way that we approach cloud engineering today, and I would really like to see that happen. It amplifies capabilities like efficiency, scalability, and intelligent decision making. The 3 C's to think about when you're trying to think about integrating AI into your cloud engineering tool, from my perspective, would be compliance, customization, and continuous monitoring. And if we do this properly, then maybe I should go and find a new job as a travel vlogger, because AI will become the cloud engineer for me and I'll just be getting paid salary for nothing. Thank you all for listening. If you have any questions, please meet me at the back because my time is already spent.
Hi, everyone. Hello. So the host, Karen, is about to give a talk, so I'll just take up hosting for like just 1 second, really, to announce the next few talks, and then after that, she'll be back with Adora to continue hosting. So for the next sessions, we have 2 talks. One titled Intellectual Property Rights and Open Source, the Nitty-Gritty, which is going to be hosted by Karen in Mars. And then the one happening in Earth, which is this hall, is titled Navigating the Tech Job Market Amidst Layoffs. And that's going to be handled by Chisom. So if you want to attend the Intellectual Property Rights and Open Source talk, you have to head over to Mars. But then if you want to attend the Navigating the Tech Job Market Amidst Layoffs, you can just continue sitting down here. All right, so join me in welcoming Chisom, who will be speaking on how to navigate the tech job market amidst layoffs. Please let's clap for her.
Okay. Yes. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Chisom. I'm super excited to be here. But first of all, before I start, I would like to give the Oscar team a big thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand here to speak to you all today. So yeah, the energy in the room, I'm not feeling it. Why? Why is everybody looking so dull? Okay, let me do this thing I learned from Ada. If you can hear me, clap once. That's not enough. If you can hear me, clap once. Clap twice. Clap 3 times. Stomp your feet. Okay, very good. Okay, so how many of us recognize these images on the screen? Okay, so these are job alerts. I'll give a little bit of backstory. I usually post job alerts on Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, this will be so unfamiliar to you. I do this because I think I have a knack for looking for jobs for people. And I look for junior roles, internship roles. I don't look for roles that have like 3+ years of experience, just to bring it to my feed to help people apply easily. And there was a certain moment that I looked for these jobs and I wasn't seeing any jobs. And people were reaching out to me and they were like, Chisom, we've stopped seeing you post job alerts. What happened? And this was literally the explanation. There was a huge pandemic in the tech industry where companies were laying people off. And I have this graph from layoffs.fyi. This is like a subset of companies that laid off their staffs. You can see that there's like thousands of layoffs from different companies. And we're never talking about the startups that didn't make it to Google or didn't make it to the internet. So this was a huge pandemic. And that's what inspired this talk, how to navigate the job market amidst layoffs. As tech professionals, so many things change in our industry. And we need to learn how to be dynamic. We need to learn how to adapt and just make good use of the kind of situation we find ourselves in. So what are the key takeaways we'll be taking away from this talk? The first is, why do layoffs happen? Before we know how to navigate the layoffs in the job market, we need to understand why layoffs happen, the mistakes that you're making while applying for jobs, how you can position yourselves better in the job market, and we're here to celebrate open source. So we're going to see different ways open source can help us. So yeah, a little bit about me. My name is Chisom once again. I was formerly an ex-intern at the Bank of America. I currently work at Microsoft as a software engineer. I'm the author of this very beautiful book, A Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies. And it's a roadmap for landing jobs at international tech companies. I'm also a tech and lifestyle YouTuber. That's me smiling in all my thumbnails. I'm a public speaker. And my non-tech passions, I love cooking. If you know me and you follow me, you see that sometimes I post the food that I cook on Twitter. Okay, so why do layoffs happen? The first is the economy. The economy is a very, very dynamic variable. It changes. It either goes in our favor or it goes the negative route. Second is inflation. But I think the major reason why there was a massive layoffs from ending last year to this year was overhiring. When COVID-19 struck, so many companies went remote, so many businesses went the e-commerce route, and these companies thought it wise to hire more people to fit into the demand of the market. So when these people were hired, they were working, right? And when COVID-19 finished, what happened? Companies needed to resize, companies needed to cut their budget, companies needed to let go of a lot of people. So is that our fault? If you think that's our fault, let me see your hand. Okay, it's definitely not our fault. The answer is no. But how do we navigate? Layoffs are very cold and discouraging. Even though it didn't hit me personally, I know a couple of my friends that the layoffs affected. But before I start, I would like to point out that the job market has always been highly competitive. But thinking about now where there are layoffs is going to be even more competitive. So as you follow me on this journey, try to take notes and try to put your A game in all the points that I mentioned. So the first thing you're going to try to do is evaluate your skill set, reassess the job market and the skills that are currently in demand, conduct an internal audit of what you know and what you don't know so you can identify like the skill gaps that you have. Try to upskill and expand your skill set, build your portfolio with technologies that are trending, and not just technologies that are trending, build your portfolio with technologies that companies are looking to employ people on. And lastly, embrace a growth mindset. If you're in the tech industry and you do not have a growth mindset to learn new things, to learn new technologies, you're going to find it very hard to adapt. So the next thing is considering an industry pivot. Because you have friends working in the tech industry doesn't mean that you must work in the tech industry. There are a lot of industries that are hiring tech professionals. The food industry, they need people to build back-end services for food deliveries. The entertainment industry, they need they need data engineers, they need data analysts to help them analyze data. The media industry, I think one interesting thing was that when I scout for jobs, I see people or companies like Nestle, Sky News, Supersport hire tech professionals. But the funny thing is nobody is looking at that side. People are always fixated on working for a fintech company. So at this period, you're meant to look at other industries to see the opportunities that you can get there as a tech professional. Okay, this beautiful quote by Bill Gates that says, if your business is not on the internet, then your business will be out of business. I might be thinking, oh, Chisom, I don't have a business, I don't have a POS, I'm not selling something on IG, but the fact that you have skill sets means that that is your business. If you're not putting your skill set online, it means that your skill set or whatever that you feel gives value is going to be out of business. So people need to see it. My next point would be building an online presence. I think I'm one person that has knacked or that has gotten some kind of accolades from building an online presence. So this was me on LinkedIn, 2018, 2020. I was always posting about what I learned. I was always posting about my articles. When I launched my app on Play Store, I posted about it. When I finished the course, I posted about it. And you know the funny thing, nobody was liking my posts. Nobody was reposting. Nobody was commenting. But that wasn't the aim I was looking at. What I was looking at was for people to see that I am available and that I exist. Fast forward to 2021, I got a referral. Somebody reached out to me and said, Chisom, I've been seeing everything you've been posting, and I would like to refer you for a role. This is somebody that doesn't even know if I can code, but basically because of the fact that I've shown that I have like the right skill set to work in a company, and I got a referral. I did the interviews, and I'm currently working at that company now. So this is like the best way to build an online presence and benefit from it. So what do people see when they Google you? If you're a front-end engineer and I Google you and I'm not seeing anything related to front-end engineering, you are not building a proper online presence. Try to highlight the accomplishments that demonstrate value. Try to tell people what you're learning. Try to tell people what you're building. Broadcast your career ambitions. If you're looking for an internship role, let people know that you're looking for an internship role. And try to add value through your platforms. Most of you know a lot of technical things, but for the fact that you feel scared that people might not really understand what you're saying, people that hire people for their companies love educators. They love people that can give out knowledge. So try to add value through your platforms as well. Direct networking is also a way that you can navigate. Connect directly with recruiters and don't try to apply the usual way because most of the time your application doesn't really get into the room. Seek for referrals rather than blasting cold emails, and try to make face-to-face connections with people that you can see or you have the opportunity to see physically. Company research. The layoffs are happening. They might be under the carpet now, but I feel like it's something that's still happening. Before you try to apply to a company, make sure that you've done your research on the trajectory of the company, making sure that this company won't go under the carpet really soon. I have friends that have applied to so many companies and they've employed them, and between 2-3 months, they're laying staff off and they get laid off. So do your company research pretty well. So we finished talking about all the juicy stuff. How can open source actually help to accelerate our careers? If you're an active open source contributor, then you should pay really nice attention. So how many of you agree with me on this? Open source contributions equals work experience. Anybody? Okay, some people don't agree with me. So a little bit of backstory. When I was contributing to, during Hacktoberfest, when I was actively contributing to Anita B org, I realized that we're literally doing the same thing as you would do in your normal work day as probably a software engineer. You're getting assigned a task, you're pulling from a main branch, you're adding features, and you're sending back a PR. So I would tell you boldly that open source can equate to work experience. So how do you make your open source contributions shine? First thing is have really lovely conversations with your interviewer on your open source contributions. Describe your project. Don't assume that your interviewer knows the kind of open source project you've contributed to. Next, discuss the technologies that you use. Discuss high impact contributions only. I know you've contributed to a lot of software, but try to pick out the ones that have had a huge impact. Collaboration. How did you handle conflict, if there was any? How did you collaborate with your remote contributors and all that. So company-targeted contributions also help. If you know a company that you want to work for, check if they have an open source database and try to contribute to that as well. And try to connect with people that are also maintaining that open source project. Networking with the community as well is also something. Some open source projects have large organizations behind them that hire developers. If you don't believe me, this is a stat I found from GitLab's open source blog. Almost a third of its 40 first engineers were hired by the people that contributed to the project first. So companies can hire you as an open source contributor. And this is your open source community. It's not so far-fetched. Everybody around you here is an open source community. So today is the last day of the festival. Make good use of this opportunity and network as much as possible. Okay, I don't know if I have time, but let's try a social experiment. If you know that you know 5 people that came for Oscar, you know where they work, you know their names, and you know what they do. Let me see your hands. Okay. You know what they work, you know what they do, and you know their names. Okay, 2 people. Can 2 people come out just? The first 2 people. I don't know if I have time. Okay. So I have 2 books, so I think they will be the ones to get the copies of the book. Okay. 5 people, their name, where they work, what they do. Really quick.
Adora.
Okay.
Paloma Tendal.
Okay. How do I confirm? Okay.
Dembami.
Okay.
Fatima Hassan.
Okay. That's cool. Okay, next person. Okay.
I mentioned Adora.
Really quick. Okay. Okay. Where does he work? Okay.
Then there is Ayo.
Uh-huh.
Ayo.
Okay, how many did you mention? 4 or 5?
Ada Google.
Okay, it's fine. Please meet me after the event. Thank you. Okay, so where do we go from here? In everything you do, try to stand out, try to be unique. Whatever you're building, try to do it well. Leverage the perks of the community. The community has a lot of value, so try to be active in any community that you find yourself. Push yourself to build and collaborate with others. Learning alone is sometimes not really nice. And lastly, focus on becoming better each day. So I'm going to end with this lovely quote by Bruce Lee, and I'd like each and every one of us to say it at the same time. 1, 2, ready, go. Again. Nice, nice. So whatever you want to see yourself doing tomorrow, you have to put in the work today. Thank you. My laptop, okay. Hey. Did I use so much time?
Thank you so much, Chisom. That was really awesome. So I'm going to call up our next speaker now. And how many people know what developer relations is? How many people know what Devrel is? Okay, I think this is the audience for the talk. So I'm going to be calling Edith Young right now to come to talk to us about kickstarting a career in developer relations.
So if I, okay, click, and that should be fine. How do I make it sure? Okay. And then down. All right, cool. Hi, everyone. Hello. Cool. Welcome to my talk on how to kickstart a career in developer relations. Stuff is weird. All right, so with the rise of communities in the ecosystem, more and more companies have begun to understand the importance of communities and having a developer relations team, right? They can see how valuable this developer relations team can be to the company. And because more companies are looking for people in that ecosystem, it means that there's also a rise or a need for developer advocates, community managers, and other members of developer relations team. However, there are still some people who do not know what developer relations mean or how to even start a career in it. So, in this talk, I'm going to help you understand what developer relations is and share some tips on how to actually start a career as someone who works in the developer relations team. All right. Oh, shit, stuff is moving too fast. My name is Edidi Ongasikpo. It can be quite hard to pronounce if you're not from Akwa Ibom. So I often go by Edidi, which is a short form of Edidio. But if you can pronounce Edidio, I actually prefer that because, I mean, that's the name my parents gave to me. I currently work as a senior developer advocate at Ambassador Labs. You would oftentimes find me writing, building, or sharing knowledge with people in the developer community. So, this stuff keeps chill. All right, so there is this misconception, right, where people believe that developer relations is developer advocacy, or they just like kind of confuse it between each other. So I figured that would be like a good place to start from. So let's assume that this talk was titled Kickstarting a Career in Software Engineering, and you went back home, implemented the feedback that I shared, and eventually started your career in engineering. What would you classify yourself as? Would you classify yourself as a software engineering or a software engineer? I can't hear you. Awesome. So that's what developer relations is as well. Like it's similar to that. So it's not necessarily a role. It's more of a like a department or a term you use for different teams or different roles that can fall under developer relations. For instance, a typical developer relations team would have developer advocates, software engineers, technical writers, community managers, or even a marketing team, for instance. But people don't know this, right? Or, like I said, people always make this confusion. So you would hear somebody say, oh, I work as a developer relations in, let's say, in company Yellow, for instance, which is technically not correct because you are not the entire team. I know that some companies probably have just one person who is in that team, right? But then the actual or the correct way to say would be that you work as a developer advocate in the developer relations team at a certain company. Does that make sense? All right, so for instance, I work as a senior developer advocate in the developer relations team at Ambassador Labs. That's how you typically say it. So, like I mentioned, there are several teams or several roles that could play a part in the developer relations team. Software engineers, technical writers. And so imagine if you're a software engineer in the developer relations team, you'll pretty much be doing the same thing you do as a core software engineer, but this time it will be based towards the goals of a developer relations team, which I would explain later. And this also applies to being a technical writer, a community manager, or being a marketer as well. And because we've had several talks like yesterday and today, focused on software engineering, community management, technical writing, there's really not been a talk focused on developer advocacy. And because I have just 15 minutes to give this talk, I figured I would focus on developer advocates, right? So, like I mentioned, developer relations does not equal developer advocacy or being a developer advocate. So now I'm going to explain how you can actually become a developer advocate. So first of all, what does it mean to be a developer advocate? Just like people confuse developer relations and developer advocacy, there's also no like one defined way to explain what being a developer advocate is. Several people and several companies define it in several ways. However, what these definitions always have is these three things: creating, community, and company. And I like to think of these as the 3 C's of developer advocacy. So typically, a developer advocate would be tasked with doing things like creating awareness about the company's product in the community. Sometimes it's not even just about the company's product. It could be just creating some content around like maybe JavaScript, Kubernetes, whatever platform they are using, it must not always be tied to your company's product, right? And they would do this through blog posts, videos, like posting on Twitter, posting on like LinkedIn, TikTok now. We now have TikTok. So any of the social media platforms that you typically use. And then the other one is fostering a smooth experience between community members and the company. So that means people who are using your company's product, yeah, hosting demos, speaking with software engineers to let them know, hey, this is how to use this particular tool, or maybe they have like an issue, right, trying to understand how to implement something, right? So for instance, I work at a cloud-native company which is more focused on Kubernetes, and sometimes people would have issues with implementing the company's product. So as a developer advocate, what I would do there is get on a call with that person, understand what's going on with them, figure out how to solve the problem for them, and eventually get them to like reach a point where the issue is solved. And then finally is serving as a middleman between the company and the community. So let's assume people are complaining or maybe yabbing the company on Twitter, for instance. So your role as a developer advocate here would be to go back to the company and say, hey, people are complaining about this or people need this certain solution. Sometimes it could be one-on-one conversations with people, right? So when I used to work at Hashnode, there were like so many, Nigerians who used Hashnode as well. So people would often reach out to me like DMs, Didi, something is down. And then what I would do in that point is go to the engineering team and let them know that something is wrong. So you're pretty much serving as a middleman between people who use your company's products and the company. So like I said, you can see that I tried to make those 3 C's bold: creating, community, and company. People would define developer advocacy in several ways, but you'd often find that they're always integrated into these 3 things. So pretty much you can say that the role of a developer advocate is to help developers to successfully use a platform or technology, which in this case could be your company's product. All right, so how can you actually become a developer advocate? The first thing would be for you to gain technical knowledge. There is this misconception, I've seen so many tweets about it, of people thinking that developer advocates don't know how to code, which is absolutely not true. Like, I've seen so many tweets and I just like, oh, okay. So have you ever had a conversation with somebody about tech? Like, if you have, carry up your hand. All right, cool, awesome. So when you have these conversations, let's say you're talking about Kubernetes or Flutter, whatever technology that you know, right? You can oftentimes tell, or rather, no. Can you, 1 second. So when you have this conversation with the person, right, you can tell whether the person is technically sound or not, right? Can you? Awesome. So it means that you can tell, oh, this person is, this person don't know anything they talk, or, okay, this person is savvy, something like that. And like I mentioned earlier, developer advocates have to speak with other software engineers of like certain companies using their products. So do you believe that somebody who is not technically sound enough would be able to convince another engineer to use a product or help them solve that problem? Did you get my question? So do you believe that? Exactly. So it means that in order for you to be able to do your job the way you're supposed to, you need to be technically sound. So are you a developer advocate in a DevOps company? You need to know how to do DevOps. Are you a developer advocate in like a company that uses JavaScript? You need to understand how to code with JavaScript because you need to be able to speak with other developers who understand these concepts as well. And this comes in very handy when developer advocates want to create like technical articles, work on videos, speak at events, right? Like sometimes I speak at events about my company's product. Imagine speaking to like, let's say I'm in a Kubernetes workshop, right? And everybody here all understands Kubernetes. And then I come to speak Kubernetes, but I don't know anything about it. Or someone asks me a question and I'm just completely dumb. You're not just embarrassing yourself, but also the company as well, right? Because people will be able to tell that you don't know what you're talking about, and that's not good for anybody. So developer advocates have to be technically sound. The other thing is, trying to share knowledge as well, right? And sharing knowledge could often be writing articles, creating videos, posting on social media, or responding to questions that's being asked in the community. I know that people are often always like saying, oh, I can't share knowledge because I don't really know anything. But how I like to think about it is, imagine if you've been in tech for like, let's say 1 month, or let's say 3 months, to be honest. There's someone who has just been in tech for like 1 week, right? And the knowledge that you've acquired in that 3 months is going to be beneficial to that person. So even if you think you don't know enough, trust me, you know something that could be helpful to somebody else. And then another way I like to think about it is everybody has a unique voice, right? The way I explain something to you is different from how someone else will explain it to you. So the way you explain might actually click to somebody else, right? Let's imagine that there are 100 people in the world, and you and I are the 2 people who know JavaScript. I can write this article, and only 50 people out of these 100 people in the world would understand it. But the other 50 are like, what the hell is this girl saying? And then you now write your own article, and these other 50 people understand it. So it's not like I didn't explain the stuff correctly. It's just that the way I explain things did not click to them, but the way you explain just clicked to them. So don't be scared to share knowledge, regardless of how you feel about your capacity. And then the third one is being active in the developer community. So most of the developer advocates I know now are people who were leading GDGs, DevC, when DevC used to be, used to be alive, speaking at events, helping out with like Oscar Fest, stuff like this. So when you're active in the developer community, it means that people get to know you for being someone who is knowledgeable about a particular subject matter. So let's say you're always giving talks about JavaScript, and then an opportunity comes up, I already think, okay, hey, I know this person who is into JavaScript. If there's another opportunity with like DevOps, I know Adora is into DevOps. Like she's the one that's going to come into my head at first because she's active in the developer community and talks about these things. And then the final one is you have to keep learning. So there's a friend of mine that shared a tweet one time saying, does being in tech mean you have to learn all the time? And I was like, yep, that's exactly what it means. You have to be learning half of the time. And I mean, I know that there are people who enjoy learning, and then there are other people like me who just do it because we have to. But you often have to keep learning. And this is because developer advocates have to create content. Sometimes you could be creating content for something you've not used before, so you have to learn it on scratch. Or you could be collaborating with like other developer advocates from another company. So you have to get up to speed as quickly as possible. So we've talked about what Devrel is, gone further to developer advocacy, shared how to get started, and then the final session is benefits of being a developer advocate. So the first one is sharing knowledge, right? You realize that whenever you write an article, is anybody that writes articles here? Can I see your hand? All right, awesome. So before you start writing an article and after you start writing it, do you notice that your knowledge of that particular subject matter improves? Exactly. So when you're a developer advocate, you're oftentimes sharing knowledge. So it means the more knowledge you share, the more educated you become about that subject matter. So it's like a win-win for the readers and also for you as well. And then the second one is that people get to know you in the field as someone who is knowledgeable about that subject matter. Do I need someone who knows Kubernetes? I'm probably going to Obi now. Do I need someone who is like into JavaScript? I know who I can think of. Do I need someone who is into technical writing? I know who I can think of because I've seen them being active in the developer community or they're developer advocates for one company or the other. And then the third one is that you get to meet so many people. So like, for instance, when you're a developer advocate, you oftentimes have to travel to several like countries or states, for instance, and you get to meet several people that you've like known on Twitter or you've met like somewhere else online. So you get the opportunity to build those relationships, see people in person, and have a great time, to be honest. And then the other one is you get to travel around the world, all expense paid. Like, I can't count how many countries I've traveled to, and then my company has to pay for it. Of course, I'm speaking about the company's products. Let's say I'm going to Spain to speak at KubeCon. I finished speaking, but it means I'll still tour Spain now. I'll still say, Didi has gone to Spain. I'll still have like free hotel, like free food and all of those stuff. So fine, you get to do stuff for the company, but then you also get to benefit from it as well. And then finally, you build a brand for yourself. So even if you're talking about, let's say, Hashnode or Ambassador Lab, you're talking about whatever, people get to know you through that company. So even when you leave the company, the brand you have for yourself does not go up. People still know that, oh, this person works at that company, or this person is knowledgeable about a particular thing. So in conclusion, being a developer advocate is really incredible. I made this tweet sometime last year, but you get to code, write, speak, meet fantastic people, travel, and learn in the process. And like I mentioned, this is not just about being a developer advocate. You could still be a software engineer, community manager, or technical writer that works in the developer relations team. But as a developer advocate, you oftentimes have to mix all of these things, which could be coding, writing, speaking, meeting people, etc. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Didi.
Thank you very much, Didi, for that presentation. And it's funny, when she was talking about writing articles, I remembered something that happened to me in 2018. I used to be an Android developer. I wrote an article about something Android related. And the next year, I was trying to solve that problem, Googled the problem, and my article was the article that I used to solve my problem. So it's quite interesting, you know, that happens, like, it's beneficial to everyone, and sometimes you might even be the person on the receiving end. So yeah, Karen has an announcement to make before we announce the next
Yes. Okay, so I just got a new card. It turns out I'm supposed to be going on a shopping spree after today's session. Thank you so much to the person who dropped this.
Please
This
come
is
and
your
meet
card.
us.
Come and take
If you're
it.
looking for your card, please come and meet us and tell us your PIN so that we can spend your money.
Or you can give me the pin. I would really appreciate it.
Thank you. I also want to quickly say that if you would like to get any of my books, I have a bunch of copies of my books here, the first one and the second one. Like I said yesterday, I say all the time, please help Oscar Fest 23 trend on Twitter. That's all we need you to do. Post 5 million tweets in 2 seconds. Use the hashtag. One of those tweets could be you talking about what you learned during my session and the book you want. But make sure you tag the Oscar Fest handle and you use the hashtag. The important things I need you to talk about, what you learned during my session and the book you want. Using the hashtag is very important so that we can get Oscar Fest to trend. So I'm going to be introducing, okay, he's coming. I'm going to be introducing the next speaker now. And I think this is a very, very, very important talk that everyone should listen and pay attention to. He's also a very, very, very amazing speaker, so you learn a lot from this conversation. And I mean, I've tweeted something about it in the past, so I was like, EMEA, but the A is silent. Why don't they hire Africans? So today, wait, what?
Also happening in Mars is the Oscar Fest 23 Hackathon We Acceler. If you're interested in this, it's happening in the other hall in Mars.
Oh yeah, okay, so I got so excited. There's a concurrent session happening in Mars, and it's the Acceler session. So if you are interested in that, please head over to Mars. And the session that we're going to be having here, I'm calling the speaker up onto the stage now. The session is titled, Why the A in EMEA is Silent and What We Can Do About It. Please, a round of applause for Anyedi.
Keep clapping.
Please keep clapping.
You're not clapping enough. If not, he will not come on stage, yo.
Anyedi, you know how you do this thing where you always introduce me for talks and you embarrass me by reading my bio. I'm a good girl, so I'm not going to embarrass you today.
Are you sure we shouldn't embarrass him together? Because I'm down for it.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, Anyedi.
All right. It had to happen. Can you hear me? All right. I'm kind of a bit unsettled, but also very excited to be back here in Lagos, in Nigeria, on the stage of Oscar Fest. My last Oscar Fest talk, I think, was in 2020, and then there was the pandemic in 2021, and in 2022, I submitted a call for papers. I was told it wasn't good enough, so I had to go back and do my homework. First of all, this means a lot to me, right? For those of you who know, I used to lead developer relations at Google across sub-Saharan Africa. That is everything minus North Africa. I actually don't like the word sub-Saharan Africa because I think it is wrong to describe a location, a geography, a people based on the fact that it's related to a desert. And because the sub-Saharan Africa description comes with a lot of connotations that are generally negative, right? It's not like it's a fantastic desert where you do rallies and stuff like that. People die in that desert. People try to cross the desert. So when you hear SSA and sub-Saharan Africa, it kind of puts you in a bad mood and sets things the wrong way. About 9 months ago, I moved over to the US to lead developer relations for Google for our North America community programs. That's the Google Developer Groups and the Google Developer Experts program. And I think the reality of making that step, almost like being a reverse expatriate, coming from Africa to go lead developer relations or to go co-lead developer relations in the US, really got me thinking a lot about how far we have come as developers, as Africans, as individuals, and I'm humbled to be able to come back here and say that my name is Anyedi, and I co-lead developer relations for Google in the US and Canada. So my talk today is something that has come up a lot. You've experienced it one way or the other. You may not know. Some of us have experienced it in very deeply and very painful ways. The consequence of being the A in EMEA. It is tough, and it's very painful. I'm going to add just one more thing that is not in my slides to my experience over the last 12 hours. 12 hours ago, I lost my passport. I lost my Nigerian passport, and it has my US visa, my authorization to work in the US, the only way I can go back to the US next week. It has my UK visa. So literally, I'm stuck here. And by the way, if you see my passport anywhere, it got lost somewhere between the airports in Abuja and this venue yesterday at about 4 p.m. when I realized it was missing. Please just give it to anyone and then hand it over back to me. And why do I say this is such a big deal? Because in some countries, you lose your passport, you send a mail in the post, they send you another one. You lose your passport, you don't need a visa to go to 98 or 99% of the countries in the world. You get a new passport or even probably an ID card and you can travel. A lost passport in Nigeria means a whole lot. And with all the kind of visas that I have, that lost passport is not a joke. And it's part of the A in EMEA or EMEA. So what is EMEA? What's this about? If you've not worked in very corporate sectors or some big organizations, it's mostly a sales-driven term that stands for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And then what then tends to happen is you will hear, this job is open to people in EMEA. This company has their headquarters for EMEA in this location. This company has XYZ role for country manager, regional manager, or developer advocate for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And many of us in this room, extremely many of some of the so-called rock stars, the best of us, if you want to be as modest but also as honest as possible, have applied to these EMEA jobs. Sometimes we're just turned down when they realize you have a green or some silly passport. Or you go through all the stages, smash all the technical interviews, all the soft skill interviews, and then at the last stage, they don't give you the job. And it can be very painful, but I want to play devil's advocate a little bit. Sometimes it's not their fault, right? We get very hot, we go on Twitter, we rant, Adora has ranted, Shady has ranted, everyone, almost everyone, we've all ranted about this being treated as an African in the developer community, and we can do a lot more than that. What more can we do? We can rant more, we can scream more, we can tweet more, we can abuse everybody, from the outgoing president to the forthcoming, I don't know. We can abuse everyone about the situation. I promise not to crack any political jokes. But then, what does this EMEA really mean? Can I get this to click? So it kind of looks a little like this. So generally, it's a bunch of countries in Africa, Europe, Middle East. So from a political point of view, you have all these countries with their different identities, different flags, and once you just Google EMEA, switch to images, you see a lot of views about EMEA. What does this mean to you? For those in Africa, a continent that has probably 1 billion people or more, there's a number of people here who can't travel outside Africa even when they have genuine reasons. Sometimes they can't travel within Africa even when they have genuine reasons. In the US, I've been doing my job for the last 9 months. With a US visa, I can go from California to Atlanta to New York to Miami, different communities, different cities, doing what I'm paid to do with ease, covering a large population of 300 million people who relatively are not the poverty capital of the world. They do have poor people, but they have a lot of very rich people. So if you build a product and it's a paid product and it's $7.99 for subscription or it's $10 for subscription, they're going to pay for it. Recently, I heard some statistics that there are less than 1 million iPhones on the MTN network in Nigeria. Just 1 million. What is 1 million iPhones? And probably 80% of them are second-hand phones. So when you look at the purchasing power of somebody who builds an iOS app targeting Nigeria, your customer base is 200,000 people. The company I work for has 9 products that has 1 billion users or more. And we have 3 products that have more than 2.5 billion monthly active users. So when you start building a product, or you start thinking of building the next Google, or the next Facebook, or Netflix, or whatever your product is, if your addressable market is 200,000, no one's going to look at you. I'm sorry. You're few, and you're poor. So if I release a product, and to get it launched in Africa, I have to talk to 54 governments, 54 central banks, 54 communication commissions, 54 regulators, 54 privacy data protection regulations just to release a product to your country. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. What does this also look like? I mean, from a geographic point of view, it sort of looks like this. So cut out the rest of the world. You know, this is Africa. I mean, the world maps, there's a lot of stories about world maps. It doesn't really show. Some people say it was rigged. But there's really 1 billion people in here, and then that whole big thing, I think, is probably Russia, and then the rest of Europe, Middle East, and then this is Western Europe right here. And, you know, the so-called EMEA, when jobs, opportunities, events, conferences like this happen, sometimes the Africa is ignored. Something is done somewhere else. It's even called the Africa Forum, and it's holding in France. Afrotech Summit, it's holding in Belgium. The Africa What is holding in the US. So in many ways, people talk about EMEA, covering EMEA, targeting EMEA, opening up opportunities for people in EMEA, but Africa is not on the map. I was at a conference very recently, and something struck me. I actually got a t-shirt, but I didn't wear it. And it said, if you are not on the table, you're most likely on the menu. Right? Many of you have heard things, and they make this reference to our company. If you don't pay for the product, you are probably the product. You've heard that before. How many of you have heard that before? Yeah, so this one struck me. If you're not on the negotiating table, if you're not on the decision table, I promise you, you're on the menu. And that's not a very fantastic place to be. So why does this hurt? And what's the other side of this story? Let's look at the next slide. How many have seen this image before? It's some world map image, taking a picture at night, looking over the world. I mean, there's different time zones, but then when they say the dark continent, sometimes it connotes your skin color, but sometimes you don't have light. You jump on a Zoom call, I'm sorry, my connection is down. They give you task, I cannot push to production. It frustrates your teammates. And the reason why you are nice about it right now is because you're the one suffering that. If you are the one on the other side, you get lights. You know? But this is what it looks like when you look God view. Now, no get lights. Why should they hire you? You're going to come with all sorts of excuses, all sorts of everything. So sometimes, this is the story. The silent A in EMEA comes in this ways. Job offers, you don't get them. Conferences and conference invitations, they don't invite you. Product launches, they say this product is not launching in Africa. This, you can't make a payment. And I'm sure if I went around the room, everybody has one A in EMEA story that you can relate with. So I'm not here just to rant and complain about tell you what's going wrong. I'm going to give you 2 examples, probably 3 examples of what you can do about the silent A in EMEA, and that's it. I'm done. So the first one is, all right, so this is frozen. All right, let me go back. This is the A in EMEA. When it comes to infrastructure, yes, conference infrastructure. Do you know what they did to put this place to make it look like this? I don't know what to do right now. So let me just, it has moved on my laptop. It's not moving on the screen. I'm sorry about this. Can we go to the backup? All right. So one of them is you can just be audacious. You can start a revolution as an individual. You can see something that is being done somewhere, come back to your country, or you don't even have to go and come back, and start up an organization like Co-Creation Hub in Nigeria, and be practically responsible for 80% of the prosperity that has come out of the Nigerian tech ecosystem. If Bosun didn't do Co-Creation Hub, we would still be paying probably 150K to connect to InterSwitch WebPay. No shades, InterSwitch, but you shouldn't have been charging us that kind of money. Co-Creation Hub has even gone on to acquire other companies like, or other organizations like iHub, which was one of the pioneers, right? So you could start up something like this. You could invent M-Pesa. You could start up Ushahidi. There are great examples of fantastic software companies or organizations that have changed the world, started in Africa. Basically, in the words of Unico developer Prosper, another day, another opportunity to be world class. You need to get so good that it doesn't matter whether there's an A in EMEA and whether it's silent. Because when you make a mark, they won't ignore you. Period. So if you want to rant, rant. If you want to tweet, tweet. I will tweet. But you have to make that change by giving 0 flicks about what anybody says about you or the color of your skin, and do it big. Next slide. So this isn't loaded. Second one is, the world has changed. And we're in the internet money era. Whether you like crypto or not, Bitcoin or not, there is a Nigerian who is a core contributor to Bitcoin. And was recently appointed into the, I think, the board of Twitter's crypto thingy. You can sit here and be so good that it doesn't matter whether you are in Johannesburg, Lagos, Ikot-Ekpene, Cape Town. You can do this. It has to be done. If not, no one is going to care about you. And then finally is what we're doing here today. Next slide. Oscar Fest. If a bunch of, I don't know, crazy people, silly people, people who just dreamt that they could do it, didn't stand up and decide to put together an open source conference for Africa in Africa, Angie won't be here. All the folks who have come to Oscar Fest, all of you won't be here. I won't be here. But you have to put your ecosystem and your continent on the map. So next slide, shout out to the organizers of Open Source Community Africa, Oscar Fest, because what you're doing is you're fixing the impressions about the A in EMEA by doing this. This picture is extremely powerful and will unlock doors, sponsorship, resources, jobs, opportunities for everyone in this room and for thousands, millions of people outside this room. So my charge to you is found a unicorn out of Africa. Contribute to Bitcoin or something similar. But just go ahead, start up a meetup, or launch an audacious conference like Oscar Fest. Thank you very much.
Chaniadi. You know, one thing that Aniedi actually said that I resonate with is, when he said, right now, because we're the ones in this, experiencing this issue, we're very understanding of it. But if tables were turned, we wouldn't really be understanding of it, and that's actually true. The moment you have like a little glitch, especially when you're probably like trying to present something, you know how frustrated you get. So imagine how the other guys on the other end feel when it's a constant thing. It's always happening. Electricity, internet, this one, that one. Thank you so much, Aniedi.
Thank you so much, Aniedi, for your talk. I mean, the 3 takeaways: be audacious,
exactly.
Contribute to things, and Oscar Fest, community, generally, those things, they unlock doors. And he's not the only one that has said something about audacity before. If I said this audacity thing now, please, I don't want to trend on social media. I'm begging you in the name of God. I'm not the one that said it. So there was a Twitter space a while ago where one of my mentors and some other people were on the space and they were asking questions. And they were asking questions about, what can you do? Things like this, similar situations. And they said that you should have the audacity of a Yoruba married man. So I've come here to tell you today that that audacity, I don't know where they get it from, but it's very important. And you should be very audacious in all the things that you do, like a Yoruba married man, or even better than a Yoruba married man. But yeah.
And you don't want to trend. You still alive.
I'm not the one that said it. So if you say this thing on the internet, I will tag the real owner of the quote. Anyways, our next session.
One last thing. When you find yourself in a particular place, always do well to represent. You're representing yourself and the entire continent. It's always important to remember that.
True.
So, join me as we welcome on stage Prosper Otemuyiwa.
Okay, so now she's doing the same thing I did before, forgetting that we have a talk in Mars. So there is an ongoing talk in Mars. If you'd like to attend this talk, the title is Education for the Future, and it is being delivered by Rachel Onoja of Alt School. Please go over to Mars. But if you'd like to stay here for the talk titled Battle Ready Contributions, and it's going to be delivered by Prosper Otemuyiwa, please remain here on Earth. Actually, Karen, I'm sorry to put you on the spot right now, but I want to ask you a question as we wait for our next speaker. See the way you're looking at me, you'll be all right.
I hate
I mean, Aniedi just finished. Okay, he's here. Fantastic. He didn't wear agbada today. Wow. Okay, so everyone, please join me in welcoming Prosper Otemuyiwa.
He said you're
Prosper, where is your agbada?
married man.
He's missing the...
No, you're...
What's the problem? No, but it's a good thing.
Thank you, Adora. Adora just shaded me now. She said the audacity of a Yoruba married man. I'm Yoruba and I'm a married man. All right, guys. I'm really excited to be here today. I gave a talk yesterday, and it was a workshop. How many of you were here yesterday for the workshop? Nice. Did you like it? Was it great? All right. So today's talk will be like a continuation of yesterday's talk, but no workshop, no code. We're going to be talking about, just give me a second. Okay. So I don't know if this internet issues.
right. Okay. So just a brief introduction about myself. My name is Prosper Otemuyiwa. I co-founded a community called Follow Africa so many years ago. About 8 years, 9, 10 years ago. And I also co-founded a company called Eden Life. Yesterday, some of you ate here. That food that you ate was from Eden. Today, some of you are going to eat again, and it will be from Eden. So if you like it, please give a shout out on social media, and also download the app. I'm also a co-contributor to an open source project called Novu, which I'm also going to be talking about today. And I'm a startup investor, so I've been privileged to invest in over 20 companies so far, and still counting. So if you have a startup, you can come around, talk to me, and we can take it from there. I'm also a PHP and a Laravel diehard fan. So for some of you that already know me, I like PHP so much. I love Laravel. And I will defend PHP and Laravel anytime, anywhere, any day, right? And lastly, I'm an open source evangelist. So I've been doing open source for how many years now? Let's say 10 years. I've been doing open source since 2015, 2015, 2016. So the title of today's talk is called, I don't know why this is slow, Battle Ready Contributions. When I was choosing this talk, and I gave the organizers, it was really funny because it's like, what do you mean by battle-ready contribution, right? But what we are going to talk about right now is an approach, a different approach to doing open source. And this approach is called the military approach. Are you following? The military approach to open source. I wish this was fast. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the clicker. Should show the slides. Yeah, so yesterday this was very smooth. I don't know what's happening. So give me a second. Yeah.
I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Okay, it would be really nice if you guys saw the slides. So, anyways, so like I said, today we are going to be talking about the military approach to open source, and I wanted to talk about just 4 qualities or 4 things I think I need you to be aware of for you to use the military approach to contributing to open source. So number 1 is lock. Number 2 is eliminate doubt. Number 3 is embrace courage. And number 4 is endurance training. And I'm going to be giving some examples.
I'll be right.
Okay, so these are the 4 things I want to talk about, right? Number 1 is lock. Number 2 is eliminating doubt. Number 3 is embrace courage. And number 4 is endurance training. So we are going to start with number 1, which is luck. And I'm just going to give you a story, a short story of something that happened earlier this year. I know I gave a talk, in the first Oscar, I gave a talk in the second one, and I like giving stories so that you can understand me better. So earlier this year, Happy New Year, everything was going great. I got an email, somebody shot me this email, very lovely email. I don't know if you can see what the content of that email, but what the email was just basically saying is that, hey, I've seen one of your articles, 15 developer tools to make you super productive. It's one of the articles I wrote on DevTool, and I tweeted about it, and people really liked the article. Like, it just blew up, right? And this person sent me an email, just randomly. I don't know this person from space, from anywhere. I got the email, and what this email is just trying to say is that, hey, I like the way you write, and I want you to write for us, right? And I saw Novo. So it piqued my interest, I get emails every day, different type of emails, and I'm just like, no, I'm going to attend to this. What is Novo? So I did my research, I Googled, I checked their repository, I checked the website, and I sent back an email. Now, we are going to the next point, which is to eliminate doubt. So I replied to this person, hoping I would get an email back, right? So the next day, I checked my inbox. I did not see any email. I waited for 2 days, no email. I waited for 1 week, no email. And you know what happens next? Your mind's like, share this guy, the wine mini. You sent me an email. I replied you almost 10 minutes after you sent me that email, and I've not gotten anything back. What's happening? Was it a spam? Are they playing with me? Are they trying to see my reaction? And then, how many of you have gone through the stage of when you are being very curious about something? Something has piqued your interest, you are ready. And then, I'm sure many of you get this when you apply for jobs. It's like, oh my God, I really want to work at this company. And, you apply, and then nobody's saying anything. So, I was like, what should I do next? Right? I've sent this person an email. Nothing, no response. I said, you know what? I'm just going to stalk this person that sent me an email. As with all of us here, all of us are stalkers, right? I went to find his email. I researched about him. I went to find their handbook. I searched for the people in that company. And you will not believe what I did next. I don't know why this thing is slow. I really need it to be fast because it's easier for you to follow through the slides. So, this is a very popular tweet from somebody that some of you know already, Imade on Twitter. I saw this tweet the other day, and then, I said I was going to add it to my talk. What does it say? It says, regret for something you did fades with time, but regret for something you never let yourself do is inconsolable, right? So, there were 2 options I had. After I have replied this email, should I let it go, or should I take the next step? And I took the next step. Remember, follow me. I've replied the email, nobody has, responded, nobody has sent me anything, and I'm just here chilling. So I'm like, what's the next thing I can do? So I went ahead and started building, right? I searched their repositories. I saw that they had like a Node SDK. They had an Elixir SDK. They had a Rust SDK. And of course, I do PHP, I do Laravel. I saw their API reference. I saw their docs. I'm like, this thing can be better. There's no PHP SDK too as well. So I went ahead and I created a PHP SDK. I've created so many PHP packages over time that, it's like second nature to me. So I created, right? So after I created it, as always, like I always do, I wrote about it, I tweeted about it, and I did not stop there. I sent an email back to that person that sent me the original email. Now, at this point, you might say it's spamming, but I don't care. I really wanted to contribute to that project. So I sent it to that person, and then I did not send it to that person alone. I looked for the CTO, a very major contributor at Novo, And I emailed him, right, and sent him the SDK. And then I sent him some other things too, something wrong with the documentation. I was like, okay, there's an API reference here, and there is a normal doc. I can improve on this. So I sent him all of that, and then I got an email almost immediately. And I'm like, now we are talking. So this takes me to the next point. So the next point is endurance training, right? Now I've created the SDK. I've talked to some of the contributors at Novu. What should I do next, right? So I started contributing to the documentation. I contributed to the API reference doc. I contributed to the platform docs. I started writing some of them, started making it better. And I did not stop there. I know PHP and Laravel a lot, but then, of course, I've used some other backend languages before. I know some contributors, I know some Ruby folks, I know some Go folks, I know some people that do .NET and the rest. So I continued. I joined the Discord channel, and I was like, okay, I can help with some of the other SDKs here, because if you have a Node SDK, you have a PHP SDK, you have about 3 to 4 SDKs, there can be more. So I went out of my comfort zone. My comfort zone is just doing my own part and writing my article. And I collaborated with different engineers that I know. And some of the ones I just randomly saw on Discord. And I was like, hey, will you be willing to write a .NET SDK? Don't worry about it if you've not written anyone before. I'm going to guide you. We're just going to go ahead and we're going to do it together. I'm not a .NET person. I've probably written .NET just once in my life. Also, we did the same thing with Ruby. I've written Ruby, I did Ruby for like a year. So I really don't know many of those technologies, but I collaborated with the folks that I saw to build the SDKs for Novu, right? So we went from having 3 SDKs to having about 7 to 8 SDKs within 3 months. And I was coordinating all of that because I wanted to really just contribute more and make an impact there. So talking about endurance training in today's talk, it just simply means you are going to go out of your comfort zone and do things that you have not done before and do them repeatedly, right? The other day I was listening to something and somebody said, if you want to get fit, you don't just go to the gym and do it one day, right? That's not how you get fit. You go to the gym. What makes you fit is when you come back the next day and come back the next day and keep going, right? And that's an example of endurance training. Because when you go every day and you do everything that you're supposed to do there, you build a muscle for these things that become second nature to you, and it takes you places. I saw this tweet some days ago about Kelvin. He's here in this talk. I'm sure he's listening to this talk now. And he became talking about how he became the lead maintainer of sales. And I know I've been talking to him for so many years now. I know he loves to use sales a lot. I know he has been contributing. And when I saw this, I was not surprised. I was really not surprised because he has been doing this over and over and over. He has been doing it for years. He has been doing it for months, right? So when he finally became the lead maintainer of sales, it was not a surprise to me because I'm just like, my time is up. Wow, that was very fast. Anyways, I was not surprised, right? Because I was just like, you know what? This is exactly what it's meant to be because you have been doing this over time. You have been giving all your energy to it. And, at the end of the day, this is what comes out of it. So just 2 more minutes and I'll be done. I just want to simply introduce Novu to you guys. And for some of you that are trying to make contributions and you don't know where to start from, Novu is a very good project for you to start from, right? Novu is an open source package that allows you to do anything that you need to do with notifications. Look at it as a gateway to multiple notifications. So if you're talking about email notifications, SMS, in-app, push, Novu is the gateway that brings all of this together, right? And then when it brings everything together, all you need to do to integrate in your code base is just integrate the Novu code. Once you integrate the Novu code, you don't have to worry about adding multiple providers. Now, Novu is very open source. Like, nobody's paying for anything. It's very free of charge. When you go to the repo, there are so many ways to contribute. And I'm just going to quickly highlight that before they drag me off the stage, right? So, number one, you can contribute from the docs. The docs needs a lot of improvements right now, right? There are still many things that need to be added. So feel free to contribute from the docs. And again, I'm always around. I'm always on Twitter. I also contribute, so you can feel free to tag me on GitHub if you need any help doing that. Then secondly, the SDKs. Right now, like I told you, the SDKs are still pretty new, so we need a lot of helping hands contributing to those SDKs. There is virtually an SDK in every language. So any language that you're comfortable with contributing to, please come and submit issues, open PRs here, and contribute. And then finally, another way you can contribute to is to add a channel provider, right? So I talked about having multiple email providers. You can use connected to Novu. We have Amazon SCS, we have Twilio, we have Mandrill, we have Mailgun, and we are looking for more to add, right? So one of the easiest ways you can contribute to Novu is to look for an email provider, maybe one of your choice, the one that you're very familiar with, or the one that you've seen people use in the past, and then create a PR and just submit your contribution, and then we're going to review it and make sure we add it. We are looking for so many providers, right? So if you know any new provider, SMS, push, feel free to send a PR, and we are going to review it and add. So these are the ways you can contribute to Novu, and I'm going to still be here till the end of the day, so feel free to come and talk to me at the back. I also have some Novu swags. Again, I don't have time now. My time is up. I'll probably tell Ada about it. So there are some swags at the back. After this talk, maybe we'll do some Kahoot or something, and people can win the swag. But anyways, these are the ways that you can contribute to Novu, and this is the link to join the community. This is very slow. There's a Discord link I'm going to share now. Feel free to join that Discord. I'm also on that Discord. So if you have any questions, just tag me or anybody will respond to you there. And also feel free to connect with me on Twitter. And again, I'm here for the entire day. So if you want to contribute or you're looking for ways to use Novu in your project, please meet me at the back, and I'm going to give you all the info that you need. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, my boss. All right. So before we call on the next speaker, we have an announcement. So thanks to Oscar, Old School has collaborated with Oscar to offer a 50% off tuition fee for Oscar attendees using the code OSCA, so OSCA. And this is valid for people who apply from tomorrow till June 30th. So, I mean, if you're looking to learn, transition, definitely use this code before this runs out. Also, personal announcements. In collaboration with Old School, I set up a scholarship fund to sponsor some people that want to learn, especially those looking to learn a new skill or transition. When it started out, I did prioritize women, and so people dragged me for that. And so this time around, everyone really is welcome to apply. So definitely look out for my tweets. I will be putting out at some point when we're looking to sponsor some more people. The scholarship is called the Karenchuku Old School Scholarship Fund, and I'm doing this in collaboration with my friends. I've bullied all of them, that all of them must drop their daily 2K to ensure that other people learn, network, and grow at Old School.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you so much, Prosper. We have a concurrent talk happening now in Mars, and it's called Embracing Failure, Lessons in Resilience and Growth. And it's going to be delivered by Njoko Emmanuel. So if you want to listen to Njoko's talk, please head over to the Mars room there. And the talk we're going to be having here is titled The Open Security, and it will be delivered by Sultan Akitunde of Old School. Please, your fans are already even clapping before you come up. And I said on Twitter that I was going to see Sultan and pull up. Who wants to see Sultan's real face? So if I remove his face mark, I'm justified, Abi? No problem. Thank you very much. during the course of this event, I would drag his face mask and run away. Then you can take as many pictures as you want. But yes, everybody, please welcome Sultan to the stage.
Sir, can we help you remove the face mask? Are you breathing properly?
Okay. What's wrong? It's working now.
I know. I took it off.
That's a
It
big
doesn't
one.
work it doesn't work when it won't be connected.
Why? Interesting.
You can present it the other way. You
Hmm?
can present it.
This way? Oh, it's connected like this? Okay. Oh, this is not gonna work actually. It's working now. Yeah.
Hold on. And it's still not working.
I can just use this. Yeah, I'm good. 15 minutes. Hello. Good morning. Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? How did you hear? Can you hear me? If you cannot hear me. All right. Thank you very much. Welcome to Open Source Festival 2023. My name is Sultan. A couple of people know me. I've spoken at some of the events already in the past. And it's amazing being here once again. This is the third Open Source Conference. Thank you very much, everybody, for attending. Please, a round of applause, please. All right, so before the event, I said I want to talk about something that nobody has ever spoken about in the tech ecosystem, in the world. I'm serious. Nobody has spoken about this in the world at all, especially here in Nigeria. And so far, you're going to learn about, from other speakers, not me, you're going to learn about building amazing applications, building amazing softwares, various security features. You're going to learn about various notification, open source platforms and co. But there is something that you should also learn about, and that is how everything on earth works when it comes to the internet. So a little bit of intro. My title of my talk is The Open Security. It's not changing. That's interesting. We're having some technical difficulties again. Okay, the title of my talk is The Open Security. Once again, my name is Sultan. I lead technology at Alt School Africa. Do you know Alt School Africa? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so a little bit about myself. My name is Sultan. I'm a software engineer about 10 years in now. I also do developer relations. I used to work with Koi, Creative Commons, and IntelliJ. We did a lot of amazing work that has to do with TCP/IP. So I'm also the co-founder at TalentScale. TalentScale is a hiring platform that links local talent with international companies all over the world. I'm also the co-founder at Alt School Africa. It's the biggest online university on earth. I also, in 2019, I started a non-profit called Dev Career. It's one of the biggest non-profits in Africa also. And I think I founded like 4 startups that did not come out. A lot of them failed, actually. I like driving, watching movies, and very soon I want to buy a plane. Okay. So the slide is still not moving. So this is going to be a very interactive session. If you have your mobile phone and you're connected to the internet, I have a question very soon for you, and so please be ready to just type in something into your URL very soon. So the question right now is, this thing is not showing. There's one nice animation I would have loved you to see here, but it's not showing very well. So my question is, I mean, you know, a lot of you here, you've built apps, you've worked with amazing companies, you've built amazing websites and co. Do you know how the internet works? Please, if you know how to say yes, if you know how the internet works. That's very good, that's very good. So at the end of this talk, I'm going to ask you the same question, and I want you to tell me if you've learned something new, actually, about how the internet works, because When we were building the internet, I was part of those that built the internet. In 1786, we were in a room together when we decided that we want to build the internet. I mean, I would assume that the way you believe the internet works is there is a satellite, right? And when you want to connect to the internet, you use your phone and you connect to the satellite, and then you get whatever data you want to get, and it comes with your phone. Well, you are right. We tried that, but there was a problem with that. We had latency issues. And what I mean by that is the distance between your phone and the closest satellite for you is about 22,000 miles. Now, the distance between that same satellite and also the data center is under 22,000 miles. So for every time you fetch a request online, it means 44,000 miles. Data is traveling at 44,000 miles. We don't have the time. Do you want to wait 5 minutes to check your Facebook login? It's not possible. So we decided that we cannot do the internet that way. Then they decided that since I'm coming up with the idea of a better way to build the internet, they said they want to give me the internet. I should hold the internet. So this is the internet. You see that light in front of my hand? That's the internet. Maybe you're not seeing it clearly. This is it. I'm changing the slide again now. This is the internet. But let me break it down. Let me make it better. So this is the internet. The internet is a wire. It's a physical wire that you can touch, you can hold. The internet is not on the cloud. It's not just sitting in one data house. The internet is a wire. It could be fiber optics. You could be connecting to it, beaming to satellite. You could be accessing it via cell phone signals. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the internet is a wire that can process and transfer data. That is what the internet is. Now, how does that serve you exactly? That is where the cases of servers comes in. Now, the point of the internet is you want to connect different devices to that internet so that they can share communication, so that they can share information, so that when you request for certain access, you can get it from wherever in the world that data is sitting on. So we decided that, okay, let us create servers. So servers are interesting computers that are connected to this wire 24/7. And that is why you can go to google.com by midnight. You're not going to hear that, oh, the engineers are sleeping. Oh. You get? So these are the servers. They're sending data, they're taking data 24/7. They are communicating with each other. The point of the internet is people want to communicate with each other. Data does not originate randomly. It is stored somewhere, and then you are collecting that data. So look at it more like your file manager on your phone. Or your PC also. You have the C drive. When you go into the C drive, you see the temp folder, you see the programs x32, program x36 for Windows. The point is, different folders store different information, and that is exactly how the server works. The server is a folder, is a file. It's like the hard drive, your hard drive. That's like a server. So it stores different data. But then, we have another problem. We sat down and said, even if we've connected this internet, everybody can see the internet. How exactly do you know where the data you are asking is coming from and where the data is going to go to? Then we come up with something. I named it IP address. Okay, I did not name it actually, but I named it IP address. And the point of IP address is let us give each device that is connected to the internet a unique identifier that allows that device to connect with other devices. That was the whole point of IP address. So no two devices would have the same IP address. That was the point we wanted to do. So when you have that, it means all of you here can visit the same website and be able to carry out different functions at the same time because you have individual IP address. But we're not done. Your own phone is also connected to the internet, but your phone is not a server. Your phone is referred to as a client. Now, how does your phone connect to the internet? You assume that, oh, it just sends a signal and it goes to MTN network. Well, you are right, actually. We built something called the ISP, Internet Service Provider. So those are the internet service providers, the ones that allow you to connect indirectly, let me use the word indirectly, to the internet. Now, at every intersection, there is something we call the router. What the work of the router is to sort where each particular information is going to go to. I have 15 minutes. I would have loved to speak about stuff like the OSI model, the TCP IP, and the different transport layers that we have. But the point of the conference is not for me to teach you everything or just say everything. The point is for me to spark your interest, for you to know how things work. Now, when you understand how these things work, it means you can build better solutions. You can think about how we could easily move money faster. You can think about how to build faster applications.
One of the reasons why they ask you that, oh, put your CSS at the top, put your JavaScript at the bottom of the page is because when you load that particular page, it's coming from a file, from a server. And the server reads it from top to bottom. So it means don't put all the heavy stuff at the top so that it does not make your page load slower. When you think about these things and you understand how the mechanics of a website, of a platform, of the internet exactly, how it works, how information is being transferred around millions and billions of computers, you get to see exactly what kind of solution you can build in different locations. But I'm not done. Okay, so one small exercise, please. The website at the top, do you know what website that is? But the one under, what's the name? Come again? But it's not complete. How do you know it's Facebook? Well, we had that issue. Remember I mentioned something about IP address earlier? So the point is, IP addresses are too long for us to remember. So we decided to bring something we call domain names. So for every website you know, that, facebook.com, oscarafrica.com, there's an IP address attached to it. So, again, what website is this? You don't know. But if you can type this one on your phone, try it. Somebody should try it. Go to your browser and type this IP address. What do you have? Google.com. If I ask you that same address right now, you don't remember again. But the point is, understand that the IP is very important, and ICCAN is responsible for mapping those domain names. I have a very short time, actually, so I'll be rounding up very soon. But I want to talk just one last thing. Everything online is data. Your cache is data. Your videos are data. Your music is the data. Your file, they are all data. They are transmitted. When we transfer data on the internet, we call them packets. So packets of data, they're being transferred all over the internet, and you need to secure your data because even though the router knows the IP address it's sending something to, there are still latency issues between one router and the other router, and that is where the whole hacking and data misplacement comes in. You can secure data personally, professionally. I'm going to share this slide online, so please look at it. But what I just want you to do is please and please and please think about what the security process looks like when you transfer data online, and use that knowledge to build amazing platforms, amazing security features, amazing products, amazing apps, so that you can solve more problems for us. The more you know how the internet works, the more wider, the bigger the kind of product you can build. It's not just going to be websites and mobile apps. You can build amazing tokens, you can build amazing platforms. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay.
Sultan. So.
Thank you so much, Sultan. I have a quick announcement. If you'd like to see Sultan's face during break, I'm going to be pulling out his face mask. So, clap now. I shouldn't do it.
Adora, that's invasion of privacy. And we'll be very happy to sue. We like to collect money in USD, GBP.
Please, can you introduce the next speaker? Do your job.
Adora 1, Karen 0, no worry, we did. No one. On stage, Lebogang Madise, who will be introducing Microsoft Cloud Skills Challenge. Lebogang. This will be an opportunity for me
Please,
to
a round of applause.
Test my skills. Wena? I hope I got that correctly. Are you South African? What am I supposed to say to you now? It's a form of greeting. What do I say?
Dumela.
Dumela.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so while I wait for my slide to come up, I'd like to thank the organizers of Oscar Fest for this opportunity. My name is Lebacham Madise. I'm an Azure Developer Engagement Lead at Microsoft. And yes, as she asked, I am South African, so I came here specifically for this conference. So thank you so much for having me. So a lot of you have been visiting our stand, wondering how you can get free vouchers as well as some of the swag that we have today. So the Microsoft Cloud Skills Challenge is currently running. It's been running for 30 days, but there are 3 days left. So if you want to save $80, today's the day to join. Get some learning in so that you can get a free voucher. Oh, but the issue. Okay. All right. Okay, so while they're still getting the presentation up, I really wanted to encourage you to separate yourselves from your peers if you're a professional in industry or if you're still a student by getting one of the certifications. They're internationally recognized. This is an opportunity for you to write an exam and get certified. I met some developers today who said they've done cloud skills challenges before, but they haven't written any of the exams. For you to be able to show your potential employer that you can do what you say you can do, you need to write the certification exam. And once you pass, for associate level certifications, it remains valid for 2 years. And for fundamental certifications, there's no expiry date. So on offer, we've got 8 challenges running. So whether you're a front-end developer, back-end developer, designer, or full-stack developer, there is a challenge for you. Even if you're not on any Microsoft stack today, what you do need is some Git essentials to be able to work and collaborate with your fellow team members. So for those of you who are not yet on our stack, we do encourage you to do the Developer Tools Challenge so that you can be able to collaborate with your fellow teammates. So I've got a QR code here that I'd like to present. And as soon as we have it up, then I'm more than happy to show it to you. In the meantime, feel free to connect with us. You can ask us any question. If I'm not able to answer it, I do have some of my colleagues here who should be able to answer it. Okay, great. It's coming up. Oh, great. Okay. I don't know if you can see this, but please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Lebo Madise is my handle. And if you want to find me on LinkedIn, you can just use my first name and my last name. Okay. All right. So these are the challenges that we are currently running. So if you're a C# developer, the first challenge is for you. It's all things .NET as well as C#. And if you are a data scientist or looking to go into data scientist, please join the AI challenge. And if you are interested in cloud, but you're not a developer, there's still an opportunity for you. Remember, security, governance, those are issues that every country is interested in, as well as every organization. So those of you that attended the Data Fest last year, one of the key topics was around data governance. So have a look at the Cloud Developer Challenge. It's for everyone, irrespective of whether you've got a technical background or not. It will equip you with the skills to know what your organization needs to be prepared for from a data governance perspective. How should they have a cloud strategy? How should they govern the data that they are using? So it's this one over here. Okay, and if you're a Microsoft 365 developer, whether you're a SharePoint developer building Office 365 applications, the M365 Developer Challenge is for you. And if you are a developer looking to build web applications or mobile app applications that make use of AI, I recommend that you do the Azure Cosmos DB Challenge. The reason why Azure Cosmos DB is important, I don't know how many of you know, but OpenAI actually uses Cosmos DB as their choice of database. So that just goes to show you the amount it can handle for AI applications. So if you're a developer, like a lot of the front-end developers here, Developer Tools Challenge is for you. It will enable you to master Git and GitHub Essentials. I've already received feedback from one of the ladies who said, hey, I do have some Git skills, but doing this challenge has helped me improve what I already knew. And for those of you who are senior developers, you can't run away from DevOps. Please have a look at it. There are two strategies you can approach. You can use Azure DevOps or you can use GitHub DevOps. So choose this challenge if you're looking to elevate your skills to the next level as a senior developer. And last but not least, we've got the Power Platform Developer Challenge. This is for all citizen developers. So if you're looking to lean into tech, maybe from another different career, Power Platform is a great way of getting started. It will introduce you to building codes in a low-code format. And a lot of the banks today are actually hiring low-code developers. So if you can do this certification and get certified, you'll probably be reaching out to me to say, hey, I've got a job or I've got an interview coming up. So it's one of the most in-demand skills today. So to join these, I've got a QR code. Please scan this code to join any one of those 8 challenges. If your phone is not able to do QR codes, you can simply go to aka.ms/AAL75A0. Thank you. I'll be at the Microsoft stand. Come to me with any questions that you have. Thanks.
Thank you, Devrel. I hope I pronounced it properly. Thank you. All right, so it's time for our break. I'm sure that a lot of us are hungry. I'm famished myself. But please remain seated. Lunch will be shared whilst we're seated. So wherever you are, please, remain seated. But you can still, network, talk to the next person. And we would have our break for for about 20 minutes, and then the next sessions will start. When in doubt, please ask a volunteer for help.
Debating on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been waiting. Been fighting hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Needing someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement.
What? Food day your mouth. Well, for the sake of time, we're going to continue the session. So please, feel free to eat, but, let's chew quietly a bit. If the volunteers can please devise a new way of actually sharing drinks, water, so that people are not distracted, that would be really great. For 5 to 10 seconds, I need you to actually drop your food because we're just about to start the next session. Please join me as we welcome on stage Brian Douglas, who will be giving a keynote session on the secret sauce is open source. Please put your hands together for Brian.
All right, thank you so much. Excellent. Well, we'll go this way. How's everyone doing? What's for lunch? What's for lunch? You gotta say it louder. Yam? I don't know because I didn't eat, so someone save me a box so I can have lunch. Hi, my name is Brian Douglas. I go by B-Dougie on the internet, and I'm coming all the way from San Francisco, California, and super honored to be here in Nigeria with y'all. So I'm going to be talking about the secret sauce, which is open source. So I learned how to code back in 2013, basically 10 years ago. And this is an email of my first time doing any open source contribution ever in 2015. My background is I got a finance degree, could not get a job, so I ended up going into sales, and while in sales, I learned how to code, and had no idea how to use GitHub issues, how to use pull requests. So what I did is I had a problem where I had to build a tool on top of Slack. So Slack was very new, and I wanted to auto-invite people to Slack. And the way I found this is I Googled and found it on GitHub, but I couldn't get it to work. So what I did is I emailed the maintainer. So on GitHub, anybody use GitHub? Raise your hand. You got a GitHub profile? Just some of you? Okay. Sign up to GitHub. Well, on GitHub, the maintainer will have their email right there on their profile. So because I didn't know how to use GitHub issues, I emailed them and said, hey, I can't use your thing. Can you respond? And to my surprise, they respond back within 2 days while they were traveling through Thailand. I feel like I have a lot of life experience now, but at that time, I didn't know digital nomad was a thing. This individual was specifically traveling through Asia to follow a K-pop band, and I didn't know what K-pop was at the time. But I bring this up because the opportunity to do open source is there for all of you. And the benefit of us being connected through the internet gives us opportunity to connect through people who make code. So this entire keynote is just going to be a series of stupid questions that I asked and got an answer to. So you guys heard the saying, if there's no such thing as a stupid question? They say that to be nice. There are definitely stupid questions. I asked all of them, and I was not embarrassed to ask stupid questions and get answers. So that experience of me doing open source, it got me thinking. Who's ever heard of the rapper Gucci Mane? Is that all familiar? He's the godfather of trap music. So it's all modern hip-hop, comes out of Atlanta. And Gucci Mane has this quote, if you don't got sauce, then you lost. But the sauce, it's hard to describe what the sauce is. But when you understand that you're only one email away from a new job or a new mentorship or $1,000 in your bank account, that's the sauce. This understanding there's an opportunity for people to know who you are. There's another thing I use all the time. It's not about who you know. It's about who knows you. And the benefit is I don't know any of you, so you have an opportunity to let me know who you are after. Also, the shout out, if anybody's using hashtag OSCAFest 2023, if you could take a picture of me and put it up on Twitter, you're my PR. I need you to be my public relations. So if you can take a picture, hashtag, find me on Twitter on every one of these slides. My handle is like at the bottom right. Take a picture of me so that people know I'm here. Excellent. So I've been working on this project since 2017 called Open Sauce. Back in September of last year, I quit my job to work on it full time. And the whole value of what Gucci Mane was talking about, if you don't got sauce and you're lost, I wanted to give that same secret sauce to everyone who wanted to have a piece of it. And that's what we're working on at Open Sauce. So this is me. I'm the Beyonce of open source. That is also my handle if you wanted to find it, to tweet it as well. Who knows Beyonce? Just a couple of you? I actually had to call the president yesterday because I talked to a Nigerian who said they didn't like Beyonce. I was like, President Biden, please point the nukes away. It's okay. They're going to figure it out. They're going to learn to love Beyonce. But if you don't know Beyonce, you don't know Gucci Mane, you probably know this guy. Yeah, so I'm like the burner boy of BW, of open source. So that you guys understand? But what I like to do is I like to put myself out there so that other people can find me and learn the way, learn the secret sauce. So going back to Beyonce. Beyonce, about 14 years ago, Beyonce started a mentorship program where she was bringing up-and-coming new artists under her wing. Now, the person in the middle is Beyonce, but does anybody know the people on the side? You do, exactly. So Beyonce mentored The Little Mermaid. But I bring this up because it's not, everyone who's been on the stage so far, like Sultan, Prosper, all the folks I know from the internet, and I just met this week for the first time, those are folks that are actively bringing up more Africans into the fold and sharing the secret sauce. And it's your job to now find other people. There's the saying I heard from someone else, if you go up in the elevator, you get the opportunity to go up in the elevator, you have to make sure the elevator goes back down for the next person. And that's what I constantly always do. So this is a quote that you can attribute to me. If you want to be an advocate, if you want to teach the secret sauce, you have to build other people up that can also teach the secret sauce. So I spent about 5 years working at this small company. It's a small little company inside of Microsoft called GitHub. And I led developer relations there. And amazing opportunity, got to engage with lots of folks across the world. This week is now my 6th continent that I've been on, thanks to developer relations. So I've got one more to go. You can probably guess which one it is, too. But when I worked at GitHub, I learned there's a lot of history and trying to find, because back when I joined, we had about 100 black individuals who worked at GitHub. GitHub at the time was about 1,000 people. So, no, actually not 1,000 people, it was about 2,500. So about 3% of the entire company was black, which is where I come from, I'm a minority. When I come to this country, we're the majority. So I appreciate that. I love this country. But in the United States, we have a history of STEM professionals that have really broken barriers and made a really big name for themselves. So we don't have to go through all these folks, but these are all folks in science and technology through the last 100 years, actually 250 years. And GitHub wanted to do something big, which is to build representation within our product. And the way we did that is we chose one individual, which is Benjamin Banneker. Benjamin Banneker, he actually built Washington, D.C. He built the entire civil plan for Washington, D.C. He was also a scientist and a mathematician and a farmer, and he made a huge shift in how people looked at the black American population with this one guy. The challenge is most people don't know who he is. I went to school in the US, but still people don't know who he is. So what we did is we actually crafted, because the Octocat is the representation of all developers, and we crafted, through our amazing illustrators, Benjamin Banneker. And it became our first Black-to-Cat. And what I was telling you, when I joined GitHub, we had the opportunity to build an entire employee resource group called the Black-to-Cats. So I've actually put some stickers over at the Microsoft booth. They might have some still. But I bring this up because in 2019, we all came together in Washington, D.C., the same place in the Benjamin Banneker built his reputation. We met in a room which was called the Benjamin Banneker Room in Washington, D.C., in a hotel. And we got together and we did planning on how we can make impact using GitHub across the world. And there's a series of data that comes out every year called the Octoverse. And in 2019, these were all the emerging companies doing open source in 2019. Any countries look familiar to you? Yeah, Nigeria was number 4. So what we did is we built, as the Black-to-Cats, no one told us to do this. We built a program to build a reproducible, scalable hackathon that we could take in country to teach open source to the masses. Because the thing that you got to remember, I'll mention this multiple times, open source is the secret sauce. So we built this hackathon, and we called it Floss and Code. So we've already talked enough about what floss means. You know, free as in Libre open source software, whether you put the L in there or not, it really doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's a secret sauce. So there's a quote with Martin Luther King, which I'll paraphrase it, but this is it. Martin Luther King, MLK, he's also a big figure in American culture, Black American culture. And there's a saying about just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But it's cruel to say pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you have no boots. Not everybody in this world has boots to pull up. And the opportunity that we were trying to do is go build boots for folks to put on. So we built this little organization called Floss and Code inside of GitHub, and we took it to the hometown of Gucci Mane, actually. Gucci Mane, actually, he has an album called East Atlanta Santa, and I bring this up because Atlanta, Georgia, Atlanta is the capital of Georgia. There's a lot of black population in Georgia. You could actually get a direct flight from Atlanta to Lagos, because there's so many Nigerians that live in Atlanta. It's very, very commonplace to go to school and to raise a family. But we chose East Atlanta because of the black population. So during that time, every summer, all students from HBCUs, they come back to Atlanta, and they just basically figure out what they're going to do all summer. So what we did is we hosted a hackathon, or a hack day, specifically for that population, those students, to teach them open source. And the reason, and there's a point I'm getting to as well, but we also brought all the maintainers that you've heard and you come to love and you star their repos. We brought them to this event in Atlanta to teach open source specifically to this population. And the reason why we did this is because we needed to test out our hackathon. So we went stateside in Atlanta to teach it first, because the opportunity there is that everyone who participated, part of the requirement to get this yellow backpack, so we gave everyone a yellow backpack for the GitHub education program because they're students, but you had to write a blog post about your experience. And the reason why you had to write a blog post is because if a tree falls in the woods, like, will anybody hear? Like, if you ship a contribution, who's going to know about it tomorrow? The best thing you can do is go talk about it, because the best advocate for you is you. So if you did something here in this conference, if you took a picture with somebody you've always looked up to, if you signed up to Alt School using their coupon code, take a picture, write a blog post, because guaranteed there's somebody else in your community that will benefit from that. So we forced every single student to write a blog post so they can get a backpack. It sounds awful, but 500 characters, that's all you tweet all day. You're on WhatsApp all day. Just take that tweet and that WhatsApp, put it into a blog post where everyone can benefit from it. And what was amazing about this is we had individuals who got internships at Apple and Microsoft because of those blog posts, because of that one experience, the one day we did on a Saturday in Atlanta. We also had politicians come through because we wanted to make sure the politicians knew exactly what we were doing. Because we wanted to know if we left Atlanta, this would continue. The one thing I mentioned, Uber exposure, one of our team members was sick, so they had to ship conference material to the place where we were doing the hack day. So instead of getting in the car and driving there, they called an Uber to deliver the stickers. And what was crazy about it is that Uber driver stayed for the hackathon the entire time. And y'all, I learned about pidgin English. Like, there's a lot of languages here, but I'm about to teach you some language right now. So everybody pronounce this word. Mominum. Yo mominum. Say it. Your mominum, which with Urban Dictionary is your mama and them. Yes. And this is a saying in the South we use because everyone was there. When you say your mominum, everyone made it to this hackathon. Well, basically, it's where everyone your mom knows. How many people, your mom knows a lot of people? Okay, my mom does, so your mominum. All right, what I was saying, that we had 75 attendees, we had one Uber driver, we had politicians, we had blog posts that were published during the day, and then we had 75 blog posts after the fact. So we had to go push people to go do blog posts. But the reason for that is because we wanted to make an impact. We wanted to make sure when GitHub leaves the city, it continues. And the whole goal for this entire operation was because we wanted to host one international hackathon. You want to guess where we hosted it? In Nigeria. So back in 2019, we hosted the first open source hack day, specifically with open source maintainers that teach open source in this city, with the partnership with folks that you saw on stage, folks that are organizing this event. And we did it intentionally because That was in 2019, 4 years later. This event is not the reason why this event exists, but the folks that we impacted are also at this event. And we're able to now, GitHub itself has no operation in the country, but we have so many developers that are using GitHub and leveraging it and growing their skills. So I really appreciate being here because I didn't get to attend this event. I'm super honored to be here today in Nigeria. So I say all this because I'm going to go into stuff about open source. Yes, thank you. Because this is not about giving you a job or access. Like, this is about giving you access to those jobs. This is about giving you access to that knowledge. And I'm about to go really fast through the rest of these slides to show some knowledge. So here we go. So how do you get an open source? I get this question all the time. I literally had 2 people reach out, stop me as I was sort of getting some sun and ask me, how do I get an open source? What is open source? And I said, come to the talk. I'm going to go over it. So how do you get an open source? So every year they have Hacktoberfest. This one's obvious. You go to events, you participate, you take notes, you write documentation, and maybe if you try and try and try, you will get a contribution involved. And there's some other tricks in that, but I won't go into all the details. Hacktoberfest is this one event. There's tons of events. I love that the Linux Foundation hosts Sustain events. They host all these unconferences for folks to come through. We had one 2 days ago. But the one thing that I noticed is that a lot of people just don't know what project to start with. It's hard to find the first project. Everyone gives you an answer, and they're like, oh, yeah, just look into your packet, your lock file, go to one of those projects, or go to a conference, go find the maintainer, email them, like them, find them on Twitter, take pictures of them, become their personal PR team. But what I wanted to do is I want to make it easier for projects that want to raise their hand and say, I will take on contribution outside of October, outside of Hacktoberfest. We want to create that list, that definitive list. So that's what the open source platform is today. You can find projects, and you can find projects that are opting in to take contributions outside of their organization. And here's like the list of JavaScript projects. So these are all filtered, both the most recent projects, but we also can filter for C#, for Go, for TypeScript, for all different languages and frameworks as well. And we're just getting started. We started this in September of last year. We're almost approaching a year. But we need feedback. We need people to use it, tell us what's missing, so we can help cater open source into your GitHub. I recently spoke with the co-creator of Kubernetes, Brendan Burns, which is like a weird flex, but we started doing a podcast. And I intentionally did this because when I first learned how to code, I created a podcast, and I reached out to all the developers I looked up to, and I said, hey, I have a podcast. Would you like to be interviewed? And all I did was DM them on Twitter, and 90% of all the people I reached out to said yes. Not because I was a big name, not because people knew who I was. No one knew anything about me. Like before, I was Brian. Now I'm B. Dougie. That's my name on the internet. And so reach out to Brendan to ask about how did Kubernetes get started. Kubernetes is huge. A lot of the stuff we use every day, Chick-fil-A, Target, those all use Kubernetes. Just random food stores in the US are using Kubernetes. And the thing that I learned from Brendan in this conversation, which you can find it on the URL, is that if you look at the issues, it shows interest. Like stars is something that everyone looks at and they say, oh, stars, how many stars is it? The thing is, there's a Hacker News post where you can actually buy stars. So it's hard to really show interest based on stars. But if you look at the issues, it shows that people actually care enough to write a question or ask that, is it a broken bug? And a lot of times when we find projects, like we look at the project, it's broken, and we never use it ever again. And I really, really encourage you not to do that. Please, please, please open an issue, because that shows that you're actually interested enough, and someone might even fix that or show you how to fix it. Countless times I make contributions because I opened the issue. PR show adoption. So if you're just looking at these metrics, and this is what we provide inside of open source, interest, adoption, based on issues and PRs. And that's our first step. We're going to do a little bit more stuff in the next couple of weeks, but I encourage you just like and subscribe, follow along. We have a number of different issues with maintainers as well. But moving along, we also do things like the triage team. So Node.js, open source, they all have a triage team, and this is intentionally so for folks who want to label issues, if they open issues, if you want to review a PR, you're added to a triage team where you can be the first person in, first responder to review code. The best part about reviewing code is that you get free mentorship. So raise your hand if you have a mentor. Oh, this is unfortunate. Okay, well, if you do not have a mentor, do open source. Look to the person next to you. Ask them, hey, can I call you tomorrow? That's awkward if you don't know who that person is. But there's an opportunity for mentorship through open source, and that's my background. I don't have time to go through all the details of my story, but we also enforce in our projects linked issues. So if you open a PR, we ask you to open the issue, which is weird if you have the PR, you think, why would I open the issue when it's already opened? It's because historical documentation lives in issues first. Someone solved this problem, you have to tell the story of how we got to this place. So what we do in GitHub is you can do a linked issue. If you're not familiar with this, you do the hashtag issue number, and it links inside the PR. We also have a GitHub action that enforces compliance within our project, so you're more than welcome to use that, our tech and open source. But I just encourage you, you could be helpful in increasing compliance manually as a human being just by being the first person to review. I just want to shout out Sunday. Sunday's actually one of our engineers. He's actually sitting right over there, so I appreciate you, Sunday. I didn't know who Sunday was a year ago, but what I found out is Sunday kept contributing to the project that we were trying to build. Within 1 week, we had 3 PRs from the one person I've never met. So I was compelled to reach out to him and ask him, who are you and why are you contributing to this project? And can you do this for money? Because at the time, we needed to hire an engineer. We had one customer, and we really needed to move faster. And he... Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I'm going to wrap up. Yeah, so anyway, that's Sunday. Check it out. Apparently, I've used all the time. So I'll skip through all these things about insights, open source. My slides will be on Twitter as well. What we're trying to do is find out who's contributing within the last 30 days to find out who does high impact for the purpose of reaching out to companies. Let me just wind down. The one thing that I did want to mention is this site right here, goodfirstissues.dev. The mantra of finding a good first issue to make contributions, they don't exist because you haven't opened it. The best good first issue is something that you found and you ask me, and I'll show you how to fix it. So we're trying to really build the base layer of everyone to make contributions as well. So sorry, I'm going to go really fast to the last couple slides. There's another Twitter account called First Timers Only. There's an app that specifically will tell you how to write the code. It's already installed inside of repositories, and you can find all those issues on this Twitter account. And then, apologies, I'm just going to go to the last slide. We're now working on an opportunity for you to showcase your skill and have a badge of honor to show your contribution. So if you went through all the work, sign up to Open Source today, show me your profile. If you tweet and show me, find me over in that corner, I'll give you one of these stickers. So sign up to Open Source, show me that you signed up to it, and I'll give you one of these cool stickers that shine with the green lights. Apologies, I'm going so far over, but we have so much more that we could talk about in that corner. Thank you so much. I'll leave that.
Brian. Yeah. Right. Are we excited? Oh. See, that's why I don't like when people eat. They get tired. Are we excited? Are we excited? Are you guys done eating? If you're not done eating, save it for later. Okay, so I feel like the energy is a little down because we're eating, and I totally understand that. But I would like to run us through some key things to note. Now, when people come on stage to speak with us, right, they've taken out their time, they're coming to talk to you from their wealth of knowledge, their expertise, and all of that. And the best thing to do is to respect their time, their efforts, and their willingness to share their knowledge with us by obviously paying attention to them. And so we're actually enforcing a new rule. Once the next keynote starts, and moving on for the rest of the sessions today, the doors will be shut. What that means is there is no loitering. I have another fest happening towards my left at the back. And we need to disband that. So please stay seated. Please stay seated. No moving around. If you need to use the loo, this will be the best time to use the loo. And once you're back to your seat, please remain seated. So right now, the bouncers have the authority to actually shut the doors once I announce the next speaker. And anyone blocking right of access will obviously be walked out of this hall. Thank you. for your corporation. Please join me as I welcome on stage Angie Jones, who will be speaking to us about refactoring the web. Please put your hands together for Angie Jones.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Oh my God, I am so happy to be in Nigeria. Thank you all for the love and the warm welcome. I am Angie Jones. I'm the head of developer programs for TBD, which is Block's newest business unit focused on decentralized technologies. Today, I want to talk about the web. So the web was invented to decentralize communications. The ethos was anyone could publish any information to anyone in the world without the approval of any central entity. The web totally revolutionized the way that we interact. However, it's missing a key element, the identity layer. So applications that require a user account, they have to collect our information in order to persist it with our content, right? Major powerhouses such as Facebook and Google, they've tried to help alleviate some of this by enabling us to sign up and authenticate to these third-party applications via their services. And while this has been very convenient, we have very little agency over our information. What if we could own and control both our identity and our data across the web? This is possible with Web 5. So Web 5, it embraces, I hear the chatter. What happened to Web 3? Where's Web 4? Let me show you, right? So this embraces the account model that we know in Web 2, but it also restores control back to the users and ethos of Web 3. Somebody tell me, what's 2 plus 3? Come on now, Web 5. All right? So, this platform enables developers to build decentralized application while it abstracts away a lot of the complexity for doing so. There's 3 core pillars to Web 5. Decentralized identifiers, also known as DIDs or DIDs. There's verifiable credentials and decentralized web nodes. All of these are open standards, okay? I'll walk you through each one. So the identifiers that we know and use today, they're owned by some intermediary, whether that be a company, a government, an organization. For example, my email address. This is an identifier that's associated with me. I actually use it all across the web, right? To sign up for new applications, to log in. Think about how little control we actually have over that email address. I don't own it. Google does. So what if they took that away from me? I would no longer have access to all of the thousands of applications that I've used this email address to log into. What about my Twitter handle, TechGirl1908? This is actually on my slides. I use this to brand myself, to build community. A lot of my work is tied into that handle. That's an identifier associated with me, but I don't own it. They can shut the whole thing down, ban it, delete it, and I have no authority. So, before we can realize truly decentralized applications, we first need identifiers that we own and control. So let me tell you more about decentralized identifiers. They are a W3C standard. So this is not something people are cooking up in the basement. And they follow a standardized format. It's basically a very long string that's comprised of 3 parts.
The first part is the scheme. That's always going to be DID. The second part is the did method. That method basically resolves to some sort of CRUD operation or the set of operations that are available for this did. So create, read, update, and delete. And then finally, you have a GUID. That's the really long part of the string that identifies a did subject. Now, when I say did subject, a subject is the person, the place, the company, the thing that is being identified. So dids are not limited to just people. They can be used for anything. So dids are the only part of Web 5 that is anchored on a blockchain. And it's just this string, not people's actual information, because that would be pretty wild to put people's information on a blockchain, right? So they follow this schema, and the beautiful thing, but because they follow this standardized format, they can be used across multiple blockchains or no blockchain at all. This first example is a did that is on Bitcoin. The second one is a did that's on Ethereum. The last one is a did that's on the web, so no blockchain involved there. Okay? Notice they all, no matter where they're anchored, they all have that same format, the scheme, the did method, and then the GUID. So decentralized identifiers act as a URI. Remember, I told you that's the only part, that little string that's anchored on the blockchain. Everything else is off-chain. So the did acts as a URI that points to a did document. Okay, you can think of this as like a key-value pair where the did is the key and the value is the did document. That did document would live in some decentralized storage such as IPFS. The did document is simply a JSON file. It's going to describe how to engage and interact with the did subject. So there'll be things in there like the did subject's public keys, as well as authentication and verification methods. All right? So that's the centralized identifiers. The second pillar of Web 5 is verifiable credentials. Verifiable credentials, also a W3C standard, they work hand in hand with the centralized identifiers to enable trustless interactions. Meaning, two parties, they don't need to know or trust each other in order to engage. But claims that are made about a did subject can be verified. Let me show you with an example. So let's say that Alice wants to apply for a loan, and the lender needs to verify her income, okay? This is how the scenario would work. So Acme is Alice's employer, and then Acme can issue a verifiable credential to Alice, which she would then store inside of her identity wallet. Now let's double click inside of that credential. I want you to see what's in there. So we have the issuer, which is Acme. We have the subject, which is Alice. More specifically, we have their dids. So again, the decentralized identifier for a company and also a decentralized identifier for a person. Next, very important, this is the most important part of the verifiable credential, is the claims. So this is saying that the issuer, Acme, is making these claims about the did subject, Alice. Her name is Alice Smith. Her salary is $120,000. That's it. No more, no less. The beautiful thing about verifiable credentials is that it helps preserve some of our privacy. Shout out to Sultan. I know he's going to love that part. So our privacy, we don't have to give them all. They don't need to know, like, what's my title or how long I've been at the company. You need to know my income. That's what's provided. No more, no less. And then finally, it is signed by the issuer. So when the lender asks Alice for this proof of income, Alice can present them with her verifiable credential, which she also has now cryptographically signed, and now that is enough information for the lender to continue with the transaction.
Now, this doesn't mean that that the lender now knows or trusts Alice. That's irrelevant. They consider Acme, the business, a trustworthy entity. And because Acme has made these claims about Alice, they are taking their word for it. Okay? So therefore, distributing trust to Alice. The third pillar, this is my favorite one, decentralized web nodes. Now, today's centralized entities act as our data stores. Applications are hosting our content, our preferences on their servers, right? Let's look at the case of Reddit. How many have heard about what's going on with Reddit right now? Not a lot of you. Okay, keep up to date with tech news, okay? So Reddit is actually trying to sell access to the APIs to be able to search for user-created content within Reddit. And the different subreddits are protesting this because it's their data. They've created this content themselves. How dare Reddit go and try to sell access to it? So they're locking their servers and kind of putting them behind a wall so that the API can't even hit it, right? These are the types of things that lets me know that I'm on the right track and we need to decouple our data from the applications. That's what decentralized web nodes gives us. It allows users to hold their data themselves in their own personal data stores. And they can present it to any application, and that application can then use their interface to allow the user to engage with the data, but they don't own it. Let's look at Blue Sky. Anybody signed up for that yet? Okay, a few hands. So Blue Sky is a decentralized version of Twitter for all intents and purposes, but the data does not live with the app. Instead, the content, the connections, lives in the user's personal data store. Let's think about what this means. This means if there is now a decentralized Instagram that pops up, a decentralized TikTok, or even competitors to Blue Sky, the user is not locked into Blue Sky. All of their connections, that big following that they've built, all of their thoughtful posts, that stuff lives with them, and it can be used on any of these new applications, right? Think about when you start a new social media platform. You have 0 followers, nobody is liking your posts, right? It's kind of dry, right? What if you could go in there and you already have your 1,000 followers, you already have some of your best content there, then you would have a better experience. Now, the centralized web nodes can host both public as well as encrypted data. So in the case of like a decentralized Twitter, you would want things like your tweets and your connections to be publicly available, but stuff like your DMs, right? You would want that to be encrypted. You don't want everybody all up in your business. Decentralized web nodes also not hosted on the blockchain, right? Instead, they're hosted locally with you. And they can replicate across all of your devices. So I want you to think of like local storage, but replicated. So not just on your phone, but on your laptop, on like any devices you might have, or in the cloud. All of this is replicated and the data is synced. So while this definitely changes how we exchange information on the web, it's not a total overhaul of the web that we already know, right? It's kind of like a progressive web app, except you add the Web 5 SDK, and now your app is free to truly go serverless. This is a bring your own data model, where your users come to you with the data already versus you storing it on your back end. Now, let's look at how the decentralized web nodes work with the decentralized identifiers. They're connected. Now remember, I told you the decentralized identifier points to a dead document. In that document, There's also a section which you see here that specifies the URIs to your web nodes. So let's think about this from a new application perspective. You come to me, instead of giving me your email address that you don't own, instead of making up yet another username and password, you just give me your decentralized identifier. From the decentralized identifier, I can resolve that to see your did document, which is also public. That did document is going to give me your public keys, and it's also going to give me your decentralized web node. So now I have your personal data stores, and I can read and write any application data that you need to your personal data store. So you have that with you, can take it with you. Now, Web 5 is actually, we have Web 5 JS, and it masks a lot of this, but I wanted to show you like the request that's happening in the background. So this is showing a snippet where some application is requesting information from a web node, and specifically they've specified the schema there. So what they want is all data that follows the social media posting schema, okay? And so when that hits your decentralized web node, all of that data is structured by semantic type. So it's easy to query it, to find it. If the data is public, it'll automatically be returned back to that application. If it's not, then it'll be encrypted, and you would have to grant the application access to that data if you wanted to. Now, of course, all of this is pretty complicated, especially for non-technical users. I often remind builders that decentralization is not a feature that most users are requesting, right? How many people have come up to you and say, I want decentralization? None, right? So instead, it does sound attractive to be able to have my data, to be able to use it across multiple applications. So we want to provide an interface in the form of something like an identity wallet that will enable people to manage all of this without having to get too technical about it, right? So I can manage my decentralized identifiers, my web nodes, as well as my verifiable credentials. Now again, Web 5 enables developers to build decentralized apps, but the pillars that make Web 5 are all open standards, meaning no company owns this, right? What my team, TBD, is doing is implementing those standards, aggregating them together, and providing a platform. That way, you can utilize this, it's all open source, you can utilize this and focus on what you truly care about, which is your app. Speaking of which, there's pretty much anything you can build using this platform, but I do have a couple of examples that I can show you. So let's say that Alice is a Spotify customer. She's been on Spotify for years, right? She has a whole bunch of playlists. She has her favorite songs and all of this. And then she heard a Tidal, which is another music streaming app that actually pays their artists more per stream. So she said, you know, I would really like to check Tidal out. But the thought of like recreating all of her playlists and stuff like that basically deters her. She doesn't even want to do it because it's too much of a hassle. With Web 5, if Spotify was using that, they would write everything to Alice's web node. So notice this little piece here, the schema is music playlist, and that's available on schema.org. So schema.org has schemas for just about everything. They are writing using that schema to her web node. So if she wanted to try out Tidal or Apple Music or any other streaming service, she could give them read access, and they can read the music playlist items that Spotify has written there. Now she has all of her stuff readily available, and she can truly evaluate the application. Medical records is another one that's pretty important. I have moved to 3 different states in the last 5 years. So every time I move, I have to get new doctors, right? And many people, such as Alice and myself, have more than just one doctor. We have a primary care physician, we have a gynecologist, a dentist, a dermatologist, yada, yada, yada. With this, every time I move, I have to call each one of those offices, request that they send over my records to the next office. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I have to chase it, but none of that is within my control. I'm basically at the mercy of them to share my records. So with Web 5, those records could be written to my personal data store, and I can share them with the doctors that I choose to without needing to rely on someone else. So I want to show you Web 5 in action. Right now, it is a tech preview. Everybody listen to me. Say tech preview. What that means is don't go build your production app with this right now, okay? We're in like the infancy stage. I'm giving you a little sneak peek. You can definitely play with it. It's out on GitHub. Start building like some toy apps. But don't put your app on the App Store and then be in my DMs saying that something broke, okay? Tech preview. All right. All right. So this is a JavaScript file. The first thing that I'm going to do is just, let me see if I'm online. I want to be online. Where's my online person? I don't see him. Okay, that's okay. So I can't show you it. I'll give you the code and you can run it on your own, okay? But we're going to say import Web 5 from, and we're going to import this from CBD. That's my guy right there, okay? I just need the, I don't see it here. Oh.
Put down, goes down. Slowly. Slowly come down. Slowly. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Don't say it loud.
Sorry.
You in the mic. Okay.
Good.
We'll see. I think it's still trying. I don't know. It's fine. Thank you. Okay, so I've imported Web 5, right? The very first thing I want to do is connect. So I'm going to say web5.connect. What this is going to do is going to look to see if on this device that I'm using, remember, I'm the application developer. So let's say a user came in. It's going to look on that user's application, on their device to see if they already have a decentralized ID in a decentralized web node. If so, it's going to connect to those. If not, it's going to create them for them. So what this is going to return is both an instance of Web 5 as well as a decentralized identifier. Okay, let me see if I'm connected. I'm not connected. I was going to print the decentralized identifier, but basically it's a big long string. And once I have that, as an application developer, again, I will want to resolve that. So in order to resolve it, I would just say web5.did.resolve. And then I pass in the decentralized identifier. Now, this is going to return the did document. Again, remember, that's where the URIs to the decentralized web node live. So now I know where to read and write data from. Okay. And this is I'm a Java girl. Okay. Now that I have this, I want to work with the decentralized web node, right? So I want to create a record. And to do so, I can say const record equals, and I'm going to say await web5
dot DWN, that's for the decentralized web node, so that's the property you deal with. And I can say records dot create. Okay. And then from here, I can specify the data that I want to write to this decentralized web node. So here, I'm just basically writing a string. We'll say hello web 5, but this could be anything. This could be a JSON object. It could be an image, a blob, whatever. And then next, I'm going to specify message. And then inside of here, there's a couple of things. Everything is optional, but I could do like data format. And that way, people can easily like query on this. So let's say this is plain, is that right? Plain text, right? And that way, like if I wanted to query all of the plain text objects from the decentralized web node, I could do that. Also, I could specify something like schema, right? So if I wanted to get, exactly, look at that. Copilot is with me. If I wanted to get all of the objects from the decentralized web node that follow the text digital, there's local decentralized web node, okay? But what if I wanted to send it to someone else on their behalf? Like maybe this is a chat app or something like that. So I could specify a recipient. And with that recipient, that would be another did. So I could specify the string of another person. And then it would go to their web node. Okay? How many? 5 minutes? Okay. Okay. Yes, how do you know? So we're doing CRUD operations. Before I go there, so I created this record now. It's written into their local DWN, right? This is going to sync on a time interval. So let's say like, I don't know, every 2 minutes or something like that. But what if I need to do something with this data right away? Then I can make an explicit call, because I have that record. I could do something like record.send, and now this will automatically push it and replicate it to all of the other URIs for the decentralized web nodes that's listed in their document. All right? So now, if I want to read a record, we're doing CRUD operations. I have the record. I can say, give me the data from this record. Remember, data is this. And then I can say whatever that is. So that could be text or JSON or blob, okay? So that'll read the data. If I want to update a record, I could say record, dot update, and then I would specify the data here. So this time we'll say hello again. I'm going to say Nigeria this time. Hey. Okay. And then if I want to delete that record, and I'm forgetting my awaits, so we need a wait in front of all of this. I hate JavaScript. Oh my God, that got a reaction. Oh. Okay, so delete a record. We would say await record.delete, and then it's deleted, okay? So now you see how simple Web 5 makes it to interact with your user's personal data store. I don't write, read, update any of this in my application's database. Instead, I'm writing, reading, update, deleting, right to their own personal data store that they can take with them, okay? All right. So that's Web 5 in a nutshell. Again, it's in tech preview right now, hopefully ready for production in the fall. You're more than welcome to take it for a spin. We do have a community on Discord if you want to come and ask some questions. Everybody is really helpful. If you have ideas for apps you want to build, that's cool. If you are building something similar or we can sync in any way, we would love to collaborate as well. All right? Thank you all. The future is TBD.
Yeah, come back in, stream in. All right. Hi, everyone. Once again, my name is Aniedi, and I'm going to be your partial host in this room for the rest of the day. We're going to go on to the next talk on the agenda, and this is the keynote from the Oscar team. In my talk, I referenced both the organizers of and the conveners and the co-founders of the Open Source Community Africa, who happen to be the hosts and organizers of the Open Source Community Africa Festival. This is the third time successful edition. With all pleasure, I'd like to welcome two amazing individuals I've had the pleasure of working with at Penpot, but then they inspire me, Samson Godi and Ada Ndikaoyom.
Hi, Eileen.
Jesus.
Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is too many lights on my face, anyways. Well, how's it going? How was the jollof rice? What? Is what? Sorry, no worry. Meet me after the event. We'll talk.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're all doing great. Are we excited to be here? Are we excited to be here? Okay, great. If this isn't your first time attending Oscar Fest, can you please wave up? And if it's your first time attending Oscar Fest, can we see some hands as well? Oh, okay, great. Those of you who this might be your second or your third time attending Oscar Fest, you already know how it's a tradition for us as co-founders of the community to come up on stage and give a particular talk. Okay, so we already know how open source is already a driving force globally, and it's empowering individuals and organizations. If we don't already know this by now, I'm sure that some of the talks and conversations that we've had on stage today, both on stage on Earth here and in other rooms as well, has provided some insights as well. We also do know that in Africa, the adoption and expansion of open source has continued to present some of these opportunities, including economic growth, innovation, and digital inclusion.
Yeah, so speaking about open source, one of the interesting things about why the Open Source Community Africa exists is to make sure that we not just talk about what project looks like, but also behind the community. I'm kind of curious, like how many of you here has attempted to contribute to one or two open source projects, even if it's sending a PRO for just correcting dots or comma or maybe two letters? Raise up your hand. Interesting. Now, the reason for that is because we want to make sure that there's a lot of representation, not just from Europe, but also in Africa, to make sure that every open source project has some sort of a community. And that's the reason why we're doing this. The reason is because we want to be able to make sure that when there's a lot of decision, like in this case, like AI, some level of technology, it makes more sense for Africans to be able to, for us to be able to put in our input and make sure that each project and each community makes a lot of sense, so that when you say, oh, I want to be able to contribute to, let's say, Java, no, I said Java, sorry. I said Java because of the influence of Angie. But let's say JavaScript or Python, it makes it a lot easier, and then you can be able to make those flows accessible.
So today we're going to be giving a talk very briefly as to how community is a catalyst for open source expansion in Africa. My name is Ada Ndikaoyom, and
my name is Samson Godi.
And we are the co-founders of Open Source Community Africa. Thank you. So a little bit about me. Aside from being the co-founder of this amazing community, I am also the founder of She Code Africa. Are there SCA queens here? Many of you might also know my work as being heavily involved in diversity, equity, and inclusion advocacy.
So me, obviously, I like to call myself the official houseboy of Open Source Community Africa. So that means that I'm part of one of the founding members. And then I'm part of the board of Open Source Collective, which is an organization that sort of creates infrastructure that enable open source projects and community to be paid. For example, Open Source Community Africa is part of that project. And then I quickly took off something. How many of you have been in one of my Twitter spaces, hanging out, chilling, and talking about, wait, where are my fans? Okay, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. And then I like to say I'm a dev advocate because my personal job enabled me to be an evangelist. So that's just about me.
So in 7 years, yes, Oscar has been running for 7 years approximately. We want to tell you how we've been able to use the power of community to drive the growth, the adoption, and the impact of open source in Africa.
Now, I'm sure there are a lot of people that may have come all the way from outside, or some of you here that are just hearing open source for the first time. Or in this case, some of the OGs that have been in open source for quite a long time, like folks like Prosper Otemuyiwa. But then the interesting thing is, how does that number add up? This was the last Octoverse report talking about how Africans are doing in open source. So the data here you're seeing is backed up by GitHub, which is usually kind of an annual roadshow they do to kind of give people, not just individuals, but for companies to have the sense of like, where are the things, where are the people, and how do we hire? Remember the Anyedi talk about the A being silent? This is the reason for companies to start changing that, because as you can see, Nigeria here, by the way, everyone should go for this. Nigeria here is top of the line, and of course there are other African countries here. But then that is fastest growing, or in this case, growing community. We should be able to make sure that the moment they say United States, and then some other big countries, right, the next thing should be Nigeria. Do you think we can do that? What's all this one? Do you think you can do that? Okay, okay, okay. Nice, nice. Jollof rice for everybody. Now, the interesting question here, for not just for the open source community team, but also for everyone in the community is, what is the role for building an open source space?
So the first thing that we think is very, very important to amplify is how open source is helping Africa as an ecosystem, well, the tech ecosystem in Africa, develop skills and also showcase talents. Anyedi made an amazing mention as to how Oscar Fest as an event is helping spotlight and put Africa on the map. A lot of people have been able to build more skills. A lot of people have been able to get more economic opportunities. I know people who have gotten their first-time job opportunities just by contributing to open source. And to us, that is a big way as to how we're expanding the ecosystem here in Africa. What we want to do and what we're continuously doing is showcasing that there are talents here in Africa. And not just users. Before we used to call ourselves the next billion users, but now we also want to become the next billion creators. And we're trying as much as possible to make sure that with the power of our community, not just from Oscar Fest, but open source communities across Africa, we're developing skills and we're also showcasing talents.
Localizing open source solutions. First, before I say anything here, do we have any open source maintainer in the room? You've tried to, even if it's not public yet, you're trying to build the next React.js or something. Raise up your hand. Ukpo, what's going on? Nice, nice, nice. One of the interesting things is why we have an amazing open source project out there. The interesting thing is that Africa has a lot of infrastructure stuff. I don't want to say issues, but things that solutions and projects can build. Yes, on the proprietary level, like on the corporate side, we do have a lot of companies like, some of our sponsors here, Paystack and the rest, solving those solutions. But then when you're looking into open technology, you want to be able to make sure that everybody here has a voice, right? Like, the typical flow is, if this card is not working, you're either dragging them on Twitter or you're trying to go and email them, support, blah, 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 and the rest. But then imagine a solution where instantly you see a problem, you just open an issue, or you send a pull request and you fix those challenges. One of the stuff I was doing with the United Nations at some point was to source organization that works on localizing stuff. I know one of the popular one in Kenya is, I've forgotten the word right now. I think it's Ushahidi. Yeah, they do a lot of stuff around building open source solutions for free and fair election. And we know in Nigeria here we have, I don't want to be too political, but we have a lot of things going on. So that's just one of the things that open source can be able to do, which is in this case, solving localized problems. While you build for global, you also need to think about how do you solve challenges locally. And then in terms of advocacy and policy adoption, remember when I said that there's some stuff going on with the United Nations? Obviously, in the Open Source Community Africa group, we've been able to position ourselves to enable organizations to come for advice, but also for us to be able to share, our voices out there. For example, my co-founder recently just came back from Ethiopia, talking about multiple challenges around advocacy, of course, mostly around She Code Africa. But that just gives you a lot of sense that people are able to ask questions and say, hey, what are the solutions of things to do? Like I think in February, I had the opportunity to travel to the UK to give a talk in Open UK. And a lot of opportunities out there, like, there are new companies. In fact, one of our sponsors, Canonical, they came and say, hey, we really love what is going on. We want to come, hire talent and do a lot of stuff. But that's just give you a level of how we've been able to, not just for the Open Source Community Africa, but able to create an ecosystem. We're using the Open Source Festival as a strategy to enable companies and individuals to be able to connect with, again, that silent A, as Anedi mentioned.
Another is around networking and partnerships. Using Oscar Fest as an example, another way that we are able to build the ecosystem and also rather contribute to the ecosystem is creating opportunities and platforms for you to interact and network with individuals like you. We're also making sure that while we're spotlighting Africa as a whole, we're bringing down that international experience. A lot of times, before Oscar Fest, I can boldly claim that to attend events like this where you have international speakers, you literally have to travel outside Nigeria. But we're trying to bring that experience down to you. And these international speakers coming down to speak to you as well, they're gaining more insights into what we're doing here in Africa, and it's also building the ecosystem as well. So now the next thing is, this is a question that we're throwing out to you. We've told you how, in multiple ways, the Open Source Community Africa, Oscar, and through Oscar Fest is helping build the ecosystem here in Africa. What do you think is the future of open source in Africa? You can take 1 minute to think about it. Whatever it is that you think the future of open source is in Africa, it could be around employment, it could be around job opportunities, it could be around more creators, it could be around more maintainers. But we want you to do one simple exercise for us, which is go on Twitter using the hashtag OscarFest23, and just tweet what you think it is that the future of open source in Africa is. Because people are watching, people are looking out to see what your insights are, and we are also excited to see what you think is going to become the future of open source in Africa. Thank you. But before we step up on stage, we would like to also usher in the Oscar Fest Design Committee led by Perry, as we have a very huge and special announcement for you. Thank you, everyone.
Anyedi, my Oga, how can you tell them one thing? You are still sitting down. But sorry, let me pave the way for you.
What did I do? What did I see?
You
they gave me manual microphone. Look at you now, tapping.
Now, you be the boss now. Why? Our mentor. Our mentor.
Okay. I thought you were inviting the design committee, or are you the one anchoring this?
No, you are still, you're my mentor.
Calm down. No, they expose us. Okay, so we're going to have the Explorer 6 session led by, I think, the design team, Perry. Is Perry here?
Perry.
Are they taking over the screen? Please give a round of applause for Perry, Peace Ojeme. Everything that is cool about Oscar Fest, the tags, the backdrops, the colors.
Perry, smile now. Are you not happy to see our
Slow
all
walk,
of us?
slow walk. Yes, sir. All right, what do we do? Stamp sign here? Yep.
One of the members of our design team, Dominion. If you think about the ideas and someone behind the scene trying to piece pieces together and trying to make sure that our design connects, we think Dominion. So we have Dominion. Explorer 6. So if you notice for those who were here in the welcome speech, I think I explained why we named the festival 23 Sustainability for Growth and how we connected that to ecosystem and then to the universe. For those who were not able to, I think you should be able to watch it post-event on our YouTube. So now, we're having this section called Explorer 6, and Dominion is going to tell us why we've called this section Explorer 6.
Testing, testing. Hello, Oscar Fest, how are we doing? All right, so 7th of August, 1959, mankind took one of the most uncommon photographs ever. That was a photograph of planet Earth from outer space for the very first time in existence. And the mission to take that photograph was called Mission Explorer 6. And that is why we tag this particular section Explorer 6, because we're about to do something equally as historic. You can clap your hands if you want.
So we have a tradition that every year at Oscar, this event has to be the #1 trending event in Nigeria. So now, please, can we all turn to the back of our tags?
Just turn to the back of your tag. There is a QR code there. We want you to scan it. There's a reason why we want you to scan it. You see, before you do something historic, you have to send a message, all right? And we need to send a message to everyone online right now that something big is happening. If you scan that QR code, it's going to take you to Twitter, where you can then make a post about this event. Put whatever you want. An experience you are having, it could be the way you feel, it could be the fact that you are enjoying the experience, any of these things. But make sure you make a post right now, because you are sending a message just like those astronauts did in 1959. Things are about to get more exciting, don't worry, but let's begin here. Are we doing that? Are we doing that? All right, let's be quick about it. You could also scan the QR code on your screen.
Everybody in Nigeria needs to know that there is something currently going on in landmark Lagos, and we are responsible for communicating that to the public. So can we all scan our codes and make a tweet? Like he said, there's a custom tweet, but you can feel free to make edits and tell the world how you feel about Oscar Fest till now. There's also a QR code on the screen.
If you know you've done this, put your hands up. Wow, put a big hand together for yourself, please. You guys are doing amazing. There's still time. Please make sure you do it.
Social media, are we trending yet? I can hear they're saying no yet, so I think we need more tweets from the room. We have 1 more minute to make a tweet about Oscar Fest. One more minute to make a tweet. Don't forget to use our hashtags.
Hashtag OscarFest23.
Okay. From the start of the event, one thing I've made sure I took note of is how beautiful and how handsome and how good looking everyone has been in this event. And some of us are here to show our beautiful faces, our beautiful outfits, and the rest of them. We want the world to know how much beauty the earth right now has. So please, can we all take a picture, a selfie with our neighbor? Tell your neighbor, neighbor, can I take a picture with you? Please, can we take pictures with our neighbors and make a tweet of that photograph? Sultan, please, if you are in the hall right now, please leave the hall, please.
Sultan,
so you don't see your face on Twitter, please.
Just to add into that, it's incredibly important to do this because this is actually us recreating the Explorer 6 experience. Remember, it was a photograph of Earth taken from outer space. Where are we right now? For those who remember the hall locations, what is the name of this hall? Very good. So right now, pick up your phones, clean up your cameras, open Snapchat if you are into that kind of stuff, and make sure you take a photo of yourself or your friend right here on planet Earth and put it online so folks see what is happening at Oscar Fest. Don't forget to use the hashtag OscarFest23.
I think we need to live by example, so we need to take a selfie of ourselves.
All right, let's do this.
We can face the crowd. So.
Do you all want to join in my photo?
Yes, sir.
Everybody say Oscar! Okay. All right, y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome.
So we have a few more minutes. You can take group pictures, you can take selfies, you can take pictures of your neighbor, left, right, front, back.
And don't forget to post using the hashtag, okay? Hashtag OscarFest23. Are we good? How many of us have made a post online? Just signify with your hands. I'm going to be checking. I'm going to go on Twitter today and check. I'll scroll one after the other. I'll check.
Okay, our host has instructed us to take another group picture.
Why? Is it that my own phone is not good or what?
Well, we are just exploring.
Karen, you're shaming me like this.
For some of us who have attended the previous Oscar Fest, we have a tradition where we all...
Of course, it has to be something. If I'm going to do that, it has to be something. In fact, we need a photographer on stage, please. For those who don't understand, every single year we've had Oscar Fest, we've taken a particularly iconic photo. And that has been a photo of one of the co-founders, Samson, taking a selfie with everyone in the audience. If you've ever been part of that photo before, let me see your hand.
Time is going.
So some people actually remember. So we're going to keep recreating that experience, and we're about to do it again. But I'll need a photographer on stage as well. Anyone, one photographer, please.
Use your phone now. Okay, man. Photographer has to be fine. Everyone say Oscar Fest 23. Yes, everything. Yes, video. Perfect. Are you hungry? Food is coming, food is coming. Oscar Fest 23.
Nice. Energy. Put the hand together for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so for the final announcements to wrap this up. Okay, let me handle that.
So we have a big announcement today. I think that is another picture. Sure. What are we supposed to do now?
Wait, selfie? Wait, is this a selfie with the okay. Wait, so
there you go. I'm shy.
Do this.
Y'all are making me blush, that's why.
Okay. For several years, we've listened to our community, times without number, asking for us to launch our merch store. And finally, Oscar Fest is launching its merch store. But with a trick this time. And a lot of people have asked me for swags since Friday. Perry, where's my swag? Perry, where's my swag? Perry, where's my swag? So now we've made it possible for you to be able to actually order your swags online and have it delivered to you. So you can scan the code and place your orders for your swags. We are also going to be having a very limited number of swag sales that will be happening outside in the registration booths at the end of the event. They are probably like 20, 30, so it's fastest legs to get to the registration booth can pick it up. For our swags items for the festival, these are what we have. We have the t-shirts, we have the hoodies, the water bottles, the tote bag, the socks, the stress balls, which are very important. And yeah. So
How many
please,
of
I
us
think
want to get this stress ball?
me, I've been after this section, please, for those of you that want swag, that have been asking Perry for swags, you can easily get your swag from our merch store. Go back to the QR code. With this opportunity, we want to say thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for making this event a success. And thank you so much for always sustaining our ecosystem. Hence, we have sustainability for growth. Thank you.
Peace out, everyone.
Thank you, Perry. Thank you, Dominion, for all that you do at Oscar. Guys, are we excited?
No.
Are we excited?
No.
Please, we say no. Are we excited? Okay. Please
No.
stand up. Okay, don't be excited though. Please stand up. 30 seconds, please stand up. Sorry, sir. Should I kneel down, sir? Okay, please stretch. Stretch. No, don't take a selfie. My sister with the phone, she's pressing her phone. No, I said stretch. Shake your body. Smile. Be happy because now we have another session coming up and we need the energy.
Can I do a small exercise with you?
Yes, please.
Okay. You say yes or no?
I said yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Now give yourself a little bit of space. Just a little, a little. Spread out your hands. 2 hands. Now, lean to your left. Your left. Left, like that. Like an aeroplane. Now lean to your right.
The people here,
Straight. Now, turn and face your partner. Just face one person. Make sure you're facing somebody. Especially somebody you don't like. Now, lean against your left. To your right. Straight. Lean to your left. Walk forward and give them a hug. Are we good now? All the guys that we discussed this thing, are you happy now?
please put your hands together for yourself. You guys are
Give me a
amazing.
round of applause if you're a guy. I set you up. That hug when you know give me. You don't do it for icebreaker.
See how beautiful they used to walk. You see how they walk? They set traps for you and you what? You fall in.
What do we have next?
Yes, so this is me humbly taking my bow from this stage. I shall now head over to Mars and continue the work. But please, guys, if you're coming to that room, you better come with energy. If you're not coming with energy, please stay here with an energy. Bye.
Thank you, Karen.
Bye.
You've been an amazing host. Okay, we're going to have breakout sessions. I'm sure everyone has the schedule. So look into your schedule. You need to make a choice. These are all awesome sessions. We wish you could have had all the sessions back to back to back, but there are just too many fantastic talks, and sometimes you have to make a choice. In this room, we will be having one of my favorite success stories from the community. This talk will be about breaking into protocol engineering? No, okay. Back to schedule. I was surprised. When did you start doing protocol engineering? Man, I know you as that ML guy. All right. So system design for everyone. A guide to building highly efficient applications by none other than Rising Odegwa. I think the clicker is it with you?
Hello. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you can hear me clearly. Okay. My name is Rising Odegwa, and let me see if my slide is off. So some brief introductions before my slide comes up. My name is Rising Odegwa, and I like to call myself a full-stack engineer. I know lots of people say there's no such thing as a full-stack engineer, but I've seen lots of full-stack engineers, and I am one of them. So there are full-stack engineers. But these days, I also like to call myself a product engineer because I can work across multiple stacks. Okay, so that's me. I currently work at a company called Nosa Data. It's a data company. We do lots of amazing and exciting stuff. I do lots of open source, and I'm here. I don't know if anyone has used the package downflow.js or if you've heard of it. I was one of the co-creators of that package. I also have lots of Python packages as well that I've worked on, and I just like to build stuff. Okay, so that's me, and that's the reason why I'm speaking on this amazing topic, which I like, called system design, because it's going to talk to you how you can actually architect an entire system from the front end, the back end, the development, the scaling, and everything into an entire system design. Okay, so that's why I titled it System Design for Everyone. Just waiting for that to load up. Come on. Okay, so what are we covering? We're going to cover what the system design is. We're also going to talk about building for one user and then scaling to millions of users. Because when people build their product most of the time, they start with a single user. They start with 10 users, 100 users. And then with time, you start thinking about millions of users. So we're going to talk about how you can build for one user and then you can scale to millions of users. And then some time for conclusion and Q&A. So quickly, because I have just 15 minutes, which is not enough to cover this topic. This is a very broad topic. And for those of you who have done interviews for senior positions, this is something that you must do as part of your interview. Because when you get to a certain level, you are not just tested on your code skills anymore, because almost everyone can code well. Okay? So you get tested on something called system design. It's your ability to be able to picture an entire system, how it is built, how each component interacts with each other. In that way, you stand out from your fellow other programmers, because if you just know about the code, you are limited. You need to know how every entire system or every entire component interacts with each other. Okay? So we define system design as a process of, we define the architecture, components, the modules, all the interfaces, and the data for a system to satisfy the requirements of a system. Okay? That's the entire definition. And then we say that a well-designed system should be efficient and highly scalable, meaning even if you are building for one user, if your application, for instance, goes viral, is it resilient enough? Is it efficient enough to scale? Or is it going to break down? I've heard lots of stories like that where people spend weekend building MVP and then it goes viral, gets hit by lots of users, and then it's not scalable enough, it crashes. I mean, there's a story not too far from us here, which is this past election. We heard that one of the cases was that the system went down because of too many users. I'm not going to comment on that. But yeah, that's just one of the reasons why you should design your system properly. So it should also be reliable and robust, should be easily maintainable, so other engineers should be able to come into the system and be able to make changes or add updates as well. Also, it should be interoperable, meaning it should be able to work across multiple components or multiple operating systems. It should also be cost effective. I'm going to rush this now because time is short. So let's see, building for one user and scaling to millions of users. Now, when you are building an application, the first thing you talk about is you have a server somewhere. You have a server somewhere. So you have your web server, you have your database, everything that you need, all in a single server or in a single instance. Everything is running from one single block. And then you have your client who accesses your application to that single server. So you have maybe your React application, your fast API backend, everything running and being deployed on a single server. So what happens? Client goes to your application, puts in your URL, they come to your web server. I mean, Sultan talked about IP and how the internet works. Basically, that's what's happening here. You spin up a single server because you're trying to start small, and then you have that being used. Now, there's one big problem here. If this is your entire setup, there's failover that can happen. That means if your single server goes down or something happens, your application is cut off from the internet. So there's high probability of failover. So most of the time, we don't use a single server that houses both your server and your database, because something can go wrong with your database, and because of that, your server goes down. Or if something goes wrong with your server, because of that, you can't access your database. Okay? So how do you handle this failover? So let's start from separating out the database from the server. Come on. Yeah. So the first step we do, because we are trying to design an efficient system, okay? So we take out the server and we take out the database, separate server for database, separate server for our web, okay? Now, in this case, we've handled one important issue, such that if the database goes down, you still have access to your web server. Maybe you can have some backup there. Okay? If your server goes down, although you have access to your database, you still cannot access it. But you've solved one important issue. There's no failover because you've separated these two components, which is very important. That's why most of the time people deploy databases separately from their web server. Okay? So that's one step. So you can see we're going to be gradually building on top of this. And then you see how the entire system looks at the end. Okay, so we separate the database. Come on. I think I missed one. Okay, I did not. That's fine. We've taken care of the server, separating the database. And now we can do something called scaling. Okay, so there are two types of scaling. We have vertical scaling and horizontal scaling. So you can decide to say, okay, I want to scale my database in two different ways, or I want to scale my server in two different ways. You can add more power to your server. How do you add more power to your server? By spinning up a bigger RAM, adding more storage, giving it more CPU. I mean, if anyone has spinned up a server on AWS or Amazon, you know there's like a UI where you can select the memory, select the RAM, and all that stuff. Now, if your server is too small, if the workload increases, you can have like failover issues. So what you can do in that case is to spin up, make it bigger, increase the size, or increase the RAM, and that can help. But this is not the recommended way of scaling up a server. Why? Because there is a hard limit. Because you cannot add unlimited storage. There's no unlimited storage in the world. So there's a hard limit to how much storage you can add to a single server. So most of the time, we do what is called horizontal scaling. We scale out. That's why you hear about things like microservices. Here you spin up multiple instances. So you can spin up as many instances as you want, and that can actually help you to redirect traffic to all these instances. Okay? So horizontal scaling just means adding more servers. So you can add as many as you want. It's great when your traffic is high and the app needs high availability, but it's also harder to manage and maintain. Okay? So let's see how our architecture is going to look if we use horizontal scaling. Come on. All right. So now we have, instead of a single server, we have 2 servers. And we added a new component called a load balancer. Now, from the name, you can tell what it does. It basically balances traffic between those 2 servers. And the 2 servers are doing the same thing. They are serving the same traffic. But maybe the load balancer can send 50% of the traffic to one of the servers and the other 50% to the other one. Now, what happens if one of your servers goes down? The load balancer will automatically redirect all the traffic to that one single server remaining, and to try to spin up a new server to take up the dead one. So you can see this is now resilient, because if one goes down, you still have another one that you can use in that case. So we've horizontally scaled our server. Now you can add as many new servers as you want based on your usage. So you hear something called elastic scaling. Most cloud providers give you something called elastic scaling, whereby you can have 2, 3, 4, 5 servers if your traffic is high. Once your traffic is low, you scale in, and then you reduce the number of servers so you don't pay more for that. Okay? So that's horizontal. So you can see our system is building up on each of these layers as we go. Now, that's the server layer. So now let's talk about the data layer. How can we make it resilient? Because at the moment, we've taken care of our server. Server is fine. We've horizontally scaled. What about the database? If you have just one instance of your database, what happens when maybe there's a fire outbreak, or there's thunder, or anything happens to your database? What if you lose your data? Because you have just one instance running, you lose everything. Okay? So the most important way you can take care of your database is to do what we call database replication, whereby you spin up multiple instances of your database. You have 1 or 2 called the primary database that is going to accept all the write operations. So once the user creates new content, you write to that database. That is the only function of the primary database, just to receive writes. And then you get replicas, multiple databases, depending on what you are serving, the kind of traffic you are serving, that will handle just your read operations. So because they handle just read, it's faster. And also, your data is redundant, meaning you replicate it among multiple instances. Now, if your primary database goes down, think about time? Oh my God. If your primary database goes down, you can easily promote one of the replica to become a primary database, and then you spin up a new one. Now, you don't do this manually. This is done automatically, okay? So, in this way, we take care of our database and make it what? Resilient. Now, we've talked about taking care of the database, taking care of the server, using horizontal scaling and all that. How can we improve load and response time? Because if your functions or if the things you are trying to do in your server takes a long time, no matter how many servers you have, it's still going to be slow. So there are ways you can improve your load and response time using something called a cache. Don't know if you guys have heard of it. I'm sure you have. So it's just a temporary storage that stores expensive responses or frequently accessed data. So for instance, if users are trying to load a web page that contains a particular content, for instance, and maybe lots of users are trying to load that page, you don't have to go to the database every time to get that content. You can cache the content so that when someone requests for that same information, you just return it quickly without going to the database. So you add an extra layer in front of the web server. So once the load balancer, once a user makes a request to your server first of all check if it's in the cache. If it's in the cache, it just returns it instantly, super fast, instead of going to the database. In that way, you increase load and response time. Now, that's on the server layer. Now, you can also add cache on the client layer using something called a CDN. So a CDN is just dispersed servers around the world that helps you cache static content. So like images, videos, JavaScript bundles, and files. So that the closer you are to a CDN, the faster you get information. Now, if you're trying to load a website from here, and the server is in, say, San Francisco, for instance, it's going to take longer for an image to travel from San Francisco to you in Nigeria. But if there's a CDN close to you, maybe there's a CDN in, say, South Africa, for instance, instead of going to San Francisco, the server will redirect you to the CDN in South Africa, and that will return the content for you in a faster way. Okay? So that's cache on the client side. I'm just going to rush this now. So you can see we have another layer, CDN. We still have our cache on the server, which handles all that. And then we can take it further by separating our state information from our server. Now, if one of the big issues of having multiple servers or managing multiple instances is that you have to manage something called state. Because if you have 2 servers or 3 servers, for instance, if a user goes to your application and the load balancer redirects them to server 1 and they authenticate, if they go to server 2 does not know who they are. So you might ask them to re-authenticate, and that's not a good user experience. So it's always good to separate your state information out of your instances. 2 minutes, okay. Yeah, so this is the preferred method when you are working with multiple instances, whereby you have something called a shared storage that all your instances use to access state data. So if you authenticate a user, you save it in the shared storage, and all the servers can access that shared storage. So in that way, you can scale the shared storage independently, scale your servers independently. Now, this is our architecture. We now have the cache sitting in front of the database. We took out our state, and we now have a shared storage. Okay? So we are building on top of that. I have to rush this now. Another thing that is important is to decouple something called long-running operations. Now, what is that? If you've used applications whereby you do lots of processing, maybe I think there are some nice AI applications whereby you upload your photo, and then it turns your photo into some nice characters. Right? Sometimes it takes like 24 hours, 6 hours for it to get done. What happens is that once you submit your task, they push your task into something called a queue. Okay? So that queue has consumers. So what happens is that once there is enough resources to service your request, it's going to pull your information from the queue, run that job, and then inform you that the job is done. So if you have long-running tasks, maybe you have big models that have to make predictions, if you're an ML engineer, you can push that into a queue, and then you can send requests to that particular queue. I'm just going to be fast at this point. So we can add another layer whereby we have a message queue. Once the server receives the information, it goes to the message queue. If these are long-running tasks, it sends those tasks to the workers. Once the workers finish the information, they can probably write to the database or tell the server that they are done, and it can send the information back to the user. We've gone another step further. Now, if you want to make things complicated, or you want to be very, very, how will I put this, resilient, you can do what is called multiple data center setup. I don't know if you have heard about US East 1 going down. DevOps guys. US East 1 is a very popular data center. Once there's an issue, lots of apps stop working because they deploy in that data center. So what you can do to make your app more resilient, depending on how critical your app is, you can do multi-data setup, whereby you spin up your entire application in different areas across the globe, and then you have a load balancer that does what is called geo-routing. So based on your location, it will redirect your request to a particular geography or location. That's multi-data setup. So conclusion, not do past yourself. Try to be as simple as possible. You don't have to build all this into your application. If you have an MVP, start simple. Single server, that's enough. But the idea of this talk is that you should have this at the back of your mind, that if you want to scale from 1 to millions of users, you have to start thinking about these different components. This is mostly done by the CTO or the architect of maybe a startup or a company. But it's good that you have this knowledge as employees. So this is the real conclusion, not the other one. I'll share my slides as well. Thank you very much. for having me.
Thank you, Ryzen. That was a very simple but very important talk. Thank you for breaking it down. Building for scale is something that you will always come across in your quest as a tech professional, running a startup, building a community. Generally, your boss, your team lead, the world expects that you should serve as many people as possible. That's the leverage of tech. And that's usually the way they make money in tech. So when you get plenty users, billions of users, billions of users, you're on the path to actually becoming financially successful, right? So whatever kind of impact you're delivering, thinking about scale ab initio from the beginning is extremely important. This conference, expecting to have 2,000 people in the room, 3,000 people in the room, you're going to have to make plans and infrastructure and breakout rooms to serve this, right? So whereas Samson and Ada co-founded Oscar, and usually when you start up a community or an organization, it's just one person or two people, and then it becomes 3 or 4 people. Then you have a vision. What would this look like if you had multiple chapters, multiple attendees, or you had a larger team, right? So whether you're building software, you're building a product, you're engineering an organization, you have to be thinking of scale from day one. How many people had like takeaway they would want to share from that talk? Is there something you learned or something that you thought you knew that you're finding different? I'm happy to share the mic with anyone, or you can just come forward. Anyone with any particular insight to share as a takeaway from Ryzen's talk? Or you already knew everything he said? No. Yeah, sure. Yeah, come on up. Give him a round of applause. Just tell us your name, what stack you do, or what your thing is, and then what you learned from that.
Thank you very much. My name is Olanrewaju Balogun. I do design, a little bit of design using Figma, but I really love front-end coding, and then I'm trying to learn back-end at all school. Okay. And coincidentally, I listened to many of Ryzen's class at all school, and I think I like the way he broke it down. And one thing that I learned differently from his explanation is I didn't know you could cache on the server and also cache on the client side using the CDN. So that was really insightful for me.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's actually very, very telling. I think something that struck me was also when he talked about not having your server and your database on the same system. Now, this seems very obvious when you're first told, and it's something I've always known. But the importance of if your server goes down and then your database is still up. Think of if you're a back-end engineer or an internal team, then you can go into that computer, quickly access the data, and maybe build another front-end or use APIs to serve some results. And if your server is something like a web server, it could be that your website is down, but your app or the USSD and other channels are still working. So when a system goes down, everybody doesn't need to be, jobless or not knowing what to do. It may be that the engineering team can still access the database. It can be that customers can still use another channel, but making sure that your server and your database are separate, it is common sense, but the way he explained it shed a little more light. So we'll be going on to our next topic for the day. We have our speaker here, and she's been on stage, I think, yesterday. And right now, what she will be coming to share with us is really about getting involved in open source. You ready, Regina? Well, come on stage.
Hi again. Hi, everyone. Today, I'm going to be co-presenting with Samson. And we are basically going to be talking about how to get involved with Gnome. Just to begin, the Gnome structure is quite different from the way we have other open source projects. So with the Gnome, we have what is called the Gnome project, which is basically what houses all our open source applications from the Gnome desktop to FlatHub. We also have the Gnome Foundation. So the foundation is in charge of managing the Gnome project. Together, the Gnome project and the Gnome Foundation makes up what we call today Gnome, sometimes called Genome, and some call it Gnome, depending. We are all saying the same thing.
Yes, so before I start speaking, I know I was not supposed to be on stage. That was the plan. But before I go on, how many of you here uses Linux distro? Those odogus that don't want to use Mac or Windows, raise up your hand. What's your favorite distro? Like, do you use Ubuntu, Kali? Which one? Which one? Sorry? Ubuntu. Oh, wow. Looks like the Canonical folks are going to be happy. Now, the interesting thing about Ubuntu is the fact that one thing you don't realize is your graphical user interface, which most people call the GNU, or in this case, the user interface, is basically called Gnome. So no matter the operating system you're using that is quite updated, you're most likely going to be familiar with this screen. So hence the reason why it's called Gnome and also the Gnome Foundation.
Yeah. So the Gnome project is made up of contributors and the technology, as you can see. As Samson has said that basically, as long as you are familiar with Linux distros, you must have been using the Gnome desktop, right? So this is like an interface of the Gnome desktop. And we have teams as well that are working within the Gnome project.
Okay, quite interesting. I was expecting her to take this slide, but sure, I'll try my best. I have some experience when it comes to being on a board in an organization. And the one thing you don't understand is every open source project that you have interaction with, remember my talk? There's always a community side of it, which is the people that manages it, people that get paid to manage this, and of course, contributors like you. But all those things need a little bit of structure. So if you notice, there's something called a foundation members. I believe I'm part of one of them, right? Okay, cool. And then those structure, then there's something called the board of directors. So one of my, there's a project called Sugar Labs. I serve on the board. So one of the things is, like, we make sure that people are able to make some drastic change that may or may not affect the product, but again, from more of a high level. And then there's something called the community, which I'm sure Regina is going to talk about. And then there's some kind of an employee, exactly, the executive director that sort of like get paid to run the organization itself in terms of fundraising, sort of what I'm doing right now with Oscar. And then, of course, depending on how things work, the employee and the contractor obviously reports over to the executive director.
Just to add to that the board of directors are chosen by the community. So it means that all communities, if you are a board member, or rather if you are a foundation member, you are eligible to vote and be voted for within the Gnome project. So the large number of people that we have within the Gnome project is made up from the foundation members. So the Gnome project, we have the Gnome community, like I earlier said. Then we have the foundation and the project. Regardless of if you are interfacing with the foundation or you're just a contributor to the project, you are part of the Gnome community, and they are the larger part of the people that makes up the Gnome project. So we'll be talking a little bit about the FlatHub project, right? So the FlatHub project is also embedded in the Gnome project, which is an angle that we would like to have more African developers. I have met a few developers that are already working with FlatHub, and I hope to have more developers in FlatHub.
Okay, interesting. One of the things that got me excited, or my first ever open source contribution, short a bit about a story. I was somewhere in JSS1, I got some games, Pro Evolution Soccer, who does that these days? Raise up your hand, cool. So I got this Linux machine, and I was so curious about running a Windows game in a Linux distribution, which was interesting. So I copied it on my hard drive. I was so excited. I ran home. Didn't want to eat. I was like, okay, I need to just run this game. And then when I played it, obviously, I ran into some bunch of errors. And then that's how I even got started in open source, by even trying to create my first app. So my first official open source contribution was me creating an application, a desktop application for an operating system called SugarLab. So that's kind of the whole vibe that is all going here, which is imagine the FlatHub as a Play Store where you have the opportunity to build an app that can run on Gnome. Now, guess what? Imagine you build a Gnome app, and then someone is using Ubuntu, someone is using Kali, someone is using like Debian, but again, using Gnome as their default GUI or their default graphic user interface. Your applications are going to be used by a lot of persons. So just imagine that structure as you're building for Android, in this case, like how you build your Android apps, and then you put those things into the Play Store, then no matter what device you're using, as far as it's supported, it can be able to run. And that's the whole idea of how FlatHub, or in this case, the FlatHub Play Store, or in this case, the Gnome default Play Store runs.
Yeah, and just to add to that, it means that any application that is developed with the FlatHub platform is going to be available across all Linux distros. So you don't have to do like a private marketing for your application. So how do you basically get involved with FlatHub? We have our project hosted on GitHub, and of course, we are community-driven. We are open and inclusive to ideas and how we can be better within the GNOME project. We are open to developers. We are open to those that would partake in testing the platforms, and then we are open to all sort of users, documentation, technical writers, and all of that.
Quick question. How many of you here wants to contribute to their first open source project?
Okay.
Raise your hand now. Why are you shy now? Raise. Awesome. I can see you're cool. Thank you. How many of you here has, or in this case previously, have contributed to an open source project? Cool. What about the OGs, the people they use Kali in writing terminal? What's happening now?
Okay.
I see you. Cool. Now, imagine, like I said, the goal here is to be able to make sure that no matter the level of whether you're a developer or you're a product designer, or in this case, imagine the concept of building an app, like from the process of the idea process into the deployment process, basically is the same structure. So what that means is that no matter the skills that you have, again, within the software development cycle, you can basically contribute to FlatHub, and in this case, be part of the community. So again, you don't have to, because of the whole Kali that I'm mentioning, Hacker, or all those things, you don't have to be intimidated because, again, there are a lot of processes that can enable you to contribute to the project. And I hope after this talk, I'll be able to see like 6 pull requests in FlatHub.
More than 6 pull
requests.
More than.
Should we aim for 20? What's going on now? 30?
Yes.
75, I love this guy.
Okay. So I mentioned earlier, these are the current board of directors at GNOME. You can reach out to any of them on Twitter. They are available. You have an idea, talk to us. We want to hear from you. We want to know what we can do better to serve you well. So how do you get involved with GNOME and FlatHub? So we've spoken a little bit about FlatHub. Now let's go to the GNOME desktop itself.
Okay. Remember when I said I was trying to contribute my first open source project? So I've directly and indirectly been contributing to open source for about 15 plus years. And one of my first interactions was to build an app. Obviously, that was how the process started. Remember, there's something called coding and develop apps. You'll be like, why is there coding and when there's develop apps? It's because, again, remember, Gnome is basically a graphical user interface, which is like imagine your Mac operating system, but then is it Mojave? What do you call it? What did you call the versioning of macOS again? Look at me, Apple user. What's the latest one right now? Anyone. Yeah, the point here is you can basically contribute to an existing code base, yes, but also you can become an app developer, or in this case, you can develop an app for other people to use it. And then in terms of documentation, do we have any writers here, technical writers, raise up your hand. What's going on? Clap for the writers. The technical writers, clap for them. Clap for them now. Now, the reason we're clapping for them is because if you're a developer, you're running to go and build your app, and then the documentation is very crazy, obviously that's a failed attempt. So it's always very, very important that documentation is good, and that's why we love all the technical writers. I really love you guys, and you guys do an amazing job. It can't be me, but I really love you guys. Thank you. And then, of course, in terms of engagement, I don't know if Gnome use TikTok and the rest, but again, the goal is to make sure that you get community members, excitement, talking to people in the community. For a context, I'm not a board, she's on the board, but I've been in Gnome for quite some time, and I'm giving this talk. So this is part of my own engagement, contributing to the Gnome project. So that's an example. And then in terms of translation, I have, again, indirectly translate a project. I think in 2017, I led a team of like 10 people to translate an entire operating system from English to Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, and Pidgin. I think 2016 or 2017, I'm not quite sure. But then that is how amazing you can be able to do. Imagine somebody somewhere in the northern part of Nigeria using Gnome in full local language. So again, it makes it a lot easier and makes contribution accessible. And of course, how to get involved, gnome.org/get-involve. And I hope you're going to contribute. No, you look me. You will contribute, ba?
Yes, they have to. Okay, so these are other links that you can use to get involved with FlatHub that we spoke about earlier. You can take a picture of this. You can get us at the discourse forum. We have a metrics channel, and also you can engage with FlatHub users on Mastodon. There are followership on FlatHub apps on Twitter. Just to add that, I met someone that is working with FlatHub yesterday.
Wow, who's the person?
I was so excited. I don't know if he's here, but I was so excited to see the guy.
Where's the FlatHub person? Are you here?
Where's the FlatHub guy that met me yesterday?
Yeah.
Where's
See,
he?
there's somebody here already. Stand up, please. Stand up. Let's all clap for him.
Up. Yeah. So I was so glad to find that we have developers that are actually developing Linux-based app in Africa. And also, these are channels to come to GNOME. There is Discourse, there's GitLab, and there's Wiki. We might not be able to cover everything here, but we have a booth, and you can come and ask more questions after this talk. So let's look at programs and events on GNOME. Yeah, we have programs that get me excited. That means we also partake in, on outreaching, and we have program coordinators for these programs. You can see their name, Christy Pogri and Felipe Bogas. You can actually follow them on Twitter, ask a question, they'll be willing to help you. We had a Twitter space last month where Felipe was discussing about GSOC and how basically you can be part of the GSOC program. We also have Google Season of Doc, and we have the university outreach. To be honest, like I was speaking to some people that was talking to me, we need representatives that will basically champion some of these projects. For instance, we need representatives that can champion university outreach on GSOD. Maybe from there we can begin to build African mentors within GNOME, and to be easy for us to basically thrive in this space.
You should stay, wait in the evening. There's a panel for Google Summer of Code and Google Season of Doc if you're interested in getting your first $7,000 or whatever you want to do. Yes. So just wait for the panel. I see all of you now. I can see you guys.
So we have events as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, again, Oscar Fest is one of them. So Oscar Fest is an event. And then GNOME has a couple events. Again, there's GNOME Africa, GNOME Asia Summit, and of course, GUADEC, which I think is happening next month.
Next month, yeah, at Riga. Mm-hmm. And honestly, to be honest, I don't feel that this picture has done a lot of justice. But basically, we are actually looking forward to more developers coming from this space to attend our conferences and basically help us know what is happening around here. We want to know and how we can help you as well. Thank you very much. Please join us at the booth if you have any questions.
Next speaker is getting ready. So this is going to be building and managing community programs. Okay. She's right here. All right. How's everyone doing? I know it's like day 2, day 3. This is when you start getting very tired. This is when a lot of stuff starts happening. Please look around you. Personal belongings. Stay close to your phones and your bags. And then if you see any things around you that probably don't belong to you or could belong to someone else, reach out. Look for any of the conference organizers or volunteers and let them know. We're going to be going into a number of talks that come directly from our sponsors. And some are talks that, are really very dear to us because, as you know, sponsors and partners make events like this happen. And it's the messaging that they share that gives a lot of indication around opportunities, jobs, partnerships, and also getting into these sort of international projects and learning on how things are done in these organizations can be very useful to your career. So next up, we're going to have Tomisin. She is a product designer with Orbit, and she'll be talking about building and managing community programs with Orbit. Tomisin?
Thank you. The mic is off. Hello, everyone. Hi, I need the energy. Hi. How's everybody doing? How's the event been? I hope you did enjoy it. Okay, the screen is up. My name is Tommy C, and I'm currently a product designer at Orbit. I've been working at Orbit for about a year and 3 months now. And today, I'm just going to be talking about what we are building, how we are helping communities grow. Before I get started, has anybody heard about Orbit before? Anybody? I mean, I have swags to give out, so please, have hands? Yeah. Please, is there a second mic that I could use? Can I get a second mic? Okay, thank you. So, who had food that raised up there? I want someone to actually talk about what we do right now. Anybody? You guys swag. I have bags. I have hats to give out. So, okay, you want to talk about?
Hello.
I asked what Orbit is.
Orbit is a platform where you can maintain other social platforms in one space. Yeah. So it's pretty much like a platform where you can have Twitter, Slack, Discord, and other community management platforms, and you can manage them within one look compared to watching them from different platforms.
Yeah, that's good. You get one bag and one hat. Meet me after the event. So, what is Orbit? Orbit is a tool for community managers, developer advocates, and companies that have community to understand, grow, and measure their community. So, as we know today, community is becoming a big deal, right? And this is used to capture value and create value for your current users and also community members. Today, a lot of companies run their community on different platforms. We have people using Discord, GitHub for PROs and contributions, LinkedIn and Twitter for like your social channels, and maybe Reddit and some other platforms. The only problem or the challenge is all this data is in silos, so you cannot even understand the journey of your community member together. So like you can't tell how a member moved from just joining your community on the first day to becoming very active in your community and even maybe purchasing your product. Now that's where Orbit steps in. We help you by allowing you to aggregate all this data from all these different sources into one place. So your Discord, your Twitter, your LinkedIn, your GitHub, all these different sources, you can have it in one place. And then you can see a full community member's journey. You can see how, when they joined your community for the first time, maybe following you on Twitter, how they became active by engaging with you on Twitter, down to the moment where they become paying customers. Um, so basically, that's what we do at Orbit. And also, you get to uncover like trends and insights about your members that you would typically not find out just having to use the different platforms. So we have a concept called Orbit model that helps with it. Um, for community members, as we all know, community members are like divided into different categories. You have people who are like your advocates. These are people that actually help you sell your community. They have huge reach. They can increase the number of people in your community. You have contributors. These are people that like help with pull requests. They make pull requests to your community. They answer questions on your Discord or your Slack channel. Then you have people that are just participants and explorers, just starting out their community journey with you. With Orbit model, you can actually understand and see how you can pull people in from the stage of being just a participant to becoming an advocate in your program. This is making use of love, which is how active they are in your community, and reach how they are connected to other community members in your community. Some ways that you can use to move people from participants to like advocate levels is obviously through things like events, like we are here at Oscar, but also things like advocate programs where you have advocates run events, meet people, invite them to become advocates too, and things like that. And all these things is what we try to do with Orbit, which leads me to my conversation today on talking about how to build and manage community programs with Orbit. So I have another question now, before I go far. How many people have run community programs for their companies? How many community managers do we have here? Do we have quite a few? Yeah, see hands. Okay. And how many of you have run like a community program for your community, for your company? And can you give me an example? Anybody? I have swags to give out. Nobody? You? Okay, there's someone over there who has a mic. Any mic? No mic, no mic. Can you shout? Yeah, okay, thank you. So I just want to find out what kind of community program you run for your community or like your company and what the goal of it was. Oh, it was her at the back. Okay, you both are going to respond after you. Go, please.
All right, so I work as the head of quality control for Engineering Career Expo. So the students' organization focused on helping students learn technical and soft skills training.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, you guys swag, for sure.
All right, so a community manager for a data community, and I'm also a Microsoft community ambassador, rather. And I've had events to bring people into tech and to better explain the career path for students in my community.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Please, whoever has answered the question should meet me afterwards, so I can give you swags. And then, how many people here have run an advocate program, ambassador program, champion program, anything of that sort for their community or company? Yeah, please. Could you talk a little bit about the challenges of running like programs like this?
So there are a lot of people all over different cities, different universities, different peculiarities. They're hosting events at different times. There's a lot of data. There's a lot of planning involved. There's a lot of information coming. They give feedback forms after every event, and you have to keep track of all of that.
Exactly.
So it's a lot.
It's very time-consuming, and that's why we build programs in Orbit to actually streamline the process. So like she mentioned, managing a program or hosting an advocate program for your community would involve you actually communicating and engaging with the people in your program. So you want to ensure that you are keeping an open communication link with them, and you want to ensure that they are engaged, because if they're not engaged, they're going to leave. So of course, for every program, it starts with the basic phase of an application. Like Google form, type form, and all those different kinds of form to gather information about people that want to be members of their program. And afterwards, they want to vet this member. You definitely don't want anybody to become your advocate. You want to make sure that there are people that are active in your community. So how do you do that? Today, people have to Go on Google, find out who the member is. Go on LinkedIn, find out who the member is, and all these different platforms. But we Orbit, because we have all your community member information in one place, you can actually see a bigger view of who your member is without actually moving from one place to the other. So can you see my screen? Yeah. So I'm going to start by submitting a form. I'm going to act like I'm the person applying to be an advocate here. And let me just... The form doesn't look too good, but I'm also not a developer here, so I'm just going to fill in my information. Note, I'm only filling in basic information like my last name, my first name, my email, and country. And I'm going to submit this form. Because I've connected this form to Orbit, I can go into Orbit programs and see that, oops. Ooh. My internet went off. Give me a minute. Oops. Okay, I'm just going to keep talking and just worry less about this. So let's just focus more on the slides. So on the slides, you can actually see that Omar is a member that applies to be part of the advocate program. The screen is not so good, but because we have information about your different community, you can see that Omar is very active on Discord, top 10%. Omar is very active on LinkedIn and also very active on your product. Of course, this person is going to be a great advocate for your program. You're going to go ahead and accept this member into your program. The next step after this involves you onboarding Omar into your program. To onboard Omar into your program today involves you obviously communicating with Omar. A lot of back and forth emails, 1, 2, 3, 4 emails to make sure that Omar has everything he needs to be a successful member of your program. But we've streamlined the step that all you need to do is provide an onboarding wizard for Omar to onboard into the program. So here you can see that on the left, this is the onboarding checklist that Omar sees. And on the right, this is not clear, but it actually shows how Omar goes through the onboarding checklist. So every move that Omar makes on the checklist is actually evident on the program app. And then therefore, community programs managers are aware of how their different program members are being onboarded into their program. The great thing about this is if a member is stopped halfway, that is they're stuck or they're having issues, you can literally reach out to help. And after this, you have the final step of nurturing. Nurturing is the biggest step. This is where you have all the activities flowing in. You have different activities on different platforms, Discord, Slack, whatever you use to manage your community programs and whatever you use to manage your advocates. And like she said, it's very hard to keep track of it. But we actually provide it for you in just one view. So this page has everything about the activities that program members are currently involved in. You can communicate with them over here by sending out emails if they are not moving as fast as we want them to or they are having issues. And also you can see how other collaborators in your space are actively moving through the project. So what we're trying to do at Orbit here is make it very seamless for any community manager, any company to run programs. Programs can be a very hectic and time-consuming process, and we're planning to make it as simple as possible. If you're interested in joining, you can actually sign up right now for access by going to orbit.love/champions, and that comes to the end of my speech. So I'm just going to say thank you now. And obviously, you can follow me up at TommyBots on Twitter and Orbit at Orbit Model. I still have swags to give out. So why I don't want anybody to rush, the first 5 people that finds me for the rest of this event gets a swag. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Sorry, I know you guys are tired. We're almost done. We just have like 3 more sessions to go. One more talk. One will be happening here, and the other will be happening in Mass. And then we're going to have 2 panel sessions. One is focused on design, and the other one is focused on paid open source programs, like Outreachy, Google Summer of Code, Google Season of Docs, and the rest of them. All right, so for the next session, we have in Earth here, Building Thriving Communities, Learning Through Research with African Open Source Communities by John Meluso and Tamuswa Mahari. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name. Oh, I did, okay. And then in Mass, we have Evolving Infrastructure, a Cora case study. So if you want to attend the session in Mass, so you can stand up and head over to the other hall. But if you want to attend to the session happening here, then you can sit here. All right, so join me in welcoming John and Tamusa to give their talk on building thriving communities, learning through research with African open source communities. Please let's clap for them.
Testing. 1, 2. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Are feeling good? Can I hear some noise if you're feeling good? Away! My name is Tamusa Mahari.
And my name is John Meluso. And we are thrilled to be here at OSCAFest to share some of the work that we've been doing with your communities. We're learning through research with your African open source communities about how to build thriving communities. Now, we understand that you all know well how, how open source communities are really crucial for many of the things we as society value today. They support digital infrastructures, things like Python underlie all of the financial structures and healthcare systems and the internet as we know it. They enable us to design innovative products. We come together, we generate new ideas, and we create cool things like this 3D printer that you can create at home. And they provide these magnificent training opportunities for people to come together and learn from and with one another about how to develop new skills, apply those to contexts that matter to them, and ultimately make a difference in their own careers and the careers of others around them. At the same time, we've heard many of you talk about over the past few days that this isn't always quite as easy as we'd like it to be. For in many cases, open source communities struggle to do things like find contributors, to keep those contributors, and ultimately to create sustainable ecosystems in which everybody, every member, has the resources that they need in order to be successful and effective at the work that they do. This, for us as researchers, raised the question of, well, we've got struggling. It's out there. But what's the opposite of that? What is the opposite that we could hypothetically get to? And this raised for us the question of, what would a thriving community look like? And so I want to turn this to you for a second. I want you to pause and think about this. In your own communities, what would a thriving community look like to you? What would the interactions be like in your community? What kind of resources would you have? What kind of events would you hold? What would that be like in your context? And this is exactly what the Thriving Project is about. This is a collaboration between my university, which leads the project, the University of Vermont, including our Complex Systems Center and the Vermont Open Source Program Office. And we're in collaboration with the University of Arizona, from which Tamutsua comes, and our colleagues at the University of Liverpool in the UK. And together, we're trying to understand what struggling and thriving look like in these contexts, and crucially, with you all, trying to figure out how to go from struggling to thriving, trying to develop pathways from one to the other.
So to do this, we collaborated with community experts from the open source communities that you're a part of. You might see a few familiar faces there. I won't say who, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And we came together as a few academic researchers from multiple disciplines to answer a few questions like, what factors contribute to thriving in Pan-African open source communities? Is it how we communicate, whether it's through Discord, Slack, social media? How strongly you identify with the community you're part of, and how much you're participating? Are you a manager? Are you an observer? Are you just getting started out, or have you been in this for years? So to get to these questions, we started with a 30-minute survey in collaboration with the community leaders to find out exactly how people are feeling and where they're at. So we wanted to share a few of the results that we found. And this is the first time we're doing this, so you better feel a little bit special. Yeah. All right. So looking at the demographics of where our respondents came from, we had 318 responses from 35 different countries in Africa, which is really, really, really impressive. And even more impressive is 50% of these responses came from Nigeria. So y'all are really representing.
Represent.
Y'all are really representing the open source communities. And you identify with more than 100 open source communities. So now that we've talked about the who, we wanted to ask about the how as well. So one question that we asked is, how much time are people spending on open source work? And we found a significant variation in where people are at. 1 in 2 of you,
Sorry.
We good?
Sorry.
1 in 2 of you spend between 2 and 10 hours a week doing open source work, while 1 in 5 are spending more than 20 hours a week. That's literally more than half of an average work week. So taking into consideration this amount of dedication, we're curious about how you're feeling about this work, which led us to another question that we had. How burnt out are people feeling, and how strongly do they identify with their communities? From the graph here, you can see a scale that's showing burnout, with people higher up feeling more burnt out, and identification with their community. The further right we go, the stronger you identify with your community. And while we had some people who are feeling really, really burnt out, yet still identifying really strongly, participating a lot with their community, and some people who aren't feeling really burnt out, but may not be identifying that well with their community. But the general trend here was the more people relate to their community, the less likely they are to feel burnt out. And this is not to say that we're making a clear, direct causation or saying, yeah, this is it. This is a solution. But it definitely got us thinking about, okay, this is something interesting. This is something we can start to consider in thinking about how can we make people feel less burnt out in open source communities.
So we know over the past couple of days, you've heard a lot of interest in things like resting to address burnout. This is absolutely important when you can take it. We know that many of you are doing really important activities in your communities, and you feel like your community relies on you to get things done. So when you can rest, absolutely do, and we so encourage that. But we also think that this understanding about how we identify with our communities and how that can correspond to lower burnout can help us here, because we know from other research that things like emphasizing belonging can help us increase our identity within our community. When we emphasize that every member, each and every one of you, is part of OSCA, for example, you are here, you are now part of OSCA. And that makes it much more likely that you'll come back in the future, that you'll participate in these future conferences, that you'll collaborate with people that you met here. And through things like that, when every individual feels like they belong, first off, that's what we call inclusion, right? Everybody feels included in the community that they're a part of, but it also means that people are more likely to feel valued. And this then lets us get to the next piece. We can connect to members' values. What are the reasons that people got into open source in the first place? Why did they join this project that you're working on? Is it to develop their own skills? Is it to help their community, locally, nationally, continent-wide? Whichever one it is, you can connect the work that you're doing in your community, the activities that you're performing, to the work that this individual, the values that this individual holds. And by doing that, it helps us ground ourselves. This actually uses tricks from psychology. It's in cognitive behavioral therapy. We're just connecting to things that we value, and as a result, we see the purpose behind the work that we're doing. This also helps us get to the third piece here. My clicker is a little glitchy today, apologies. It enables us to build emotional attachment. When you come together and have fun events like this here at OSCAFest, we build emotional ties with those around us. That means we're more likely to feel strongly about each other and about the community, which then can help us feel less burnt out because we see the value in the space. Likewise, if you do something like participate in the hackathon that happened earlier, being thrown together into the deep end of a pool like that can be a really trying and challenging experience. But at the same time, those challenges, when you come together and do things that are difficult, if you do those together, can create stronger identity with one another, with your community. Yes. And these are things that we think are really opportunities for you all. But we also know that these are findings based on research from the West. We're interested in taking this a step farther. We want to learn about struggling and thriving in Pan-African open source communities. And we're doing this with a couple of upcoming studies. The first of which is going to be on WhatsApp. We're going to have folks answer questions a few times a week and identify ways that you as individuals and you as communities can ultimately go from struggling to thriving. We've done a small study recently, and we've got a bigger study coming up shortly. So keep your eyes peeled for this. And we're interested in hearing from you all, anyone in open source. Our goal is to learn with you and ultimately produce results that are for you, for your communities. If we don't do that, we're not doing our job as researchers. And so I'd love to encourage you to join our mailing list. Take a picture of what you see up here, because we would love to hear from you. We'd love to be able to update you on the kinds of research that we're performing, on the ways that you can get involved and that you can interact with us. And this is our whole goal, is to meet you where you are and to provide you with actionable tools that you can use to go from struggling to thriving. Thank you so much. It's been one of the greatest honors of our lives to be able to be here and work with you. So we're sincerely grateful.
Thank you so much, guys. All right.
All right, so it's time for the final two sessions for today. We'll be having two panel sessions, like I mentioned earlier. The first panel session is by Penpot, and it's titled Africa Shows Penpot the Way for a Truly Successful Design and Prototyping Tool. It's going to be happening here. And then the next panel session is called Paid Open Source Programs. Like I mentioned, it's centered around helping you understand or answer questions you have about paid open source programs like Outreachy, Google Season of Docs, Google Season of Code, Google Summer of Code, rather. Yeah, so we're going to have people who have applied to these programs before and have been accepted, and they're going to be answering some questions. I think we're going to have time for a Q&A as well. So if you have any question you'd like to ask them, you can do that. Another thing is, if you guys can please start moving forward instead of sitting at the back. There's a lot of space in front, so if you can please stand up and move forward, that'll be very much appreciated. Everything is happening in this hall, so if you're in March, you can head over to it. The two final panel sessions are happening here. We just need a few minutes to get things set up.
Block the seats on the side. And just have only these rows. I think this one. Okay.
All right.
Africa shows.
Okay. First of all, I know it's getting towards the end of the day, but I can tell you from experience, it's not over until it's over. Between now and the end of this event, there are lots of connections, interactions that happen at events like this. And sometimes some of the people you want to talk to, like speakers, they've been able to give their talk, they've had something to eat, so they're more or less in a position to be more friendly and be able to sort of talk to you and listen to you. For many of you that may have approached me or other speakers, sometimes the speakers try to be in the zone where they're thinking of their talk, thinking of their delivery, trying to remember their lines and stuff like that, preparing for anything to go wrong. So sometimes you might come up to someone and the person's like, "Excuse me, I'm sorry." It's not like they're being, snobbish. It's just that they're trying to stay in the zone so that they can deliver what they've been preparing to deliver. First of all, we'd like everyone in the room to please come in between this speaker and this speaker. So we don't want people on that side anymore. We do realize some people have gone home. It's perfectly okay. If you can't stay till the end of the session, no one's going to, really hate on you. We've had 3+ amazing days of events, of networking, of travel. Some people have to leave today. Some people are going to be around all through the evening. So if you can please just come in between this speaker and this loudspeaker, it will be better to have the center of the room full than people scantily all around. Also, in between the sessions, it's kind of like a break session before the panel starts. I think the sponsor zone, there is a game zone on the other side. If you are there, our speakers are coming this way and will soon be ready to start the panel. So let's just have the room in here. Panel sessions are usually for the audience. Sometimes people don't get that. The moderator may have pre-baked questions that they send to the speakers, but this really is your opportunity to ask questions. So as questions are being asked, as responses are being given, please use this panel opportunity to ask questions. Another thing that tends to happen at conferences is sometimes we have valuable information that we want that could be of benefit to everyone. And then people tend to go to a speaker one-on-one and ask a question. And another time, somebody asks the speaker the same question. It's very difficult to respond to 300 questions or 500 questions at the day. So now that you have an opportunity of a panel, there are some questions we please ask you to put across to the speakers so that when they respond, everyone benefits. And then finally, one thing I really want to mention is this conference easily has 2,000, 3,000 or more people. As a speaker, and I'm doing this to defend myself, there are 2 things you cannot do. One, you can't remember everyone at this conference. It's just almost impossible, especially if you're meeting them for the first time. So please be easy on your speakers. If you've met them at an event like this 3 years ago, it's quite possible they don't remember you, right? And don't be offended. It's like, oh yes, I met you 3 years ago at DevFest. I'd like to connect with you again. That's it. And then second thing is, it's hard to be everybody's mentor and everybody's one-on-one advice. A lot of the people here who are speaking are very social. So on their Twitter, on their Facebook, on their LinkedIn, they're sharing information that is for everyone's benefit. Don't try to be too selfish and want a speaker or a resource person to just be your person or have a personal relationship with you or have a personal connection to you. It's not sustainable. If everybody here wanted to ask me or Angie or Pedro a question, while we would really love to answer, it's just not humanly possible. So take the benefit of your speaker's preferred platform. It may be LinkedIn, it may be their blog post, it may be Hashnode, it may be Twitter, and then follow the person there. You can also ask questions when they write an article or when they tweet. You can respond, but that's a scalable way to engage the speakers. Not every speaker will give you their phone number. I'm sorry, it's a personal detail. Sometimes I do. But just learn to engage with your speakers in a sustainable way. All right, so I guess the panel is good to go. And please come in. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to be asking questions. We're going to hand over to... Yeah, come on up. I think this is... I'm going to let you introduce yourselves and your panel and take it from there. Do I need to drop? Hello?
Hey, okay, this is working. So who was here this morning to see the wonderful presentation on Penpot? That was so amazing. This is the one I got, so we can use this one. Okay, so we can have both, okay. All right, so we'll have this short panel. The idea, I wanted to have, this amazing 4 panels. I'm going to quickly introduce. We have Steve here, we have Dara Shobaluchu, we have Kingsley, and we have Victory Brown. Okay, you're fine? Yeah? So the title of the panel is, as the CEO of an open source design and prototyping tool, I want to make sure that we build a truly exciting design tool for everyone. And we need to listen to everyone to make sure that we won't make the typical mistakes. So I'm here today to ask these people what they know we have to build in order to be successful, okay? So I'm going to ask each one of my fellow panelists here a question that I believe blends well with their expertise, and then take notes. I'm going to take notes. Actually, I'm going to hand this so you can turn it on when I'm going to take notes. So I go back to Spain and make sure that we do a great job and listening to you. So who's coming next? So coming first. So Kingsley. So well, Kingsley, you might know him. Is a open source design advocate and is an active member of OSCA and CHAOS and many other organizations. And I think the question for you, Kingsley, is how do you think that intersection between open source design and how a design and prototyping tool like Penpot and the broader African open source community should intersect, specifically around design?
Okay, thank you so much, Pablo. My name is Kingsley, and I am a UX designer. So if I got your question is how Penpot as a tool can intersect, the African open source ecosystem, especially around design. Okay, one, I think I'm just going to break it into 3. So I think first being that Penpot currently, which do not have a community, right, can build a community, right, like Penpot design community that is focused, focused on the African ecosystem, right? And that's one. And secondly can be, for example, events like this, like OSCA. We also have event, Untitled Design Conference that holds yearly. So I feel like Penpot, can organize like co-located events, right? In conferences like this to help preach the gospel of this tool. I personally have checked out Penpot and I feel like it's a cool tool, alternative to, of course, Figma, XD, and a couple of those prototyping tools. And thirdly, I think organizing timely or occasional meetups, right? So it could be virtual, if not in person, right? Having leads, right, to organize occasional meetups to preach the gospel, of course, Penpot, being a good alternative. As a design maintainer at Chaos Africa, I know that one of the challenges is that, of course, Figma can accommodate a lot of persons because you have to pay for it, you have to subscribe. But Penpot being an open source alternative to that, right, could help solve this issue because it's free. And of course, more communities can get to maximize, this tool and all that. So I think first is community, building your community. If you can't build your community, collaborate with, of course, Oscar and some of the open source, for example, in Chaos too, we have like different working groups. Example is the design working group. I believe that Penpot can collaborate with the design working group, right? Within the ecosystem, and then we get to use these tools. I feel like maybe some of these points, if Penpot consider this, could actually help spread the gospel of Penpot, in the African ecosystem, open source ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Super great insights. Writing crazy here. So, Victory, you're next. Victory, she's super active in the open source design community, of course, around Oscar also. Actually, we met in various of those online meetups that you host. I think it was a few months ago that I asked you a similar question, not exactly phrased like this, but it's how do you think open source designers in Africa can help a design and prototyping tool to become #1 in this decade? Right.
All right. My name is Victory Brown, and I am an open source designer. I get asked a lot of times how designers can contribute to open source, and this is one of those ways, through contributing to Penpot. Now, to make Penpot the top design tool, especially here in Africa, designers can help by using the tool. By using this tool to make designs. I think my first encounter with Penpot, aside from my relationship with Pablo, is through the Penpot Bottle Design Challenge. I know we had a task or a challenge where you design a bottle with the Penpot tool. For those of you who are not familiar with the Penpot tool, it is similar to Figma, but it is completely open source, which means it is free. So we designed a bottle and then posted online, tagged the Penpot team, and then it got retweeted. So in ways of using that particular tool and posting on social media, you have given that tool visibility and advocacy. And that's also a way of contributing to open source, because by using that tool, you can also provide user feedback. Let's say, for instance, you were designing and there's something you enjoy about Figma that you cannot find on Penpot. You can also open an issue about that particular thing, and it's something that the Penpot team is very interested about, is accessibility and inclusion, and they would work towards fixing it. And you can always tweet about it. Another thing is internationalization, and localization. This is done in helping them to, translate user documents to African languages. Africa is a very big continent, and we have over 20 countries in the space, right? And each country speaks a different language. You from Somali, you from Egypt, anywhere you're from, you can actually help by translating documentation to your language, right? And you can also work on internationalization. This means you can help them by designing workflows, designing components that reflect African culture. Africa is a very colorful space, and we know brand designers and UI UX designers, product designers in Africa, we are used to having like vivid colors, very nice elements. You can design workflows for our international product owners who want to include African design in their space. So just like you download libraries from Figma and components for Figma and use, you can design something like that. I know Linda spoke, and Linda is an icon designer. You can design something that tells of the African culture and also add to the Penpot system, design system. That's a way of contributing to open source. And talk about it. It's a way of contributing to open source as a designer. Talk about it, make it sweet, tag Pablo, tag Penpot, and in all of those ways, you are advocating for that particular tool, thus making Penpot #1, and also contributing to open source as a designer.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. That was great. I'll move now to my peers here. So, Dara, you go next. So, well, you've been a product designer. You've been a product designer that has now a product management, with a product management background. And you have a ton of tutorials, UX, UI. But among the many topics that you're excited about, accessibility and collaboration in design between users and developers is key topics. Around that, how do you think your main concerns should be addressed in how we build a tool like Penpot?
Thank you very much, Pablo, for the question, and thank you, Oscar, first. So accessibility and collaboration is something that is very important, especially to discuss in gatherings like this where designers and developers meet. Because one of the long-age battle has been designer understanding developers and developers understanding designer to achieve the pixel-perfect design. So, and one of the ways designers communicate to developers is through prototypes. So we create prototypes to hand off designs to developer. So we need a prototyping tool that is indeed collaborative, and collaborative in the sense that to make it collaborative, communication has to be real-time and effective. So the developer must be able to communicate to the designer without necessarily even jumping on a meeting, because meetings are sometimes very boring, especially when they are long. So if we have a tool where they can communicate, for example, not just about going through the prototypes, but I can drop comment as a developer specifically on components in the prototype without having to go back to the artboard itself. So if Penpot can integrate that into the system and make that possible, it would indeed facilitate collaboration between developers and designers. And in terms of accessibility, so we have to understand that for a very long time, Africa, just like the A in EMEA that was discussed earlier, Africa has been marginalized in a way. Not just, even some features are available, but they are not targeted at the populace. For example, I love something Google did recently, which is to introduce the AI feature that helps to recognize the skin color and make the picture come out to effectively demonstrate that. So we have to look at the problems peculiar in terms of accessibility to the African community and do effective research by speaking to as many as possible designers and developers who have their skin in the game to understand the problem that is actually going on. And accessibility really is about making the product usable for people that have one or two impairments, people who are disabled, maybe speaking impairment, hearing impairment, or whatever. So one of the features that would actually help is to make the prototyping tool have screen readers, such that if I'm designing a product for a disabled community, for example, a product to be used by the people who have hearing impairment, I would want to test it with them during the usability testing process. Without that particular feature, I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to do it at all. So it would be nice for the prototyping tool itself to consist of some of the features that would enable designers and developers test their designs and their product before they actually going into production. And that in itself will reduce the cost of producing and development, and eventually contribute to the revenue, all of the revenues that the company itself is generating. So if these key problems can be tackled, it would give you an edge on most of the tools that we use today, and then also make it accessible, not just to the designers and developers, but to the users during the product usability testing phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dara. And last, we have Steve. So you migrated from brand identity design to product design. So in doing that migration, what do you think the role of tools were? For you specifically, or for other people perhaps considering tools within one or the other space as key drivers for that successful migration?
Hello, everyone. My name is Steve, and I'm a designer. I think back then when I did my transition from a brand identity designer to UI UX, I'm going to call it UI UX because then that was like the main title, and product design was still very much coming up, and it wasn't very clear back then. So one of the reasons back then I wasn't even using Figma. I focused more on Adobe XD because they were more community oriented. They were releasing tutorials. You get a section on YouTube where they will put out videos, step-by-step videos, and then you can just watch that and flow through. And then I really like the whole prototyping feature and how Adobe looked like. I think back then I didn't even fancy Figma. The reason why I started using Figma was because I started contributing to open source design. I started contributing to the Oscar community, and I had to collaborate with multiple designers. And Adobe XD at that time didn't have it, so we had to make that switch. But the main reason why I was on Adobe XD and what made my transition very seamless was because I had access to YouTube. I had access to those videos that the Adobe Creative Cloud team was putting out basically every day, or I think every week, and it came in 3 parts. It usually came in 3 parts, part 1, part 2, and part 3. And then you see how people just move from the ideation process to all the way down to the prototyping process. So it just gives you that feeling that if they can do this and it seems very easy, then I can do it. So it just made my transition very, very easy, and I was just able to flow through it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Okay, so we have Victor, we have Kingsley, we have Dara and Steve. That's it. I think time's up. Yes, time's up. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for being here. And enjoy the rest of Oscar.
All right. I think that was a very useful session. I think one of the most important things about conferences like this is having takeaways that just continue to ring in your head. If you come here and everything just floods in, you get so many ideas, and you can't take any single one of them to heart and really drive it. It's really difficult to focus on many things at the same time. So it's always good when either as a speaker, as a sponsor, you actually come to an event and then you listen to the audience, you get feedback that is actionable, and then you go back and work on it. So one thing you can actually do for all of the speakers who have traveled to be here, all the sponsors who have put some resources behind this event, is to share feedback with them. If you use their tools, if you'd like to see things added, whatever it is, don't be shy. They're not really here for you to idolize them. They want actionable feedback. And being on a panel, asking questions, for them being able to ask questions about what can we do in Africa, for Africa, most likely by Africans, is actually a very powerful way to deliver your content to them. So we've come to the last but not the least session of the day, by no way the least session of the day. Please hang around. There are a couple of announcements to be made. There's information to be shared. So just don't be in a hurry to leave. I know some of you may have had a long day. Some of you want to beat traffic. Some of you may be going a very far distance, so you're kind of worried about safety.
But I can assure you that some of the most beneficial things that happen at a conference are the things that happen outside the talks, right? We don't say this at the beginning because we want you to come for the talks. But towards the end of these talks, you've heard people speak, you know what resonates with you, you kind of like know the kind of style of delivery, the thinking of some of these speakers. This is a beautiful time to just single out one or two people, approach them, and get feedback. Also, it's not just the people on stage. I can assure you there are many more amazing people in the audience and around than those who are privileged to own the stage today, right? We're by no way the best coders or the best software developers, programmers, or advocates for any technology. So you don't have to look to the stage for inspiration. Find out what the person beside you is doing. Follow them on Twitter. One day you would be like, there was this guy I sat with, or there was this lady I connected with. I don't remember her handle. I don't have a contact. Don't let that happen to you, right? Just the person in front of you, the person behind you, the person on your left, on your right. Figure out what's the best way to connect with them. And it's okay if they say they don't want to share, but just try to know, what's your Twitter handle, what's your LinkedIn. You'll be very amazed that someone could actually give you an opportunity or a job or recommend you for something strictly just because they hung out with you at a conference 4 or 5 years ago. It's a strong, very useful relationship. So we're going to go into the last panel, the money part, and I think everyone should be here. This is about paid open source programs. So a lot of times people hear open source, they hear free software. There is money in open source, am I correct? There is money? Show us the money. So can we have the panel on stage talk about paid open source programs, internships, and more? Thank you. It's in open source money. I know who I'm going to bill after this event. Let me take selfie with all of you so that I know how to bill you. Samson, you said don't chop.
Okay, thank you.
Bill them. Are you sure you don't want to sit? I can stop.
I don't worry. Sit down. So you can. I'm fine. Okay. Hi everyone. I hope you have been enjoying the section so far, and I'm really happy that we are rounding up this year's conference with this discussion. So we are going to be discussing about paid internship in open source, and we have our panelists. They've been eating money in open source. So I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. We have questions that we set to ask them, and they're going to be telling you more about the program. So these are just few representative of each programs. We have coordinators as well. So the paid internship opportunity is not limited to this. So with everything you've learned so far, if you are wondering how to get paid or get money from open source, please pay attention to this discussion. Thank you. So we're going to start from that end. You introduce yourself.
All right. Good day, everyone. I am Rashid Mudasiru, a GitHub campus expert, basically. Most time, what I do is advocating for products on campus. Yeah, that's me, basically.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. My name is Amarachi Hanacho. I'm a software engineer and a technical writer, and I participated in the Google Season of Docs internship. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, good evening. My name is Enoch Kasada, and I come from Uganda. I participated in Google Summer of Code, and in open source I contribute to Chaos and Debian.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Busayo Ujo. I'm currently interning with Outreachy, and I work as a software developer and user researcher.
Hi everybody. My name is Samson Godi, co-founder of Open Source Community Africa, and I don't think I did GSOC. I think I did GCI, but mentor for GSOC, GSOC, and then outreach at some point.
All right, thank you so much. So you can see we have mentors, coordinators, interns, and the funniest thing or good thing about these panelists is that all of them are not just software engineers. We have technical writers and so on and so forth. So let's get into the questions. So the first question, I'm going to be asking Busayo, then we can go this way. So Busayo is going to be telling us more about the paid internship opportunity that you are currently participating in. So tell us more about the program.
Okay, so as I mentioned, I'm currently interning with Outreachy. And Outreachy is an internship for underrepresented people or marginalized people in tech. So, and I know most of us here in Africa, by birth, we are automatically marginalized. So, Outreachy has like a span of tech stacks that you can contribute to. So we have development, we have design, user researchers, marketing, UI, UX. And Outreachy runs for 3 months, and they pay you $7,000 for 3 months.
$7,000. That's the steep part.
When I get money.
Over to you.
This one to speak. Okay, basically, I'm here to tell you about GitHub internships. GitHub internship program is an internship program basically from GitHub. What they plan to do is to connect students to industry experience on a paid remote internship. Organization partners come in to submit their project, and students come to apply to that project, submit assignment, and then the assignment will be reviewed for them. And at the end of the day, they get an interview invite, and after the interview, they get to the program. So every month, they get $500 for participating in the program, and as well, mentorship from that particular project they are contributing to. So that's basically, it's always between 1 to 6 months. Some companies take 1 to 3 months. Some take 1 to 4 months, and the highest number of months they can take is 1 to 6 months, basically.
So before you pass it on, you said 500 USD, right? You said the payment is 500 USD. Okay, is it for every month or for the period?
Yes, I said $500 per month.
Aha.
So if you qualify to participate in a 6-month project, you'll be getting that $500 per month for the 6 months that you are going to be participating in that program.
500, that's interesting. Okay. Google Season of Docs is a paid internship to support organizations so that they can create proper documentation. It also helps technical writers to contribute to open source and get paid. It's an internship that runs from about 3 months to 6 months, and you can get paid from like $5,000 US to around $10,000 US. 30,000.
No, 10,000 US dollars.
10,000, okay. Is it also per month or for the period of the internship?
For the period of the internship.
Awesome.
I think I've seen 15 at some point.
15,000 USD. Okay.
Yeah, so like Google Season of Docs, also Google Summer of Code is a program that's managed by Google, and it's to open source communities and projects. Basically, it runs once per year. That is from during summer. That's why it's called Summer of Code. And this project pays you depending on your region, but starting from $3,000, I think up to 5,000 or 7,000, somewhere in there. But depending on your country and your purchasing parity of the dollar, it will determine how much you get. So if you would love to contribute, you apply through a project, not through Google. Yeah, something that people mistake.
Okay, awesome. So Samson, the question I'm going to ask you now is, we know you have experience coordinating several of these programs, either as a mentor or as a community coordinator. Do you want to
tell us other programs that have not been mentioned here that is paid.
Not
the
direct.
20,000 USD own. Let's start from there.
20 what?
20K.
So there's something called job where you just apply. But yes, I think the Google Summer of Code, Google Season of Doc, Outreachy, and I think there's Rails Girls, something, summer internship, I think.
MLH fellowship.
Yeah, and then it's MLH. There's like a lot of opportunities out there that you get paid. I think the most important part is just for you to find yourself in the community and then ask the direct questions, yes.
Okay, awesome. I want to ask the audience, which of these programs are you interested in? Are you jotting down? Everything. Okay, let's move to our second question. I know a lot of persons now, they now know about some paid OS programs, but they are asking, because we all know that open source allows everyone, either you are first-time contributors, you're just starting out in tech, or you are an expert, regardless of the career path you are into. So is there any challenges that you think applicants face while they are applying for these programs? So you'll be telling us from your own perspective, either as a past intern, community coordinator, or organizers.
Okay, thank you for that question. Basically, one major challenge that participants do face while trying to apply is not having enough contribution on their GitHub. Okay, for you to be part of this program, you have to register on what we call GitHub Global Campus platform. And when you register there, after getting registration done, you have to apply to a particular project. Once you want to apply, you find out all the projects are grayed out. You cannot apply. Why? They will tell you that your contribution on GitHub is not enough. And some people reach out to me and be like, Rashid, I do push code to GitHub every time I work, and most of them push code to a private repository. And you are telling us you are working on an open source project, but then in the long run, you are pushing your code to a private repository. So the basic point is, most people that want to participate, or before you can participate, you need to contribute to open source for a certain number of times. So if you are not an active contributor on GitHub right now, and you are interested in this program, you have enough time to check out any repository, start contributing. Douglas talked about how you can get started. There was a talk yesterday that talked about how you can get started in open source. If you start today, contribute like in 1 month's time, you can be able to qualify to participate in the program. So that's the one major challenge is that I've seen people facing, not having enough contribution on GitHub, and they are interested in the program.
Okay, thank you. I think I should ask Samson the next question to buy some time. So Samson, what strategies will you give applicants that want to apply to any of this program in order for them to be successful? I know a lot of persons are interested now because it's paid. So give them some strategies.
So I think that's a very good question, and thanks for asking that. I think he basically covered most of those, most of the instructions, which I think most people fail to understand is, yes, you get paid for these programs, but the most important part is to make sure that you follow the guidelines of open source. Okay, so you want to do GSOC, you want to contribute to, again, list of this project. Pushing code is not exactly what people want to understand, but you need to be able to engage. So for example, we spoke about Gnome earlier, and if you are interested in contributing to Gnome, you basically have to have some sort of like interaction with the organization by doing some sort of things, right? And then obviously when there's things like Summer of Code, they tend to focus on people with previous experience in that community, and it makes it a lot easier to make your research first. Before you ask any question, make research. What are these people doing? What is the stack? If it's code related, if it's not code related, make sure you make those research. And then, again, look at the previous project before you apply. They tend to favor people with existing community experience, like, former Gnome members or something. So I think that's something that you need to keep in mind. But if you don't have any affiliation to any of this organization, you can still contribute to a project and get paid, or in this case, get into the programs.
Okay, thank you. So before I go to the final question, I have one question for you.
looking back at where you started in your career before you participated, before you participated in your in the open source program that you participated in, how would you say this paid open source program has impacted your career?
Definitely, it has affected the trajectory of my career because it gave me access to network of people that have been in that space for a minute. So I got to listen to them, to learn from them. I also have like Google Season of Docs on my CV, which is a pretty great look. Also, the money is pretty nice. And yeah, basically, so yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is the final, it's not a question, but our audience are going back to the world now to continue contributing to open source. So they need motivational quotes. So having open source in mind, you are going to give them quotes that they can go with as they are going forward.
Support-driven motivation.
Okay, nice one, nice one.
Okay, so there's always one thing I keep in mind regarding open source is that open source does not care who you are. Open source only cares about your contribution. And if you start contributing to open source today, you never know where you can be in the next 3 or 6 months. I usually hear people say, what if I don't get it? What if they don't pick me after everything? Just do it, just apply. Try again if they don't pick you.
Thank you.
So for me, I always tell people that we have 3 types of luck. Luck by geographical location. You can't be in America and you have the same opportunities in Nigeria. Luck by birth. You may be born in a rich family and you may be born in a poor family. And number 3, luck by knowing that you're not lucky. So knowing that you're not lucky, you have to double your efforts because in the world of tech, the competition is on a global village. You have to compete with people who are outside there and also you're in here.
Yeah, I think they've basically said everything. Open source is great for your career. It gives you network and everything. It gives you the cloud that you need in your career. So yeah, definitely, it's something that you should do. Thank you.
All right. My own advice would be to just get started. Look for any project and start contributing to it. Then you, before you know it, you'll be part of the community and you can get to harness all this opportunity. But before I drop the mic, I gave a virtual talk today on a Google I/O extended, and I talk about how to harness this opportunity as a student. I will be making it live on YouTube, and I will tweet about it. If you're able to find me on Twitter, basically, you can get the video and watch it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And for me, I want to say that experience that you could not learn in school or you could not achieve in school, open source contribution is the way for you to achieve it. And it's now good because you can get paid while at it. Thank you so much, our dear panelists. Thank you, everyone.
I think, first of all, we need to give everyone who has been part of this conference a round of applause. So, volunteers, security personnel, sponsors, food vendors, your amazing host, me, your host for the past 3 days, just only me, anchoring all the sessions and announcing all the speakers. Give me a round of applause for just putting all this together, for being there with Akitunde Sultan in 1786 and designing the internet. What else, what else have we heard today that is like just do? Yeah. We've got giveaways. I think the first set of giveaways have started with food. Like there's a lot of food, or there's a little bit of food, so you don't need to rush. There are going to be packs here and there, but we've got a few merchandise, and we've got books from Adora, we've got merchandise from Eden, and from Prosper, and from other people. So let's take it easy. There are giveaways. You have to be in the room to win. So whether it's a raffle, whether it's a spinning wheel, whether it's a answer a question, you need to be in the room to win. So very soon the security folks are going to ask you, do you want to be inside or do you want to be outside? There's a lot of stuff to give away. All right, I'm going to ask, so I have my own personal giveaways. I think I'm going to take 3 people, and what I really want to know from 3 people is, what is the one word? You need to quote one of the speakers. If you tweeted a speaker and you quoted them, that thing that they said that you want them to, that you're going to be taking away, if you can come on stage and accurately quote one of the speakers and use that as a takeaway for the day from you, or for you, I will give you something special. So first hands. Well, I think there was a hand here that went up first, and then I think the first lady to go up was the one with white and black. So 2 of you can please come out first of all. It has to be accurate. The audience will be the judge, or the jury, and I will be INEC.
Did you hear what he said? He will be what?
I will be the neck,
He will be INEC.
the eye.
You know what INEC does?
So you have to, and you cannot quote me. I knew that's what you are going to.
Okay, what I'm going to say is something he made mention of. Okay, what I want to say is something he made mention of, and it's in pidgin. But it's very, very cliche, but then it resonated a lot. He said, but we no get light. So that's the word. And why did it stick with me? Because he said, think of it from the other side. And if you are the guys on the other side, because at any slightest opportunity, even while on the road as Nigerians, we tend to shout, we tend to even give negative signs to drivers that drive roughly. So imagine we are the people on the other side, and these other guys keep complaining of no lights, no this, just irrelevant things. They tend to get angry and all that. So what made stick out to me is the fact that you just need to be exceptional. If not fancy, you just need to be exceptional, because by default you already have a negative one by being a Nigerian.
We're going to use an audience clapometer to know whether you should get a prize. If he quoted me well enough, please give him a loud round of applause. Karen, is that loud enough?
No.
It's not loud enough.
It's not.
So the future of your swag is in the hands of the audience. If there's a way you can ginger them. Audience, 1, 2, 3. All right. A package from Novu.
All right. So on behalf of Novu and Prosper, I would like to present this to you. Thank you for attending this year's Oscar Fest. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for being my co-host this morning as well. Big hug.
No, are you quoting as well? I like her. I said 2 people should come on board. The 3rd person came. That's how to be
exceptional.
That's how to be exceptional. That's how not to be silenced.
All right, so for me, John Meluso during his session said we should move from struggling to striving. So for me, I see it as we always complain, and while we're struggling, we're complaining. But then when you have a change of orientation, you would move from struggling to striving. And Samson, during the panel session, said you should have a SACPA-driven motivation.
Thank you.
Karen,
Yeah.
she quoted 2 people. Does she get too much?
Oh, how about you just go without merch so that we can give room to another person to get.
You know they say, John, when you answer one correct question and one wrong question, you cancel, right? Give her a round of applause.
On behalf of Novu and Prosper. Thank you for attending Oscar Fest 2023.
Now all the guys are checking their codes. I didn't say anything. Oh.
So for me, my key takeaway quotes from this festival so far is from the session with Kelvin Tushki. And his quote was, find a problem that is worth solving to you. So in all the talks, all the speeches, that is one thing I've really taken.
You have it, you have it, you have it. But you guys can do better than this. On behalf of Oscar and Prosper and Noble, thank you for attending this year's Oscar. Okay, so before we continue, you guys at the back, are you for us or against us? If you're for us, please join us. Please.
We love to see your faces. Another non-silent person. Okay. You said you want to talk about something that was performed in the other room. Okay.
Wait. There's a problem here. Do you know the problem?
What's the problem?
The fact that the other room was headsets. So whether he quotes correctly
or
wrongly, he will still win it.
No, but everybody heard. Okay. We'll give you a chance.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, so I attended the Learning from Failure session from Njoku Manuel. So he said in his professional career, he has always encountered failure. And the last one that happened to be the biggest failure he encountered. But the next thing after a failure is always a big thing. So we have to learn from our failure, stand up and come back again. Yeah.
I just want to get a signal from Prosper and his team. Are you okay with this line of, gaming and gamifying to give out the giveaways? Is this fine with you? Can I get a thumbs up from Prosper? You're here. You like this? They should keep going? All right. So you have to come with if you say what somebody said before, we're not going to collect the person's merch and give you. You have to come up with something original. Okay, hold on. Okay, no, hold on. Keep it. Let's keep it civil. Let's keep it civil. Okay. All right. First of all, Karen.
On behalf of Novu and Prosper, thank you for attending Oscar Fest 2023. I'm going to give you a hug.
All right. It seems like there were a lot of takeaways from this conference. So what we're going to do is, I'll give you numbers. When I give you a number, you just go back, just maybe down by the side of the stage. We don't want to have too many people on stage. It's one on stage. So 1, and then 2, the other side. 3.
Somebody is already trying to bribe me. She just
4.
said, hey, Karen, you look beautiful. You people are here. Oh.
How many swags do we have? 6. 7 this way, no, here, on this side. 8, 9, name coin, okay, 10. Just hold on, I'll come to you. All right, okay. So make it snappy. Don't quote the person's local government. Just XYZ person said ABC. All right, so who's number 1?
Okay, so the speaker that was sitting in the last session said that...
What's the speaker's name? See it?
Yeah, but I can quote exactly what he was saying. Okay, so he said...
Should we allow him quote the quote?
Please.
He has already made it to number 1 on the stage. Our audience, try for him now.
Please.
Yes or no?
So he said you can't come from Nigeria and actually have the same opportunities they have outside Nigeria, abroad. Then there are different wage, like a wage because you come from a poor family, because you come from this country, a wage because your parent is not rich and you cannot get some stuff. But there's one wage that you are not even from anyone. But in the world of tech, you don't need to come from anyone. You just need to strive and struggle and get to the best.
True or false?
Ah.
He didn't quote accurately. He does not know the name of the panelists. Okay. Give him one clap if he should not get it. And if he should get it, give him a round of applause that's loud enough. Okay, next person.
Congrats. Thank you for attending this year's Oscar
All right,
Fest.
thank you.
You deserve a hug.
So, in your section, you said that if you're not on the table, you're probably on the menu. And that really stood out for me. Yeah, and something else that stood out for me was something Adora was talking about, AI in cloud engineering, how it can help intelligence, which is something that is really, really profound for me. Yeah, thank you. That's all for me.
Beautiful, beautiful. I will give you a prize that I can't give on stage due to legal obligations and compliance. Just see me after this. But please, can we hand him his prize? If you're not on the
audience
table,
hasn't
you're
voted,
probably
though.
on the menu.
The audience, they haven't voted. Or are we doing it the INEC way?
Wait, no, this is the INEC way. Is that loud enough? Or do you want to give him a round of applause? Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you for attending Oscar Fest 2023. I'm giving everybody a hug today.
All right.
Okay. I'm trying to remember the topic. It's about the guy that spoke about the system design. Okay. Yes. One keyword that he left at the end before the conclusion was that when you are thinking about system design, that you should not do past yourself. That was his word. And then he explained that, when you are building a small product or you are building an MVP, you don't need to overdo things. You just start small. And then you just have it in mind that as you go along, you start considering all those components like H and the rest of it. And I actually knew most of them.
Well, one last one. This is always those people that are teachers' pets. They will ask them one question, they want to answer 3, just to stand out. Stand out. No, stand out, please, stand out. The floor is yours. Stand.
All right. Can I go on? All right. Let's start from the beginning.
Hey! Thank you for coming. Thank you. I didn't give you a hug. You don't want my hug. Have you gotten a hug today?
Yeah. Selfie.
Eh?
Good evening, everybody. So this is a quote from Prosper. It happened yesterday while he was he was giving his presentation about a developer's guide to build in-app notifications. And this quote was from him. He simply said, let the apps breathe. Don't suffocate them.
Prosper, now wait till you talk with that.
Yes.
So because we said the match was coming from Prosper, doesn't mean you have to quote Prosper. Eh? You could have quoted Karen or Adora, you will still win. Does she win? Do we give her a round of applause?
On behalf of Prosper and Noble, thank you for coming to Oscar Fest 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sulaimon. For me, my key takeaway from this event was the quote from Linda yesterday when she said, open source contribution equates job experience. So that's my takeaway because that really resonates with me and it continues to linger in my brain. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause. Open source contributions equates to job experience. I totally agree.
Hello, everyone. My name is Divine Ifoma Chinyere Ezindogwe.
She bribed me, oh.
Yeah, but since we attended Oscar Fest together, you can call me Dicey. So I'm going to quote Ikechi Onu, who spoke about, so he said, the world is serious enough, add humor to your design. So, and I'm also going to say a quote from the last panel session. He said, there are 3 types of luck. Location luck, based on where you're from. The luck of education, and then the luck of knowing that you don't have luck. So you just have to be lucky yourself. Thank you.
Now I feel bad for missing that session. I'm going to have to watch that session. That is very interesting.
On behalf of Prosper and Noble, thank
All right,
you for
this is the next
attending
person.
Oscar Fest 2023. Oh, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about Adora's talk and implementing AI into cloud engineering. So she told us a lot, and I learned a lot, despite the fact that I'm not into cloud engineering at all. And she told us about the 3 C's to consider when integrating AI into cloud engineering. That's compliance, customization, and continuous monitoring and improvements. So make sure you're doing all that when you're implementing AI to cloud engineering.
You guys can do better than this.
Please give her a round of applause.
She came with her notes. She came with her book. How many of you came with your notes for this festival? 2 hands. That's all. People came to eat jollof rice. God, I beg you. Congrats.
Okay, my name is Good Luck. So one of my take home from today's event, from what, according to Ms. Chisholm's session, she said, your preparation tomorrow is your hard work today, by Bruce Lee. Thank you.
Your preparation for tomorrow is your hard work today.
Congrats.
Awesome.
Get that out. Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Sorry.
My name is Chibun. Someone actually said what I wanted to say. I'll let the house breathe, but doesn't mean I don't have anything in my head. I just want to talk. One of my takeaways from this talk is not really a planned talk. It was more what you did spontaneously when you were talking about when you were talking about how you dealt with being burnt out and also reaching out
You got me.
to
You
your,
got me.
to friends and everything. And what you said about when you have friends you can meet when you are happy and partying and stuff, you should also be able to meet them when you're at your low. I think that struck a chord with me. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, I think this is something we don't talk about enough. Look, forget what you see on stage. Forget what we post on Instagram and TikTok. This can be a very difficult job, right? And what you see on Instagram and TikTok is usually the highlights. Everything is rosy-dozy. For those of you who follow me on Twitter, you found out that this year I've become a little bit more open. So it is a very difficult and torturous journey. It is fun. It has its highlights. Its highlights really get you high. But please know that there will be dark days and there will be days of frustration in this journey of technology, work, or community, or all of them together. So yes, the people you connect with in the good times, you should also make sure that those people or some people are people you can connect with when you're down and almost out.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Anointed, and I want to drop a quote by Brian. I forgot his name. Yeah, Brian Douglas. He said that there are no stupid questions. That his success are a series of asking stupid questions.
Woo! I like that. But please, I have one caveat to that one. Don't come and ask me a question you have not yet typed on Google, ChatGPT, or Bard. It's very unfair. Don't expect me to do your Google search for you. So when you do have a stupid question to ask, or a question you think could be called stupid, put it inside that free form text, get an answer, try and process that answer, and then take that to a mentor. Hey, I've been trying to figure out the difference between infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. I searched for this, I got this and that. I don't seem to know the difference because it just doesn't make sense. Then I can help you ask a question or help you find the answer. Oh, I went to this, I tried to do this, I even went on Stack Overflow, and I got this answer. It still doesn't work for me. What do you think I'm doing wrong? Don't come to me and say, what is cloud? Or I want to go into ML. What is ML? I will not answer that question. That is a stupid question.
I'm sorry for laughing.
I think we've got into 10, but we'll do like 4 more. I think we've just, at least for these questions, we'll give out the other match, but go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to talk on the session from Margaret.
when she spoke about mental health. She said, no is a complete statement. That if you should, okay, she said, if you don't ask me why when I say yes, why will you ask me why when I say no?
Why?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, go ahead. We're running out of time.
Okay, my name is Max in Favor. So, in the Tamusa Wari's session and John Meliso, what I learned, like I've been a person that have experienced burnout. So, John Meliso talked about burnout, what you should do after burnout. So he said, one, we have to rest. Then the next thing he said was to emphasize belongings. Then we have to like connect with others' values. Like what we don't have, we should connect with others' values. We should hear from others and build emotional attachment. So in that way, we are going to be stress-free from burnout and we'll live a better life.
Thank you very much. Yes, burnout is real. Strategies to overcome burnout.
But wait, so what if you build emotional attachment, then they serve you breakfast?
So hello guys, my name is Samuel. So one of the particular speaker I love most is Kelvin about finding the problem. So there's a particular quote. In fact, he displayed it on the screen and I took a screenshot. It says, I don't want problem, I want peace always. And he also made a statement about we in school always looking for X, like find X. So he said this time around, we're supposed to look for problem, then looking for problem, it will help us to look for a solution to that problem. So I benefited a lot from that talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congrats.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Ade. The quotes that I can remember most was when Messi Johnson was talking about the relationship between designers and developers. He even used the love relationship. And she said all love relationships will have problems, and the way to go through those problems is by communicating effectively. Yeah, so I think that's one of the
effective ways of using artificial intelligence for
Audience, does he get a prize? Somebody said it before.
Yes, someone did say it before.
Do you have any other quotes? Check your book, feel free.
Okay, I think someone said said what I wanted to say. Okay, from you, like you said, you must work hard to make sure the hey in HEMA is not silent.
Thank you.
Make sure you you are audacious so that you can
do big things.
Do big things. Yes, thank you.
You get a stress ball and a pair of socks. Well done for improvising on the fly.
Hello. So Njoku Emmanuel said to focus on things that you can control, and things that you can control are your knowledge, your information. That's things that you're. So a minute. Practice self-compassion and love, which is so important when you're in your learning journey, because you can feel like you're not doing enough. to just have self-compassion and focus on things that you can control, because he experienced failure, but he had to like focus on things that he could, and that's what is making him who he is today. Thank you. Hi.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for. Hi.
Unfortunately, we're going to do just 2 more for now. We need to take the Oscar Fest group picture. And I think, Perry, that's going to be on the outside? Yes. So we'll just take 2. We can come back here and do this thing privately. Karen and I will be here, but we need to take that picture. All right. 2 quotes. 2 quotes? No, 1 and number 2. Okay. So the rest of you on stage, I hope you don't mind.
So something I got was from what Angie Jones said, and it's just a simple quote. She said, "The web is meant to be decentralized." Thank you. I said the web was meant to be decentralized by Angie Jones.
Web was made to be decentralized. Awesome.
Hello. Okay, what I got from Kelvin Umeshuku's section, he said just 5 words. He said, "Put yourself out there." Put yourself out there. And I'm a kind of person that I actually find it difficult to connect with people, network, and all of that. But through my experience here at this Oscar Fest, I've actually learned to put myself out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we still have some gifts to give out. On behalf of the Open Source Community Africa team, I would love to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you that left your homes, your various countries to attend this festival. I am super excited. Thank you. And I mean, you guys have been an amazing audience. You guys have been awesome. Thank you as well for indulging me with my shenanigans, engaging with myself and my co-hosts, not just Anya, but Adora as well. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Thank you so, so much. Please, before we step out, let's just do one big scream for Open Source Community Africa Festival 2023. Woo!
All right, you guys are in here, have gotten the message. We're going to take the group picture. We want you to sort of be like our picture ambassadors. When you go outside, try and pull people together to listen to the instructions so we can get that group picture on the outside. So as you step out, please don't wait for us. Just talk to fellow attendees. Hey guys, let's take a group picture. Let's take a group picture. If there's no picture, it didn't happen. So let's do that picture outside.
Exactly. And when we're done, we still have merch to give out, so we'll be here for you.
Yep. Let's do that picture.
Oscar Day for you.